I would like to request everyone to switch on their camera.
So we'll start. When young people speak, the future listens. With this powerful thought, I extend a very warm welcome to everyone present here. Today's Youth Summit on Children in Union Budget 2026. Today's gathering celebrates young voices, fresh perspectives, and collective action. As we come together to engage in meaningful dialogue and impactful discussions, I hope this session proves to be inspiring, insightful, and transformative for all of us. My name is Shambhavi and I'll be a moderator for this session. To formally begin today's program with the welcome address, I now invite our team lead, Ms. Ritika, to kindly take over the stage. Over to you, Ritika.
Thank you, Shambhavi. A very good morning to everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all this Youth Summit on Children in Union Budget 2026. It's truly a pleasure seeing such an enthusiastic and diverse group of young minds, researchers, and students coming together on this platform. And on behalf of Policy Advocacy and Research team at Sarkari School, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for taking your time out and joining us in this important and timely discussion, I would say. At Sarkari School, our work has always been guided by a simple but powerful belief that young people, when they meaningfully engage with public systems, they lead to social change. And this youth summit is a continuation of that effort with specific focus on understanding union budget through a student-centric lens. Union budget plays a critical role in shaping outcomes related to child rights, education, health, nutrition. However, budget analysis often feels complex and inaccessible. Through this summit, we aim to demystify budget analysis and highlight its relevance in understanding social priorities, especially from a perspective of young people. This summit is envisioned as a space for learning, dialogue, and critical reflection, where participants can engage meaningfully and understand the broader social implications of budget discussions and explore how informed analysis can contribute to more equitable and exclusive policy outcomes. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to informed citizenship and responsible participation in public discourse. I would also like to take a moment to sincerely thank our organizing team, whose dedication, planning, and tireless efforts have made this summit possible. Behind the scenes, countless hours of coordination, planning, problem solving have went into bringing this summit together. And also a special word of appreciation for our interns, speakers, and volunteers whose commitment, energy, enthusiasm, and willingness to contribute have been immensely support uh, throughout the process. And we are truly grateful for everybody's support and teamwork. Now, as we move forward with today's discussion, I encourage all participants to actively engage and share perspectives. And we hope this summit helps you gain new insights and strengthen your understanding on student focused budget analysis and inspires continuous engagement with public policy and advocacy. Once again, thank you all for being here, and we look forward to a productive and insightful, enriching session ahead. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Shambhavi.
Thank you so much, Ritika ma'am. To help us understand the vision, mission, and journey of Sarkari School and Policy Research and Advocacy team, I now invite our co-lead, Ms. Rishika Soni, to introduce the organization, its work in the field of education, policy research, and advocacy. Over to you, Rishika.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for the warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to speak about Sarkari School, not just as an organization, but as a growing movement that is rewriting the story of government education in India. Sarkari School was established with simple yet transformative vision to bring the voices, stories, realities of Indian government schools to the forefront of national conversations. For decades, discussion around education in India have largely centered on private and urban institutions, even though a majority of Indian children study in government schools. Sarkari School seeks to bridge this critical gap by amplifying the experiences of teachers who innovate despite the limited resources. students who nurture ambitious dreams, and communities that make education purposeful and inclusive. At its heart, Sarkari School is a unique platform that identifies and celebrates the unsung heroes, teachers, students, parents, and change makers who contribute selflessly to the betterment of government schools and public education. These heroes deserve recognition, not only to honor their efforts, but also to inspire others, providing that determination and commitment can drive the meaningful change even with the minimal support. Our core objective is to transform public perceptions about government schools and create a supportive ecosystem where society becomes a true friend of these institutions. We especially focusing on engaging youth with government schools, encouraging them to contribute their skills, ideas, and energy towards the growth and development. Sarkari School aspires to become think tank for public education, a space where challenges are addressed constructively and innovation are implemented to bring about systematic change. Our work revolves around three key pillars. Very first is publicity, highlighting success stories, innovations, and positive transformations within the government schools. Second is public advocacy and research, producing evidence based insights and collaborating with stakeholders to address the challenges. Third is projects, designing and executing initiatives that build supportive and empowering environment for the government schools. Beyond storytelling, we actively engage with education policy and grassroots transformation. Our team of fellows, interns, researchers, and education experts collaborates to analyze how policies are implemented on ground and to propose sustainable and equitable solutions. We align our initiatives with national and global priorities, such as National Education Policy 2020, Sustainable Development Goals, and the advancement of digital and inclusive learning environments. Through our strong digital presence, from professional discussions on LinkedIn and Twitter to community engagement on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, we bring together educators, policymakers, parents, and youths to build an informed and action oriented community. Every story we share reaffirms our belief that quality education is not just an aspiration, but an achievable reality, made possible through collective efforts, empathy, and intent. At last, Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And Sarkari School stands by this belief every day, working to restore dignity, recognition, and pride to India's government schools, their educations, teachers, and their students. With that, now I would like to hand over back to Shambhavi to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rishika, for that insightful journey overview. To now walk us through the objective, structure, vision, and significance of this Youth Summit, I invite our event coordinator for the Youth Summit, Ms. Jigyasa Singh, to kindly address everyone. Over to you, Jigyasa.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for your warm greetings. Good morning, everyone. Today we have gathered here for this youth summit for purpose to ensure that the youth voices are heard, valued, and included in shaping our nation. Youth Summit is born from a belief in young mind and bold ideas. The idea behind organizing this youth summit is to create platform which empowers young mind to build confidence and public speaking skills and to bring together diverse perspectives across different regions and backgrounds. We are eager to hear your thoughts and perspectives. Thank you, Shambhavi. Over to you.
Thank you, Jigyasa, for clearly outlining the vision and structure for today's Youth Summit. Now I would like to welcome our coordinator for Policy Brief on Union Budget, Ms. Anshika Arora, to kindly address and share exciting news with all of us. Over to you, Anshika.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for the warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to have you all here today for the Youth Summit on Children in Union Budget 2026. This platform provides you all with the opportunity to express your opinions through speech and meaningful discussion. But not everyone finds it easy to speak in a crowded room. For many, a blank space feels more of like a safer space to express authentic thoughts. Keeping this in mind, I'm delighted to pleased and announce that we are organizing a policy research article writing competition centered around the same theme. This competition would provide an opportunity for individuals to share their opinions, ideas, perspective, and solutions with the wider audience. This is the chance to transform thoughts into a blueprint for the future. For many, and they say also that the sword is might, that a pen is mightier than the sword. But I believe that a well written article can spark a huge and a quick change, then a revolution. Registration for the competition will begin today, and I hope each one you actively participate in it as well. Thank you. Over to you, Shambhavi.
Thank you, Anshika. I'm sure we'll have a number of participants in that as well. Now, it is my immense pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Principal Utkramit Middle School, Samastipur, Bihar, a nationally recognized education innovator and recipient of the Sakshar Bharat Award 2016, presented by the Honorable President of India, for his outstanding contribution to literacy and inclusive education. I, I welcome Mr. Saurabh Kumar. Sir, please. I think Sir is not available at the moment. So,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शांभवी। एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर सरकारी स्कूल की तरफ से, और मेरे परिचय के लिए भी आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऐसे मंचों पर जुड़ना अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी अनुभूति है, और ऐसे आयोजन के लिए मैं आपकी संस्था को बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। आज का जो विषय है वो है कि बजट में बच्चों के लिए प्रावधान, और ये कार्यक्रम युवाओं को नीतिगत निर्णयों में सहभागी बनाने और बच्चों को के लिए सोचने की प्रेरणा, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि हम बच्चों के लिए कैसे सोचते हैं। इस बार का जो बजट आया है उसमें लगभग 8.25% की वृद्धि शिक्षा के बजट में हुई है पिछली बार की तुलना में। जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज मैं देख पा रहा हूँ वो है, और सबसे ज्यादा उत्साहित करने वाली चीज है, कि देश के हर जिले में गर्ल्स हॉस्टल खोले जाए। आपको बता दूं कि पहले से भी कस्तूरबा गांधी आवासीय बालिका विद्यालय एवं अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति आवासीय विद्यालय के तौर पे आवासीय विद्यालय जिले ही नहीं, राज्य के हर जिले के हर अधिकांश प्रखंडों में संचालित है। तो इस हॉस्टल का प्रारूप कैसा होगा, कैसे इसको देखेंगे और फिर किस तरह से करेंगे, लेकिन ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योजना है और काफी अच्छा प्रावधान है, क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं कि एक बच्ची के पढ़ लेने से पूरा परिवार पढ़ लेता है, और कहीं ना कहीं बाधाएं हैं अभी भी जो रिमोट एरियाज हैं वहां पर लड़कियों के पढ़ने में समस्याएं हैं। उनकी और भी बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं जिनको लेकर उनका ड्रॉप आउट होता है। जैसे कि इन संस्थानों पर जो है सो उनके जो मेंस्ट्रुअल प्रॉब्लम्स है उन पर भी फोकस किए जाने की आवश्यकता है, और इसके लिए भी अलग से कार्यक्रम बनाए जाने की योजना रखनी चाहिए। जो ट्राइबल्स हैं उनके लिए पहले से विद्यालय संचालित है, और मुझे खुशी है कि इस बार के बजट में एकलव्य मॉडल आवासीय विद्यालयों के लिए पिछली बार की तुलना में 30% बजट की बढ़ोतरी की है, लगभग 7200 करोड़ का प्रावधान किया गया है। तो अभी भी जो वंचित वर्ग हैं उसमें ट्राइबल एक बड़ा समूह है। तो ये, और जो एकलव्य मॉडल स्कूल है वो ऐसे ही बच्चों के लिए समर्पित एक विद्यालय है। तो एकलव्य मॉडल के लिए इस तरह की सोच रखना निश्चित रूप से समाज के वंचित वर्ग के बच्चों को आगे लाने में एक कारगर उपाय सिद्ध हो सकती है आगे। अभी हम सब देख रहे हैं कि वर्तमान युग में बच्चों को मोबाइल, सोशल मीडिया, इंटरनेट आदि के कारण बच्चे दिग्भ्रमित हो रहे हैं, गलत रास्ते पे जा रहे हैं। परंतु एक रास्ता ये भी है कि अगर वो उन्हें ही वही पसंद है तो उसको हम सही तौर पे मोड़ सके और उसका सही उपयोग कर सके। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, एक नया नवाचार मैं कह सकता हूँ। नवाचारों को मैं पसंद करता हूँ, और मुझे लगता है कि सरकार का भी ये नवाचार है कि 15,000 विद्यालयों में और 500 विश्व ये महाविद्यालयों में, कॉलेजेस में कंटेंट क्रिएटर लैब बनाने की योजना है। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो बच्चे इन सब चीजों में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा मतलब कैरियर का थ्रू मिलेगा यहाँ पर से। और जो एवीजीएस प्रोग्राम है, जिसको एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट, गेमिंग एंड कॉमिक्स का जो प्रोग्राम है, एवीजीएस प्रोग्राम को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ये किया गया है। तो कंटेंट क्रिएशन से अभी तक लोग जनरली इंडिविजुअल अपना अपना काम कर रहे थे और कंटेंट बना रहे थे। अब जब सरकारी हस्तक्षेप होंगे और एक तरह से जब इसको एजुकेशन के तौर पे लिया जाएगा, तो मुझे लगता है कि बच्चों की सजगता, संवेदनशीलता इन सब चीजों के लिए बढ़ेगी और अभिभावक भी इसके प्रति संवेदनशील होंगे और उनको लगेगा कि अगर मेरे बच्चे यही कर रहे हैं तो उनको एक बेहतर अवसर सरकार के इन कार्यक्रमों के जरिए प्रदान किया जा सकता है। इसी कड़ी में नवाचार और वैज्ञानिक सोच को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, हालांकि पहले से ये संचालित है, परंतु इस बार की जो योजना है उसमें हम एटीएल जिसको बोलते हैं, अटल टिंकरिंग लैब, सरकारी विद्यालयों में राशि देने की योजना फिर उसके रख रखाव के लिए है। तो अटल टिंकरिंग लैब का भी विस्तार देश के अन्य सरकारी विद्यालयों में किया जाना है। ये भी एक अच्छी पहल है, परंतु इसमें यह है कि सुदूरवर्ती जगहों पर इसकी पहुंच सही तरीके से नहीं हो पाती। तो सिस्टम को इसको सीरियसली लेना होगा। जैसे 3200 करोड़ का प्रावधान किया गया है अटल टिंकरिंग लैब के लिए, तो ये अत्यंत ही नवाचारी और आप कह सकते हैं कि साइंटिफिक अप्रोच है सरकार का। इसमें रोबोटिक्स है और फिर बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जिसमें कि आईटी सेक्टर में बच्चे लैब आधारित कार्य कर सकते हैं और अपने काम को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो विद्यालयों की सजगता और अधिक से अधिक, क्योंकि आमतौर पे अभी एटीएल जो है वो उसकी पहुंच केंद्रीय विद्यालयों तक है, जवाहर नवोदय विद्यालय तक है। तो जो सुदूरवर्ती सरकारी विद्यालय है, क्योंकि इसका संवितरण नहीं है। जैसे मैं समझता हूँ कि अटल टिंकरिंग लैब का जो है देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में या विभिन्न सुदूरवर्ती क्षेत्रों में संवितरण नहीं। तो अगर इस पर सरकार इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करे कि इसको अगर इसकी जो फ्रीक्वेंसी है, इसकी जो अवेलेबिलिटी है, वो एरिया वाइज पूरे देश में कैसे स्प्रेड हो सकेगा और कैसे अधिक से अधिक बच्चों को इसका लाभ मिल सकेगा। उसके अलावा मैं यूथ लोगों के लिए फोकस कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें अधिकतर यूथ जुड़े हुए हैं। तो उसमें नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजाइन, ये भी एक बड़ा कि नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजाइन की स्थापना सरकार कर रही है। पहले भी हम लोग निफ्ट और निफ्ट के जरिए इन सब कार्य को हो रहे थे, कर रहे थे, परंतु फोकस है कि नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजाइन की स्थापना होगी। तो डिजाइनिंग के क्षेत्र में जो है वो कैरियर की संभावनाएं निश्चित रूप से बढ़ेंगी। 5 नए विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप की जो योजना है, मुझे लगता है इससे भी हम थोड़ा आगे बढ़ पाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटीज तो है, यूनिवर्सिटीज टाउनशिप का जो कंसेप्ट है वो कम है। तो 5 नए यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप की जो परिकल्पना इस बार की गई, वो भी निश्चित रूप से एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। अभी क्या है कि कैरियर को लेके कुछ सीमित अधिकतर बच्चों की सोच हो गई है, तो उसको भी विस्तार देने का मुझे लगता है कि एक विजन इस बजट से निकल कर आया है, जिसमें कि मैंने आपको बताया कि एवीजीएस का जो कार्यक्रम है, एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट, गेमिंग एंड कॉमिक्स का, उस पर बच्चे काम करेंगे। उसके अलावा फार्मास्यूटिकल शिक्षा और रिसर्च, इसके लिए जो है सो 3 संस्थानों का प्रावधान किया गया है। तो फार्मा सेक्टर भी एक बड़ा सेक्टर है अभी के युवाओं के लिए, कैरियर बिल्डिंग के लिए, और उसमें रिसर्च की संभावनाएं बढ़ेगी। और जो वेटनरी प्रोफेशनल हमारे यहाँ, उनकी भी संख्या मुझे लगती है कि अभी पर्याप्त नहीं है, और इसके प्रति थोड़ा सा जो जनरल जो मेडिकल लाइन है उसकी तुलना में कम है रुझान। और कई बार मैं मेडिकल के स्टूडेंट्स को ऐसा कहते सुनता हूँ कि मुझे नहीं मिल पाया, तो फिर मैंने वेटनरी लिया। तो भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है और बिना हम मवेशी पालन के आगे बढ़ने की नहीं सोच सकते हैं। इसके अलावा पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए भी जीव जंतुओं पर फोकस किया जाना जरूरी है। तो जो झील से एक कैरियर की जो संभावनाएं निकल के आएंगी वेटनरी के लिए, वो मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा बड़ा और ज्यादा अच्छा प्रोस्पेक्ट होगा। तो वेटनरी और पारा वेटनरी कॉलेजों की स्थापना का जो प्रावधान है बजट में, वो भी काफी सराहनीय मैं कह सकता हूँ। बजट हर बार आते हैं, बजट बनते हैं, बजट में ढेर सारे मुद्दे होते हैं, परंतु एक दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ जो राज्य सरकार और केंद्र सरकार का जो आपस में जो समन्वय हो और उससे जो काम हो, तो बातें बहुत अच्छी अच्छी निकल के आई हैं। चूंकि मैं जमीन पर काम करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, एक छोटा सा विद्यालय जो पहले काफी साधारण तौर पे उसको लोग, एक तरह से मैं कह सकता हूँ कि उचित दृष्टि से नहीं देखते थे, उचित सम्मान नहीं मिलता था, आज राज्य और देश के फलक पे है। तो इससे मुझे ये लगता है कि प्रयास करने से हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। मेरे लिए जो समय मिला था, मुझे लगता है कि मैंने उसमें इसको पूरा किया है। थैंक यू फ्रॉम माय साइड।
Thank you so much, sir, for analyzing and shedding lights on the provisions of the budget. We really learned a lot from your address. Now it is my honor to welcome Ms. Sudha Jha, a dedicated child rights activist and chief advisor at Bal Adhikar Suraksha Samiti, who has been working tirelessly for the protection and empowerment of children along with her, along with working for their development. I hand over the mic to Ms. Sudha Jha. Ma'am, please.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सरकारी स्कूल और इस मंच का, जो इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी एक नई सोच के साथ, आज जब हम छोटे थे तो उस टाइम हम लोग बजट पे बात नहीं करते थे, तो यह एक देख के बहुत खुशी हो रही है जो आज का यूथ बजट के ऊपर, उनके लिए जो बजट आया है, बच्चों के लिए जो बजट में क्या प्रावधान है उसके ऊपर चर्चा कर रहा है। इसके लिए आप सभी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। और मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है आप लोगों के बीच में सुन रही हूँ, तब से आप लोग काफी अच्छा इनपुट है। अभी सर ने भी काफी चीजों को कंक्लूड कर दिया, तो एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड और जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स के हैं, अटल योजना, इन चीजों के ऊपर सर ने काफी कुछ कवर कर दिया। तो ओवरऑल अगर देखा जाए, अगर हम लोग बजट की बात करते हैं तो बजट में आमतौर पर लोग सिर्फ बात करते हैं हमारा टैक्स कितना घट गया, बढ़ गया, हमें घर में राशन पानी में क्या छूट मिला, कार कैसे खरीदेंगे। लेकिन बच्चे जो देश के भविष्य हैं वह पीछे रह जाते हैं, उनके ऊपर कोई बात नहीं करता है। जो क्योंकि अगर उनकी शिक्षा की, उनके स्वास्थ्य की, उनके पोषण की, उनकी सुरक्षा की जो बुनियाद है, उस पर कितना हमारा नेशनल जीडीपी में जाके ग्रोथ वहां पे इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है, जिससे हमारा फ्यूचर इन्वेस्टमेंट कह सकते हैं, एक्चुअल फ्यूचर इन्वेस्टमेंट है, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं हम पीछे रह जाते हैं। ओवरऑल अगर बात की जाए तो वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट को मिला है बेनिफिट, और उसमें अगर एजुकेशन की जैसे हमने डिस्कशन कर ली, सेफ्टी की बात आती है, जो नेशनल चाइल्ड राइट्स कमीशन है, मैं उनके ऊपर थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि मैं चाइल्ड राइट्स के ऊपर काम करती हूँ, तो हमने उस हाशिए से देखा है जो अगर अगर बच्चों की करंट स्टेटस क्या है, अगर हम देखते हैं जो क्राइम का रेशियो था, अगर हमारे पास 2023 का जो एनसीआरबी का डेटा है, उसमें वह इंक्रीज हुआ है। पहले 36.6 था, वह इंक्रीज होके 39.9 है। तो अगर हम क्राइम के चिल्ड्रन अगेंस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं तो वह इंक्रीज हो रहा है। तो अगर वहां पे वो इंक्रीज हो रहा है, दैट मीन्स जो सेफ्टी का जो प्रोसीजर है उसको भी बढ़ाने की, उसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात आ जाती है, चाहे वो अवेयरनेस के थ्रू हो, चाहे सिस्टम में एक स्ट्रांग प्रोटेक्शन पॉलिसी हो, उस पर इन्वेस्ट करने की बात आ जाती है। तो इसके ऊपर सरकार ने ध्यान दिया है। और एनसीपीसीआर का बजट अगर हम 2020-21 की बात करते हैं तो उस टाइम सिर्फ ओनली 18 लाख था, जो कि क्राइम इतना बढ़ा है और पॉपुलेशन भी बढ़ा है, तो इस साल उसमें थोड़ी राहत है। और ये हाईलाइटेड भी हुआ है, जो एनसीपीसीआर का बजट 28.44 CR इस बार दिया गया है। लेकिन वो डब्ल्यूसीडी के साथ इंक्लूडेड है कई सारे स्कीम्स में। तो एक तरफ हम अच्छी बात कर रहे हैं जो इसको इंक्रीज किया गया है, चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन के ऊपर बात की गई है, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान के ऊपर भी इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाया गया, इंक्रीज किया गया है 2.06% के हिसाब से ओवरऑल बजट की अगर बात करें। लेकिन जीडीपी में अगर ओवरऑल की बात करें तो 2.29% था हमारा। अगर चिल्ड्रन इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात है, ओवरऑल जो सेंट्रल बजट है उसमें इंक्रीज जो हुआ है अब 2.47 है। अगर लास्ट ईयर की बात करें तो वह पॉइंट में हमारा इंक्रीज हुआ है। लेकिन अगर जीडीपी के ओवरऑल ग्रोथ की बात करें तो ओनली 0.33 से 0.34 हुआ है, 0.33 से 0.34। तो 0.01% ओनली इंक्रीज हुआ है जीडीपी के रेशियो में। तो अगर बात की जाए तो बच्चे अभी भी थोड़े पीछे रह रहे हैं, उसमें और ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट की जरूरत है। जो हमारा बजट से प्री इकोनॉमिक सर्वे होता है उसमें और चीज़ों को इंक्लूड करने की ज़रूरत है। जो सेफ्टी का मुद्दा है और जो दिव्यांग बच्चे हैं, CWSN छात्र हैं, जो ट्राइबल एरिया के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके लिए एकलव्य मॉडल की बात की गई है, लेकिन उनके जो मंथली स्टाइपेंड्स और स्कॉलरशिप आते हैं उसमें इजाफा नहीं हुआ है। तो उसको अगर हम ध्यान में रखें तो हमें नेक्स्ट में उनके स्कॉलरशिप्स को बढ़ाने की बात रखनी चाहिए। वो हमारा एक थोड़ा-सा माइनस रह गया है, वहाँ नहीं। ओवरऑल पोषण में, हेल्थ में और एजुकेशन में, इन चीज़ों के ऊपर गवर्नमेंट ने इस बार ध्यान दिया है। ख़ास करके पोषण, जो सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी की बात की जाती है, उसके उसके ऊपर इंक्रीज़ किया गया है। जो मालन्यूट्रिशन वाले बच्चे हैं, क्योंकि उसमें भी हमारा इंक्रीज है। अर्लियर 58% था, वो अब बढ़ के मालन्यूट्रिशन का 61 हो चुका है। तो इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट ने उसको इकोनॉमिक सर्वे के हिसाब से देखते हुए इंक्रीज किया है। मैं एक बार कहना चाहूंगी, अगर मेरा टाइम जैसे ऑफ होने लगे तो मुझे एक बार पिंक कर देना, क्योंकि मैंने टाइम चेक नहीं किया था। ओके, तो पोषण के ऊपर गवर्नमेंट ने ध्यान दिया है, क्योंकि आंकड़े बता रहे थे मॉलन्यूट्रिशन के और अंडरवेट के। तो सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी के ऊपर इस बार खास करके ध्यान दिया गया है। तो ये एक अच्छी पहल है जो गवर्नमेंट ने इसके ऊपर ध्यान दिया है। CWSN बच्चों के स्कॉलरशिप थोड़े पीछे रह गए हैं। SSA को इंक्रीज किया गया है, अराउंड 2.06 SSA को इंक्रीज किया गया है। लेकिन जो अगर गवर्नमेंट की चाइल्ड सेफ्टी के और चाइल्ड अडॉप्शन के, चाइल्ड से रिलेटेड जितने बॉडीज हैं, कारा हो गया अडॉप्शन का, NCPCR हो गया, निपसिट था जो बदल के अभी SP and IWC हो गया, और NCERT, इसमें सबसे ज्यादा NCERT को दिया जाता है। उसका परसेंटेज मैक्सिमम है, बशर्ते कि जो ये अदर बॉडीज हैं इसमें थोड़ा रेशियो कम है। एक दूसरा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है अनस्पेंड बजट का, जिसके ऊपर हमारा ध्यान नहीं जाता है। बजट आया और न्यू ओल्ड बजट और न्यू बजट को हम कंपेयर कर लेते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं बीच में एक अनस्पेंड बजट वो बहुत ज्यादा रह जाता है। उसके ऊपर ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि अगर एक बार बजट अलॉट हो जाता है, अगर वो WCD के लिए हुआ है, अगर वो NCPCR के लिए हुआ, तो वो होल ईयर फिर उसको चैनलाइज नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो उसको उसी फंड में स्पेंड करना पड़ेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं अनस्पेंड बजट के ऊपर हमें, अगर जो बजट अभी हमें मिला है, अगर हम बात करते हैं हमें पोषण माह में इतना बजट मिला है, विद इन ईयर हमें वो एक्सपेंड होना चाहिए। वह लूप होल्स जो आ रहे हैं, तो उसके ऊपर जो हमारे कम्युनिटी हैं, यूथ हैं, मैं सबसे अपील करूंगी, जो आप अपने एरिया में, अगर आपके आपके एरिया में WCD के लिए, चाहे एजुकेशन के लिए जो बजट अलॉट हुआ है वो अनस्पेंड ना रह जाए, उसके ऊपर हमारे यूथ और ये आगे आए, ताकि जो बजट आ भी रहा है वो अनस्पेंड में, काफी सारा अमाउंट अनस्पेंड में चला जाता है। अनस्पेंड अमाउंट की मैं एक आपको, हाँ, हमारे स्कीम्स की बात की जाए, मिशन शक्ति के अंदर जो पालना का स्कीम है उसके बजट आए हुए हैं। मिशन वात्सल्य के उसके बजट हैं। इन सब में कहीं ना कहीं अनस्पेंड अमाउंट बहुत ज्यादा रह जाता है, जो कि फिर हमें इसी वजह से ये एक लॉजिक आ जाता है नेक्स्ट ईयर बजट को इंक्रीज करने के लिए। जो ऑलरेडी स्टेट में या सेंट्रल में बजट स्पेंड नहीं हुआ, इसी वजह से उसको हम इंक्रीज नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो ये एक पॉइंट रह जाता है। लेकिन अनस्पेंड क्यों नहीं हुआ उसके ऊपर फोकस करने की जरूरत है, ना कि बजट को इंक्रीज नहीं करने की। तो उस वजह से अगर हम ओवरऑल, आपको हमने शुरू में बताया जो GDP में ओनली 0.01 हमारा परसेंटेज शो हो रहा है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं उदासीनता उसी वजह से हो जाती है, अनस्पेंड स्पेंड अमाउंट की वजह से। नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन के अंतर्गत जो बच्चों के लिए कई स्कीम्स हैं, जो RBS के योजना है और RKS के योजना है, जो राष्ट्रीय किशोर किशोरी स्वास्थ्य योजना है, इन सभी के अंतर्गत बजट को WCD के अंदर से और NHM के साथ साथ में टाइप के साथ अलोकेट किया जाता है। तो यहाँ पे एक बात आ जाती है सेपरेट बजट एलोकेशन की। WCD का, NCPCR का और इन सब के कई सारे स्कीम्स के एक साथ बजट अलोकेट होते हैं। अगर इन सबको बच्चों की जो जो अलग अलग स्कीम्स हैं, योजना है, उनके सेपरेट बजट अलोकेट हो तो वो इजिली फिर स्पेंड हो पाता है। और ये जो अनस्पेंड अमाउंट आ रहा है, ये उसका पीछे का रीजन वही रह जाता है जो कई सारे इंटरकनेक्टेड होते हैं, तो उस वजह से वो अनस्पेंड अमाउंट रह जाता है। तो यहाँ पर एक गौर करने वाली बात है, जो सेपरेट बजट का एक प्रोविजन होना चाहिए। जो जिस तरह से हम सिर्फ एजुकेशन का देखते हैं तो एजुकेशन का हो जाता है, अब आंगनवाड़ी के अंतर्गत बाल बाटिका का भी और फिर एजुकेशन का भी, ये सारी चीजें मर्ज हो रही हैं, जो WCD और वुमेन का। तो एक वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट का जो साथ में आता है, उस वजह से सेपरेट बच्चों का जो एक फिगर आउट है, उसमें हम महिलाओं का भी योजना आ जाता है और फिर बच्चों का भी आ जाता है, तो वो सेपरेट नहीं हो पाता है। उस वजह से बच्चे कहीं ना कहीं पीछे छूट जाते हैं। अगर आंगनवाड़ी की बात की जाए और एजुकेशन की बात की जाए, तो आंगनवाड़ी के स्तर पे बच्चों का जो अलोकेट किया जाता है, अगर आप उसके पूरा फिगर को देखोगे तो बहुत ही कम अमाउंट पर चाइल्ड दिया जा रहा है। और अगर उनके प्ले किट्स की बात करते हैं, तो जो हमारे स्कूल्स के लिए हैं, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आंगनवाड़ी में बहुत ही कम होता है। तो ये चीजें हैं जहाँ पे हमें बात करने की जरूरत है, जो इनके बजट्स को अगर कोई TLM किट की बात की जाती है, तो TLM किट का कॉस्ट जहाँ पे अगर फर्स्ट क्लास के बच्चे के लिए और स्कूल्स में उसके ज्यादा बजट दिए जा रहे हैं लेकिन आंगनवाड़ी में कम है, तो वहाँ बच्चे को उस तरह का क्वालिटी किट नहीं मिल पाता है। तो उस बजट को बढ़ाने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि उसका अगर हम रेशियो देखें, जो अमाउंट है वो उतना ही है जितना पहले था, उसमें वृद्धि नहीं हुई है। तो ओवरऑल हेल्थ में, पोषण में, एजुकेशन में हम नंबर और आंकड़ों में देख रहे हैं तो हमें बढ़त दिख रही है, लेकिन अगर हम सब चीजों को डीपली अलग अलग सेपरेट करके जा के देख रहे हैं, तो वहाँ हमें और इस पर काम करने की और बात करने की जरूरत है। जो गैप्स हैं उन पे काम करने की जरूरत है। बट हाँ, गवर्नमेंट भी इसके ऊपर ध्यान दे रही है। जो प्री बजट इकोनॉमिक सर्वे हुआ है, उन्होंने इन मुद्दों को ध्यान रखा है और इसी वजह से उन्होंने इन चीजों के ऊपर अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में थोड़ी थोड़ी बढ़त की है, बढ़त बजट में, जो कि सराहनीय है। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं तो जिस तरह से चीजों को उनकी नजर में आ रहा है, तो वो चीज आगे भी और बेहतर किया जाएगा। चाइल्ड सेफ्टी को भी उन्होंने अभी कंसर्न करके देखा है, तो हम लोग बेहतर आगे इसकी उम्मीद करते हैं। और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for analyzing, putting up so many facts, and deeply talking about inclusive education. We are very delighted to have you and listen to you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
थैंक
So,
यू।
before we proceed to our speaker sessions, it is important that we are all aligned and on the same page with the format rules for the day. For this, I invite Mr. Athar Chaudhary to briefly take us through the key rules and procedural guidelines to ensure a smooth and productive session. Over to you, Athar.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi. Good morning, my fellow speakers. I am Atharva Chaudhary, and today I'm going to take you through the rules for our Youth Summit 2026. So let's begin. Please ensure that you have a stable Wi-Fi connection and there are no background interruptions or chaos that would disturb the decorum of the summit. Also, each speaker will be allowed to speak when they are introduced and they must not unmute themselves to avoid the break in the flow for other speakers. The time limit for each speaker is 5 minutes. As soon as 5 minutes are over, the moderator will raise their hand to alert the speaker. Please keep your camera on during the whole session. Avoid any disturbances in the background. Please do not spam any messages in the chat box. If there are any queries that you are facing, please contact the moderator via WhatsApp. Do not use any unprofessional language or misleading data. Speech should be concise, evidence driven, and solution oriented. Do not criticize any other speaker's views. Respect diversity and inclusion. The presentations should focus on child-centric issues, budgetary priorities, and implementation gaps. A short, moderated dialogue, it may be organized at the end of each speech to reflect on key insights emerging from the session. And last but not the least, please respect the rules of the platform and comply with the instructions of the moderators. Thank you so much. Back to you, Shambhavi.
Thank you, Athar, for clearly laying out the framework and guidelines for the day. Now, with the stage set, let us now dive into the heart of today's summit, the speaker sessions, where ideas, analysis, and actions come together. To begin, we have a speaker from Uttar Pradesh to present a focused perspective on Uttar Pradesh, one of India's most demographically significant and socially diverse states. We are joined by Ms. Saloni Verma. She hails from Aligarh and is currently pursuing Bachelor of Arts at Varshney College, Aligarh, with a strong interest in public speaking and youth engagement. Through her address, she will highlight key insights, challenges, and opportunities concerning the Union Budget 2026 on children and regarding Uttar Pradesh, bringing a ground level and youth informed perspective to our discussion. I now invite Ms. Saloni Verma to kindly take the stage. Saloni. Please turn your mic on, Saloni. You're not audible. Saloni, you're mute. I think, wait. Saloni, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead. Okay, I think there's some issue with Saloni.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानित निर्णायक गण एवं मेरे प्रिय ऊर्जावान साथियों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज मैं यहाँ किसी व्यक्ति का नाम लेने नहीं आई, आज मैं एक सवाल उठाने आई हूँ। सवाल उस बजट से, सवाल उस व्यवस्था से और सवाल हम सभी साथियों से। फाइलों में दबा पड़ा है बचपन का भविष्य, फाइलों में दबा पड़ा है बचपन का भविष्य। कागज पूरे हैं साहब, कागज पूरे हैं साहब, पर इंसाफ लापता है जनाब। हर साल बजट आता है, हर साल कहा जाता है बच्चे देश का भविष्य हैं, लेकिन साथियों अगर सच में बच्चे देश का भविष्य हैं तो हर साल इनका बजट इतना छोटा क्यों रह जाता है। भविष्य कहकर टाल दिया गया बचपन, भविष्य कहकर टाल दिया गया बचपन। आज की लड़ाई लड़ने उतरे फिर कौन। बजट 2026 कोई साधारण दस्तावेज नहीं है, यह हमारी सोच का आईना है जो बताता है कि हम देश को कैसा देखना चाहते हैं, कंक्रीट से भरा हुआ या सपनों से रोशन। साथियों आज भी ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनके स्कूल तो हैं लेकिन शिक्षक नहीं, ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनके पास योजनाएं तो हैं लेकिन खाली खाली हैं, ऐसे बच्चे हैं जिनका भविष्य ऑनलाइन है लेकिन नेटवर्क ऑफलाइन। शिक्षा सिर्फ किताब नहीं, शिक्षा सिर्फ किताब नहीं, आत्मविश्वास है और पोषण सिर्फ योजना नहीं, जीवन है। मानसिक स्वास्थ्य कोई विलासिता नहीं बल्कि जरूरत है। कमजोर कंधों पर बोझ सपनों का डाल दिया, कमजोर कंधों पर बोझ सपनों का डाल दिया, फिर पूछा कि देश पीछे क्यों रह गया। हम डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं लेकिन साथियों आज भी शहर का बच्चा टैबलेट से पढ़ रहा है और गांव में बच्चा नेटवर्क ढूंढ रहा है। एक उंगली से बच्चा दुनिया छू रहा है तो दूसरा आज भी सिग्नल ढूंढ रहा है। बजट 2026 को तय करना होगा कि डिजिटल डिवाइस घटेगा या बढ़ेगा। साथियों आज का बच्चा सिर्फ किताबों से नहीं जूझ रहा, दबाव से जूझ रहा है, तुलना से जूझ रहा है, अपेक्षाओं से जूझ रहा है। मासूम आंखों में डर का बसेरा क्यों है, मासूम आंखों में डर का बसेरा इतना थका क्यों है। अगर बजट में सड़क हो सकती है तो काउंसलर क्यों नहीं, आज नहीं तो कभी नहीं। युवा साथियों आज हम तालियां सिर्फ भाषण के लिए नहीं बल्कि देश के भविष्य के लिए बजाने वाले हैं, क्योंकि अगर आज हमने बच्चों को नजरअंदाज किया तो कल इतिहास हमें नजरअंदाज कर देगा। जो बचपन से हार गया वह देश कैसे जीत पाएगा। आज मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि जिस वक्ता को मैं नामांकित कर रही हूँ वह नीति को संवेदना से जोड़ता है, आंकड़ों को इंसान बनाता है, बजट को आंदोलन बनाता है। यह वह आवाज है जो चुप नहीं रहती, यह वह आवाज है जो चुप नहीं रहती, यह वह सोच है जो झुक नहीं सकती, जो झुक नहीं सकती। आइए बजट 2026 को सिर्फ वित्तीय दस्तावेज नहीं, नैतिक दस्तावेज बनाएं, जहाँ हर बच्चा कह सके यह बजट मेरे लिए है। इसी उम्मीद, इसी जोश और इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं कहना चाहूंगी, बच्चे हमारे देश का कल नहीं बल्कि बच्चे हमारे देश का आज हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Saloni, for that revolutionary speech, for putting your views with so confidence and strongly in the Youth Summit. We are very delighted to have you.
थैंक यू
Uh,
मैम।
you can turn off your mic. As climate change intensifies, schools must become centers of climate resilience. Equipped with green infrastructure, disaster preparedness systems, and climate literate curriculum that empower students to respond to environmental challenges responsibly and effectively. To speak on this crucial theme, we have with us a nationally and internationally certified debater, writer, and adjudicator. She has served as a co-chair at Chintel's MUN, adjudicated several debate competitions, and is certified in sustainability and environmental practices. Currently, she serves as secretary at Republica, the Political Science Association, and content head at Paritantrika, the Eco Club of ARSD College, actively engaging in discourse on governance, sustainability, and public policy. I now invite Ms. Bhumi Prasad to kindly take the stage.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for that wonderful introduction, such a warm welcome. So, without any further ado, let's dive into the topic, the theme for today. Like, let's understand first climate resilience, sustainability, and schools. What do you mean by green school infrastructure or disaster preparedness or curriculum development for climate literacy? Now, panel, what we need to understand at the very first instance is that when we engage in conversation circling the intricate nexus of climate change, we often seem to align our speeches with the tone of the future by 2050, by the end of the century, for the next generation. But the stark truth here lies in a gentle and fragile fact that climate change already presides in our classrooms. It knocks at the windows during heat waves, it floods playgrounds during morning assemblies, it shuts down learning not just with drama but with exhaustion, displacement, and uncertainty. Now, that is why we need to understand that schools are not just victims of climate change here, victims of climate crisis here, but one of the most powerful weapons to combat the same, one of the most powerful solutions to combat the same. Now, that's a very powerful statement to make, first of all. Now, let me explain you why and how did we construct the following statement. Now, in the southern part of a nation, floods knock at the doors not as disasters but as seasons. Now, there was this practice that for decades schools were closed when the water levels achieved a certain height, even for months. Now, this caused the education to pause and the futures to be narrowed down, something that didn't expect, wasn't expected to happen. And then something changed. Curiosity deepened, and survival became the curator of invention. Engineers, educators, and communities redesigned the schools to float. Classrooms built on buoyant foundations rose with water. Solar panels powered lights and fans when the grids failed. Rainwater harvesting provided clean drinking water. When floods came, these schools did not close. They became shelters. They became shelters for hopes, aspirations, and the blooming future. Now, what we need to understand here is that learning continued not despite the climate but with it. The lesson here, panel, is not about floating buildings, it's about mindset. Resilient schools don't deny reality, they design for it, they uplift the future possibilities. Now, I quoted a term, green school infrastructure. We need to understand that when design becomes a climate science, it roots for a better future. Let us begin with understanding and breaking down the science of buildings. Now, according to climate science, urban heat islands are not just buildings, they are ecosystems. occur because concrete, asphalt, and poorly ventilated structures absorb and trap heat, right? Now, this increases your indoor temperature, reduces cognitive performance, and raises health risk, especially for children, especially for younger generation, especially for the torch bearers of tomorrow. Now, consider a case study. Let's consider Delhi schools and passive cooling. Several Delhi government schools have adopted a passive cooling technique with high ceilings, cross ventilation, shaded windows, and reflective roofing. Now, what is the root for that specific change? Natural ventilation allows convective heat transfer, reflective surfaces reduces solar radiation absorption, and increased airflow improves your oxygen level, directly enhancing concentration. What happens to be the result here is classroom temperatures drop by 3 to 5 degrees Celsius without additional energy consumption. And this is exactly what we term climate adaptation embedded into architecture, where physics quietly improves your pedagogy and the entire peripheral around it. Now, when we term water, floods, and resilient design, resilient here is perceiving with time. We need to learn from Kerala. We all know that in 2018, Kerala faced devastating floods. Hundreds of schools were damaged, but rebuilding brought a shift in thinking, a shifting mindset there. Now, the reconstructed schools in Kerala were built on raised plinths, were equipped with improved drainage systems, and were integrated with rainwater harvesting. Again, why? Because elevated foundations reduced flooding risk, controlled runoff prevented your soil erosion thing, and rainwater harvesting reduces pressure on groundwater during dry periods. Now, these schools did not just return to normal, they returned stronger, they built for a better future here. Now, we need to understand here today that climate resilience there was not just reactionary, it was anticipatory science. It was science built for the future, science built for a better tomorrow. Now, I again quoted a term in the very first sentence of mine, renewable energy. Now we need to understand how these small grids lead to bigger lessons in life. Let us turn to energy. All of us know that burning fossil fuels increases your atmospheric CO2, which traps your outgoing infrared radiation, leading to global warming, a process known as greenhouse effect, right? But we need to understand how schools can interrupt this cycle, how schools can obstruct this cycle and lead to a greener tomorrow, a more sustainable tomorrow. Let's again take a case study of solar schools in Rajasthan. Now, in Rajasthan, government schools have installed rooftop solar panels. Again, why? Because photovoltaic cells convert sunlight into electricity, reduces reliance on coal-based power, and cuts out both emissions and energy costs. Now, during peak summer power cuts, these schools remain functional. Learning continues not despite climate change, but again in response to it. A very last bullet I would like to address is disaster preparedness, the science of being ready, the science of anticipating for the best. Now, in Japan, again a case study. Disaster preparedness is embedded into schooling. Schools participate in earthquake drills, tsunami evacuation simulations, emergency response training. Again, why? Because repetition builds neural memory pathways, reduces panic response, and increases reaction speed during emergencies. Studies have shown us that trained students respond faster and more calmly, reducing your injury, loss of life, and anticipating for a better future. Now, all of these bulletins were addressed. Why? Because we need to integrate climate literacy into curriculum. We need to understand that there is science beyond the syllabus as well. Let us examine what students are taught today. Climate literacy involves understanding carbon cycles, energy flows, ecosystem interdependence, right? But in Finland, education is interdisciplinary. Students study climate change through science experiments, social policy debates, economic modeling. Again, why? Because thinking helps students understand the feedback loop, the reverse mechanism, and why the exact process is happening. It enhances your problem solving skills, long term reasoning skills. And students do not memorize climate change here, they adapt to it. They understand why this particular process is happening and what they need to do in response to it. They understand the mechanics, and this understanding leads to a better agency for a future, a building of that agency as well. So today, panel speakers and all the torch bearers tomorrow, the question is not philosophical, it is empirical. Do climate resilient school works? Yes, they lower emissions, they reduce disaster risk, they improve learning outcomes, they save lives, and they act as a better force runner for tomorrow as well. And one day, I hope when history asks us that how we prepared our schools for a burning planet, let the answer be this, that we built schools that did not crumble, we taught lessons that did not fail, and we raised a generation that knew how to stand when the world began to fall. And that, everyone, is not idealism, that is not a utopian idea, that is responsibility, that is resilience, and that is education redefined for a climate changed world. So, to everyone, to every torchbearer of tomorrow. Let us be a better climate warrior and a better advocate for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bhumi, for that thought provoking, insightful speech. I'm so delighted to have you. To take this important conversation forward, moving from climate, the well being of the climate to the well being of a mental health, we are honored to have with us Ms. Soumya Kaushik, whose work stands at the intersection of mental health, social responsibility, and youth empowerment. She is a mental health therapist, social worker, and mental health advocate with an academic background in sociology from the University of Delhi, a master's in psychiatric social work, and currently pursuing B.Ed in special education. She's also the author of Notes from an Uneasy Soul, a holder of Indian Book of Records, and has been recognized as the Face of Women of the Year by Fox Story, honors that highlight both her professional excellence and social impact. With extensive experience in mental health awareness and community engagement, she brings a grounded and compassionate perspective to our discussion on student well-being and safe schools. Please welcome Ms. Soumya Kaushik. Over to you, Soumya.
Uh, Hi, good morning, everyone. So, today I will be standing here to speak on the topic that every classroom, every home, every future mental health and student well-being. The World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being, which is an individual realizes that ability can cope with normal stresses of life, can productively and is able to uh, contribute to the community. Mental well-being is not just absence of illness, it's the presence of support, dignity, and emotional strength. Now, let us look at the reality of India. India has the largest youth population in the world. Over 250 million students attend schools and colleges. Yet, according to the National Indian Survey, nearly 1 in 7 Indians suffers from mental health condition. Among students, stress, anxiety, depression, self-harm, and exam pressure are rising sharply. A recent NCRB report shows that student suicide in India have increased by more than 4% annually, with academic stress being on the leading causes. Despite this crisis, India spends 1% of total health budget on mental health. In many government schools, there is not even a trained counselor. Mental health support is still treated as extra, not as core infrastructure. Can a school function without classrooms, without teachers, without toilets or electricity? Then how can we function without emotional support? A child who is anxious cannot concentrate. A child who is depressed cannot learn. A child who feels unsafe cannot grow. That is why budget allocation for mental health is not optional, it is essential. When we invest in students' mental health, we reduce dropouts, improve academic performance, prevent substance abuse, and most importantly, save lives. Countries have invested in school-based counseling on early intervention and have seen lower suicide rates, better learning outcomes. So the real question is not can we afford to invest mental health? The real question is can we afford not to? Now, should this budget be used effectively and immediately? First, mental health professionals must be placed in schools and colleges, qualified counselors, psychologists, social workers, especially in government institutions and rural areas. Second, mental health education must be the part of curriculum, just like physical education. Students should be taught emotional regulation, coping skills, and how to seek help without shame. Third, it's important that teachers must be trained to identify early signs of distress. Teachers are often the first adults to notice when a child is struggling, and most are not trained to respond. Fourth is safe reporting system is important in schools where students can speak out without the fear of judgment. Community and parental awareness programs should be funded because mental health does not begin or end at school gates. Most importantly, mental health must be recognized as core infrastructure and not the charity and not a one-time campaign. When nation invests in its student mental health, it invests in the future workforce, leadership, and social stability. To conclude, I wanted to say a strong nation is not built only by smart minds, but by healthy minds. If we truly want safe space, empower students, and resilient India, then mental health must move from margins of the budget to center of policy and planning. Because when students are supported emotionally, they don't just survive, they thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soumya, for the empathetic and very deep words which moved all of us and for your policy solutions. Thank you so much. So, I would like to state a fact before moving to the next speaker. According to United Nations, the last decade has been the warmest on record, and nearly 40% of the world's population is now highly vulnerable to climate related disasters. In this context, schools are no longer just spaces of learning, and they are becoming frontline institutions for building climate resilience, sustainability, and awareness. To guide us through the critical conversation and move things forward till Bhumi left, we have with us Ms. Vani Gautam, a master's student in journalism at Punjab University and a policy researcher focused in governance, sustainability, and safe schools. We look forward to her insights on green school infrastructure, disaster preparedness, and include building climate literacy through education. Over to you, Vani.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi, and good morning, everyone. I am Vani Gautam, and my focus for this speech is critical theme of climate resilience, sustainability, and schools, and why it must be a non-negotiable priority in the union budget. Last year, Punjab floods damaged over 1,000 villages, impacting more than 2 lakh people. In Himachal, the state faced financial losses of around 30,000 million US dollars. Being from Himachal and living in Punjab right now, I have witnessed whole villages buried under landslides and villages submerged in water. In such scenarios, education is one of the first things affected, not just classes and curriculum, but the very infrastructure of school buildings. These aren't just weather events, they create barriers to learning, growth, and future opportunities. Well, it becomes difficult to advocate for climate resilient schools when tragedies like the building collapse in Rajasthan, which last year claimed the lives of 7 students, continue to occur. The incident was not a result of climate event but of administrative negligence and systemic failure. Our children are endangered not only by natural disasters but by our own institutional shortcomings. Reports state that the number of disasters has increased fivefold over the past 50 years, with Asia alone accounting nearly of one third of all disasters. The cost is not just humanitarian but economic too, as disaster costs now exceed over $2.3 trillion annually, and this toll is expected to rise with the growing frequency and severity of these events. There remains a mismatch between the increasing level of global risk and current investment in resilience. Developing nations like India, with their vast and diverse geographies, face the dual burden of high exposure to climatic hazards and limited resources for risk reduction. In fact, India is ranked as the third worst affected country by natural calamities globally. Though the NEP 2020 provides a framework for climate resilience, the union budget fails to deliver the infrastructure and the teacher capacity to implement it. The gap is not hypothetical because in 2025, central universities reported over 4,800 vacant teaching posts, which is a 25.8% of vacancy rate. If our universities cannot staff their classrooms, how can we expect schools to have teachers trained in practical climate pedagogy? But let me be clear, this is not a story of despair, but of an unfulfilled potential. Because in many states in India, we have the blueprint for success. In Bihar, the Safe Saturday programs use digital tools to teach disaster preparedness to 8.4 million children. In Gujarat, a self paced school safety course is running in tens of thousands of schools. The COVID 19 pandemic proved that with such network and digital tools, learning never stops. But why such practices are an exception and not the norm? India's climate action is structured around 8 critical national missions, from solar energy to sustainable agriculture. Yet the question remains, where is the dedicated mission for our children? Where is the national mission for climate resilient schools? The budget for this year allocates 200 billion rupees for carbon capture and 50 billion rupees for city economic regions. Yet it makes no explicit dedicated allocation for climate proofing of our schools. For the third worst affected country, this is a staggering omission. The models for transformation are within our reach.
We have the Rajkumari Ratnavati School in Rajasthan, an architectural marvel that remains cool without air conditioning in 50 degrees of heat. We have the holistic, earth-centric pedagogy of Puvi Dham in Tamil Nadu. We have the transformational governance of Odisha, which rebuilt its entire disaster management structure after the 1999 cyclone, and the mandatory preparedness culture of Japanese schools. These methods are proven and scalable. Budgetary announcement of 15,000 AVGC labs in schools nationwide could have been leveraged for climatic innovation. Existing allocation under the PM Shri School Scheme, the Samagra Shiksha budget, and the Teacher Training Fund can and must be converged to create a national climate educator corps and fund mandatory practical NDRF-led disaster preparedness camps for every student, teaching them survival skills beyond the selected few in the NCC or NSS. Our curriculum must evolve from theoretical rote learning for getting marks to practical competency, because in the end it's about execution of the policy that are being funded. This is not an expense, it is our highest return on investment. The Global Assessment Report confirms that for every dollar invested in resilience, six are saved in future losses. The budget already funds climate action, but in disconnected parts. The proposal is to thread one policy into another. National Water Mission into school rainwater harvesting, the Sustainable Habitat Mission into green building codes for schools. History reminds us that our greatest infrastructures are most brilliant innovations are temporary before the enduring force of nature. Our true progress, therefore, lies not in seeking dominance but in intelligent adaptation. This resilience must be seated in most fundamental grounds of learning, that are schools. A child's right to learn is contingent upon their right to safety. It is our duty to ensure that their foundation of education is an unshakable ground of innovation, adaptation, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vani, for that well-researched take on climate and sustainability. We're delighted to have you. Thank you so much. So, moving forward, a nation's greatest investment is not in buildings but in the minds and hearts of its children. To bring a student centric and reflective perspective to our discussion on mental health, emotional well being, and safe schools, safe learning environments, we have with us a second year BA Honours History student from University of Delhi, Kashish Wadhwa. As an active member of the SFS Student for Seva Society, Kashish Wadhwa, our speaker, is deeply engaged in research, academic excellence, and social involvement, and is committed to building critical and analytical skills crucial for understanding the social, psychological, and institutional dimensions of students' mental health. With a strong sensitivity towards stress, academic pressure, identity, and emotional resilience among young leaders, young learners, a speaker offers a grounded and thoughtful voice to this important conversation. Over to you, Kashish.
Thank you, Shambhavi. A very good morning, everyone, respected chairperson, honorable judges, and my fellow delegates. My name is Kashish Wadhwa, a student of History Honors at Atmaram Sanatan Dharam College, University of Delhi, and a proud member of Students for Seva ARSG. As a student of history, I have learned that nations are remembered not only for economic growth but for how they protected their children. Today, as we examine whether the union budget recognizes counselors and emotional support systems as core infrastructure in schools, we must ask, what is infrastructure? Is it only buildings and smart classrooms? Or is it also the invisible framework that keeps a child emotionally safe? Across India, students face intense academic pressure, social comparison, bullying, and rising anxiety. Mental health concerns are no longer rare, they are increasingly common. Yet, in many schools, there is no full time trained counselor, no structured emotional support system, no clear budgetary allocation that treats mental well being as essential. If teachers are core infrastructure for education, then counselors must be core infrastructure for life. Because education is not merely about information, but it is about formation. I'm sorry. A child who feels unsafe cannot learn effectively. A child battling anxiety cannot perform confidently. A child facing emotional distress cannot benefit even from the best digital facilities. Policies may seek may speak of holistical development, but holistic development requires psychological safety. A truly child centric budget must ensure dedicated funds for school counselors, mandatory counselor to student ratios, permanent mental health professionals, not temporary arrangements, strong anti bullying and child protection mechanisms. Through my work with Students for Seva, I have met children who see school as their only safe place. For some, it is the only place where they feel heard. If schools fail to provide emotional support, where will these children go? Investment in mental health is not an added expense, it is preventive governance. It reduces dropouts, improves academic performance, and builds emotionally resilient citizens. As one of the youngest nations in the world, India cannot afford to treat student well being as secondary infrastructure. A school without emotional support is like a building without foundation. It may stand, but it cannot sustain. If we want safe schools, we must budget for safety beyond walls. If we want well being, we must fund it, not just acknowledge it. If we want a strong India, we must ensure our children are not only educated but emotionally secure. Let us move from symbolic concern to structural commitment. Let us recognize counselors and emotional support systems not as luxuries but as core infrastructure. Because when we invest in the mental health of our children, we invest in the future strength of our nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kashish, for that empathetic and well researched words. Now we move to Karnataka, a state known for its strong education system, digital initiatives, and child welfare programs. Karnataka offers valuable insights into how budgetary allocations can shape children's education, nutrition, and overall development, while also addressing challenges like learning gaps and student well being. To present Karnataka's perspective, we have a dynamic youth voice with us. Our speaker is a BCA graduate with CGPA of 9.29, a published author of two books, and a columnist for the 40-year-old Hasana Madhyama. He also runs several social media platforms analyzing global rise. Please welcome Chaitanya Vishwamitra DA. Over to you. Okay, we'll move forward. Our next theme builds upon what Kashish and Soumya talked about: student well being, mental health, and safe schools. In a time when academic pressure, social stress, and emotional challenges are increasingly shaping young lives, it is crucial to ask: does the education budget treat mental health support as an essential part of school infrastructure, just like classroom, teachers, and textbooks? This theme again critically analyzes whether adequate provisions have been made for school counselors, emotional support systems, safe learning environments, and child friendly institutional frameworks. To share insights on this important issue, we now invite our speaker, Mr. Aditya Pateria, currently pursuing BA Honours Political Science from Atmaram Sanatan Dharm College, University of Delhi. As serving as the current president for Student for Seva Society, ARSD College, he is actively involved in guiding, mentoring, teaching children, working for their development. We're delighted to have you as a speaker and are eager to listen to your insights on the theme. Over to you, Aditya.
Am I audible and visible clearly, Shambhavi?
Yes, you are.
So thank you, Shambhavi, for such a warm introduction. Before I start, I would just like to mention one thing, that I am not here to share just facts. I am here to share my real-time experience as president for Students for Seva, where we have a dedicated project which works for children development. So through our initiative, we regularly teach children living in slum communities. Every weekend, I interact with children who come running with notebooks in their hands and dreams in their eyes. They're eager to learn. They are curious. They ask questions beyond their textbooks. But the only thing that they lack is resources. They lack stability, and often they lack emotional support. And that is why today, when we discuss children in budget, I cannot look it as a policy theme. I see faces. I literally see stories. The union budget reflects our national priorities. It no doubt tells us what we value as a country. And today I ask, do we truly value the emotional well-being of our children as much as we value the core infrastructure and economic growth of our country? We have made progress in expanding school infrastructure, no doubt in that. We speak about smart classrooms, digital India, skill-based education, and capacity building. These are no doubt very important steps, but let us confront a very difficult truth. Across India, students are facing rising levels of stress, anxiety, and academic pressure. Incidents of bullying, unsafe environments, and mental health struggles are not isolated cases. They are structural concerns. Yet, in thousands of government schools, there is no trained counselor, no structured emotional support system, no regular mental health screening, no dedicated pipeline that treats counselors as essential staffs. Counselors are often treated as contractual, temporary, or absent. If teachers are considered as core infrastructure for intellectual development, I truly feel that counselors must be considered core infrastructure for emotional survival of students. Because what is education if a child feels unsafe? What is learning if a student is silently struggling with depression? What is growth if fear dominates the classroom? Policies such as the National Education Policy speak for holistic development of nurturing cognitive, emotional, and support and social capabilities. The mental health framework recognizes the right to mental health care, yet rights without resources remain theoretical. Budget allocation where intent becomes action. A child-centric budget must go beyond constructing buildings. It must build support system that we can actually implement. It must ensure dedicated funding for schools-based mental health programs, structured anti-bullying and child protection mechanism, gender-sensitive and inclusive safe spaces, regular emotional well-being assessments. So when I sit with children in school areas, I realize that many of them carry burdens far heavier than their school bags. Family conflict, financial insecurity, social stigma, exposure to unsafe environments. For them, school is not just a space of learning. It is often considered the only space that is available to them. If that space does not provide emotional security, then sorry to say this, but we are failing them at the most fundamental level. India calls itself the youngest nation in the world. We celebrate our democratic dividend, but change is not automatic. It is cultivated. It requires investment not only in skill and technology, but in resilience, confidence, and psychology. Investment in children should not be considered as charity. It is a long-term economic planning. It is social stability. It is national security in its most human form. A school without a counselor in today's India is like a hospital without a doctor. The structure may stand tall, but care is missing. If we really want to build a, a if we really want to build a very strong India, we must first build emotionally secure children. Not mentioned only in speeches, but also visible in allocations and policies that we implement as a country. Because the true strength of a nation is not measured only by GDP growth, but by how safely and confidently its children are able to dream.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for that grounded, on ground perspective on mental health. We're delighted to have you as a speaker. I'm very grateful. Now, moving on, I hand over the session to my co moderator, Athar. Please take over.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi. Good morning, guys. I am going to be your co-moderator for the next session. So we'll begin. The real measure of commitment lies in allocations that make schools safer, healthier, and more accessible for girls. I would like to warmly welcome Ms. Shreya Vij. She is a graduate in political science. She is currently a public policy researcher. Most of her projects focus on governance and are qualitative in nature. Along with these skills, she is also involved in content development. She has contributed effectively to policy briefs and research projects, be it on disability rights, sustainable developmental goals, and gender policy. She is committed to evidence based policy making and inclusive development. She is going to provide her policy analysis on gender responsive budgeting, Beti Bachao, examining specific allocations for girl child, scholarships, hygiene infrastructure, safe transport, menstrual health, gender sensitive facilities, and safety protocols. We are grateful to have you here, Ms. Shreya, and I request you to provide your perception on this theme.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, Shreya, you are.
Okay. For decades, we grew up hearing a familiar slogan, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. It appealed to our conscience. It asked society to be kinder. But in 2026, something fundamentally changed. The conversation moved from kindness to constitutional entitlement. This year union budget tells that story in numbers. For the first time since 2008, the gender budget crossed 5.01 lakh crore rupees, accounting for 9.37% of total union expenditure, up from 8.86% last year. This is not just fiscal milestone. It is a political statement. It tells that gender justice is no longer just a symbolic. It is built in the architecture of governance. And that architecture focuses on three silent barriers that decides a girl child future: safety, hygiene, and mobility. Let me begin with what I believe is the most transformative development of this year. In January 2026, Supreme Court of India delivered a landmark judgment. It recognized menstruation, menstrual hygiene as an inseparable part of right to life under Article 21. For the first time, menstruation is treated not as a welfare concern or a social issue, but it is recognized as a matter of dignity and constitutional right. The court mandated that every school, government or private, must provide free biodegradable sanitary pads, functional, gender segregated toilets with water connectivity, dedicated menstrual hygiene management corners with
Excuse
fair
me, Shreya.
uniforms.
Sorry to disturb you, but kindly do not read your speech and just present it without reading, please.
And this one judgment changed everything. Menstrual health today is no longer a scheme that may be funded or may not be funded. It is a mandatory standard. Non-compliance may lead to schools derecognition. This is what structural change looks like. The second the second pillar of the transformation is education. The budget 2026 recognized a truth we often ignore. Girls drop out from school not because they lack talent, but because they lack the system that supports them. This year's budget introduces the district level girls' hostel for engineering and technical degree courses so that a girl from a rural district should not abandon her engineering or a technical degree just because there is no safe place to stay. Ag- Alongside this, there is an expansion of Mission Shakti, which saw an expansion of 14% from the last year and focuses on secondary education level. Because access means nothing if there is no continuity. The budget also introduces content creation labs in school. It is an intervention to bridge the gender divide, not by teaching the girls to consume content, but by empowering them to create it. The third is infrastructure, because empowerment is meaningless without mobility. This year's budget focuses on what economists call as a time-saving infrastructure. Transport should no longer be a urban luxury. It links PM e-bus Seva with gender-sensitive safety protocols that ensures the well-lit bus stops, safe transfer routes, and reduced waiting time. Because time poverty is real. Every time that cost women cost her opportunities, education, and employment. The government also signaled a shift towards safe workplace through initiatives like She Marts and women-led fisheries, particularly by reducing the commuting burden. But while we celebrate this progress, we also confront an unforgivable truth. Despite a 5 lakh crore gender budget, safety and response crisis account only 1%. The money exists, the intent exists. What we now need is the last mile auditing. We must move from the headline announcements to the ground level accountability. Because as Supreme Court rightly observed, dignity is not an abstract ideal. It is a functional toilet in the school. It is a safe bus at 7 p.m. It is a scholarship that arrives on time. As we move towards the Viksit Bharat at 2047, the real challenge is not just slogans we design, it is changing our lens. We should make us not the beneficiaries of development, but the stakeholders in nation building. 2026 should not be remembered as a year where we just allocated few funds for the scheme, but as a year we stop asking girls to adjust and started making a nation that adjusts to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shreyavich. Your judgment on this theme, it was truly amazing. And we definitely got to learn a lot about the topic in depth. Thank you so much for your stunning speech. Moving on. If student well-being is fundamental to learning, then counselors and emotional support systems must be funded as essential infrastructure, not optional add-ons within our education budget. I would like to warmly welcome Ms. Ratan Priya. She is an educator and researcher whose work sits at the vital intersection of human education and social justice. Today, she will be guiding us through student well being, mental health, and safe schools, analyzing whether the budget provides for counselors and emotional support systems as core infrastructure in schools. She'll be helping us to analyze whether our national budget treats mental health and emotional support as core infrastructure rather than an afterthought. Ms. Ratanpriya, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Atharva, for that introduction, and thank you, Sarkari School, for organizing this summit. As Atharv told you, I am an educator. As before me, many speakers talked about mental health, and they also rightly emphasized on training the educators, as teachers are the first responders. So, the first thing I want to talk about is why this theme. Why, as an educator who mainly deals with political science and legal studies, I am talking about mental health. So the story is a little personal. A few years back, as I was going to appear for my UGC NET examination, and I was, looking for my exam center. As those who are appearing for those exams, you must remember. So I received a phone call that a child in our family from, हमारे गांव से कॉल आता है कि एक a very bright kid who I had met just a few months back died, and how he died was termed as suicide. But it was not suicide. The child was actually sleepless for approximately 10 days. He was not sleeping. He was not sleeping because he wanted to crack this scholarship exam that UP government has, and he was putting in a lot of stress on himself. And because it's a 12-year-old kid, how much can a brain take? And as a result of it, he had tied his mother's dupatta on his head, that would prevent him from falling on his book, and as an accident he lost his life. So that instance, of course, it shook all of us. It was a family tragedy. But apart from that, as I started taking up classes, my classroom experiences, they told me that mental health is not just about, you know suicides. It's not just about depression. Every single day the kids that we you know interact with, if we look at the data, of course, the National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB data was cited by a few speakers. It tells us in 2023 13,892 students died by suicide. It was approximately 8% of all the suicides in the country. And most of this was, it was dissipated across Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, so many states. There was geographically very, it was dissipated in the sense that we can call this a national problem. However, suicide figures are just the extreme outcome. Every day in our classroom, a far larger number of students are experiencing anxiety, depression, they're struggling with self harm, there is social withdrawal, academic disengagement, and all of this does not enter the clinical and administrative records. Teachers are the first responders. So this is why this theme is important. The first part of it is why this theme is important. Now, moving forward, as this this summit is about the union budget. So while analyzing the union budget, I came across, I was looking through it. It is actually a good budget in the sense that they have done progress in terms of how money has been allocated for education. So, at the junction of mental health and education, there are two ministries that have been given that responsibility in the union budget. There is you know Ministry of Education, which the share of Ministry of Education has gone up. It has been allocated approximately rupees 1.39 crore 39 lakh crores, which is actually an increase. It is an increase of about 8% over the previous year in this section. If you look at the budget allocations towards Ministry of Education, major schemes are Samagra Shiksha. Samagra Shiksha has been emphasized with approximately 42,100 crore. PM Poshan scheme. PM Poshan is what you must have read as the midday meal scheme. So PM Poshan deals with that. PM Poshan has 12,750 crore. PM Shri schools also have 7,500 crore. So all of these allocations, of course, are a very good news for our kids. It's a very good news for us who are intending to work in educational policy. These programs also talk about there is a change in the language that is being used. We often hear words like safe, inclusive, joyous learning, holistic development, right? All of these have become the terminologies in today's world. However, uh, questions are to be asked. Is the money being transferred to that? Then again, I'll come back to this, but talking about the other aspect, the budget once again is talking about mental health. I'll not say that there is nothing about mental health. I'll not say that there is nothing about. Yes, Atharv. Is it the time limit? Yeah, okay. So I'll not say that there's nothing about mental health, there's nothing about counselors, because there are provisions there. There are, again, there is a tertiary mental health infrastructure that has been promoted. NIMHANS is going to be created, psychiatry institutes are to be created in Ranchi, and they are talking about it, they are allocating funds to it. Again, at school level as well, CBSE has norms. Each school is to have a counselor. अब वो करते नहीं है वो अलग बात है. Many a times it is about the funds, but most of the good schools like our school has counselors. So schools have counselors, there are guidelines. CBSE has allocated, it is actually mandatory to have a counselor in your school. But and then there are other programs as well. NCRT के बारे में बात की थी किसी ने. NCRT talks about Manodarpan. So there is a program called Manodarpan, which actually provides helplines, online resources, guidance materials, and all of these things are already there. Problem is not the provisions. Problem is the uneven implementation. Because as I said, that I belong to a school where all of these provisions are there. But then at the same time, that cousin of mine, his school did not have that. So problem is that uneven implementation. And when there are consequences to this, when the fragmented provisionings are there are consequences that our students fail. And at this point, adolescents are not just facing exam stress. There are so many things. My research work majorly talks about how adolescents and young people at this point, they look at their sense of being with respect to their virtual reality. It's all social media. The influential culture has been deciding how these kids are looking at themselves. So, of course, while all of these things are indispensable, they are yet not able to compensate for the absence of school based care. We have hospital centric systems, they are intervening, but they're intervening very late. So, yes, teacher training is very much necessary because teachers are the first responders. They see when the child is struggling. So, as an educator, this is something that I, you know, highly emphasize on. Teachers need to be more empathetic, but they are already empathetic. At the end of the day, they are human beings. They are overworked also. You can't possibly expect a teacher to know about the range is from 36 to 77 students. My brother was working in a government school and there were 77 boys he was dealing with. It's not practically possible for a teacher to know about 77 fellow humans, fellow tiny humans. So once again, it's about implementation. The teachers are there, they are empathetic. Trust me, we try our best. But at the end of the day, we are also humans. We also need someone to take care of our mental health. Now, what is the, I know I might be going beyond the time. I just need a few more minutes. I just want to incorporate what can we do. So, of course, number one thing, someone did talk about that. We need a national and state level framework for counseling. Why not? Because if you have already working plan in action, why not make it mandatory? We can have a subhead or school mental health counseling service. Maybe not all schools in rural areas can have individual counselors, but then not all kids are in that dire need. You can have counselors taking care of multiple schools. Maybe you can incorporate with the Panchayati Raj institution. That would be my first suggestion as someone who's talking about policy, as a policy advocate. Incorporate the third tier of government to take care of children's mental health. Second, we need to have outcome linked budgeting and monitoring. The budget already talks about this, but why not about mental health? When we are looking at how many toilets are being built in schools, when we are looking at how much digital infrastructure is there, why are we not looking at the mental well being? How happy the kids are? And there are NGOs who are doing that. There is a very famous NGO who works in schools who's already tracking the emotional well-being. Why the government cannot do that? So that would be the second one, that outcome linked budgeting and monitoring is required, so that I think Sudha ma'am talked about in the beginning ki unused budget ka problem that should be looked upon at. Then we need at the end of it, I said कि budget allocation education में भी है, budget allocation जो है वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ के पास भी है. मेंटल हेल्थ को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ देख रहा है, बच्चों की पढ़ाई को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन देख रहा है. वी कैन हैव अ कन्वर्जेंस. Why these two ministries cannot work together? Stronger coordination between education and health systems will look upon this problem with a newer perspective. National mental health institutes can be mandated to support school based learning. You make those institutes come to schools and see what is going on there. You make those institutes come to teachers and equip them, talk to them about their mental health. So, yes, at the same time, this budget is a very good thing. There are a lot of good things that are happening, but as policy reviewers, we never say it's good enough. It's never good enough for us. There's a lot for us to look upon to. So yes, treating counselors and school based mental health systems as core infrastructure, it requires dedicated budget lines. It requires enforceable staffing norms. It requires measurable outcomes. So the next phase of education budgeting, maybe next year, it must move beyond symbolic commitments to well-being, as it is not just about how many eggs or milk is being served to the kids. It is also about how happy that kid is, how enthusiastic that kid is about learning. And that all of that can be possible only with clear fiscal statements. School mental health is not a discretionary add-on, as many of the speakers had already talked about. It is a prerequisite for any serious claim to an inclusive, equitable and humane education. And that is what will make Bharat a truly Vikasit Bharat. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ratindriya. Your speech was very enlightening, and we were actually saddened to hear about your experience and the data points which you showed us that were on point. Actually, this actually reminds me that as we reflect on budgets and priorities, uh, there we may also remember that investing in counselors and emotional support systems is like an investment in dignity, resilience, and future of every child. Thank you so much. Moving on. Empowering the girl child requires more than intent. It requires targeted investments. From menstrual health to safe transport, budgets must translate gender equity into lived reality. I would like to warmly welcome Ms. Izine Fatima. She is an aspiring lawyer and is currently pursuing law at the Campus Law Center, University of Delhi. She is the founder of Pink Legal Ibtida, which is a student-led socio-legal community which focuses on gender equality, menstrual health, and child safety. Along with this, she has published her work being a part of Young Leaders for Active Citizenship YLAC, a UNESCO Changemaker in 2023, and Millennium Fellow in 2024, and POXO Triple T trained expert. Her work includes a blend of law, empathy, and grassroots action to make rights more accessible and systems more humane. She is going to engage us on gender responsive budgeting. I request Ms. Izine Fatima to inspire us with her insights.
Thank you so much, Atharv. I hope I am audible. A very good afternoon now, just 3 minutes after the clock has hit 12. So, a very good afternoon, everyone. I am Azeen Fatima. Atharv has given a very comprehensive introduction, I believe, of me. So, yeah, talking about, I want to just start with sharing a paradox of the busy but poorer Indian women, as in the context, as in the backdrop of Union Budget 2026 to 27. So, our FLFPR, which is female labor force participation, has gone up from 23% to 41.7%. But I would want to also show you a trend wherein the average wage, real wage, has fallen from, to be precise, 11,827 in 2018 to 11,449 today in 2024, if I am precise. So if you see, our participation has grown, but our wages have fallen. So why is it so? I just want you all to ponder upon it. Why is it so that we are more busier yet poorer? It's because women and even girl child, adolescent girls are involved in unpaid work more. And that unpaid work is not even accounted for in GDP. And if we account for that in GDP, according to the economic survey, it's amounting to 15 to 17% of that GDP. So that's how neglected the unpaid care economy of women and even adolescent girls is. So why did I tell you about that? Why is it important? Because when we talk about budget, we count growth as in the growth in highways, factories, national missions, but we don't budget the last mile logistics of being a girl. Last mile logistics. We talk about having hostels in every district, but we don't talk about how do you travel to that hostel, right? How do you get to that hostel? Ma'am Ratnapriya ma'am talked about a student not getting a scholarship. You have given national merit cum scholarship scheme, I believe. To be precise, 70 crore for the entire country. But how does that kid access that scholarship? And that kid died. I'm just saddened to hear that. So that is the last mile budgeting that we are still missing on and that I want to talk about. Now, with budget statement every year, the government published. This year, it has been historic. It has been about 5.05 lakh crore, which is amounting to about 9.3% of the budget, which is the highest up till now. But there are two baskets for everyone: Part A schemes and Part B schemes. In Part A schemes, the 100%, which is the budget allocated, funded for that, it is used for women, which are maternity benefit schemes or girls hostel. But Part B schemes, which also amounts to this 5.05 lakh crore, is where only 30% is assumed to help women. They are like general schemes, like Poshan when we talk about. This is for child nutrition. This is not exactly for women or girls, but this is attributed under the gender budget allocating. So we need to be very concise when we talk about budget allocating, because there is part A and there is part B. Part A is very specific to women and part B is generalized for children, or maybe wherein even a highway is being built, a girl, even when a woman is using. Part B, the government mentions that in gender budgeting. So firstly, coming to education, the budget sets aside 1.39 lakh crore for education, a girls hostel in every district, which really is a very nice move because it improves attendance and reduces early marriage, improves post matric education. And then I talked about National Come Merit Scholarship receives 70 crore, but where is the last mile budgeting of it? How do these girls access these education? The girls coming from remote areas, do they even have exposure to such schemes? Do they even have awareness to such schemes? And that is why dropout spikes after class 8th. Not because these girls actually dislike schools, because even the cost of staying is higher than the cost of entering into. So when we also see hostels in every district, entering is okay, but how do they sustain in these hostels? That we need to talk about. Secondly, there comes sanitation, toilets. Toilet is also a classroom. We can't talk about schools, education, and toilets like in two different entities. They are one. So the budget allocated is 23 crore is allocated to Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan as well. So for me, I believe I'll reiterate Poshan is a general scheme and it is not something which is very specific. 1 in 5 girls miss school during menstruation. And in many government schools, I would want to say the maintenance is under rupees 5 per child and per month. So the maintenance is not there, and the gender talks very little about the maintenance. Then comes the unpaid care economy that I said. Indian women spends nearly 5 hours day on unpaid care, and there's no national crash mission. There is a national highway mission. There is a lot of other things, and Poshan also talks about nutrition on children and all, but what about working mothers? What about Anganwadi women who are taking care of these children, and the nutrition of these women is also as important for the children. So that is something that I wanted to just put light on. Next, I'm just wrapping up, Athar. You don't need to worry about it. And then comes about safety without safe neighborhoods, numbers without neighborhood. To be precise, Nirbhaya fund has been underutilized for years, so I'm very happy the budget allocation is there for one-stop centers and helplines and women safety schemes. And other than that, they are very important helplines and important steps. But safety needs lighting. And when we also talk about there are some guidelines for trials and all. When it also comes to evidence, so they say that there should be appropriate light for you to see the other person. Other than that, there are a lot of things. So where's the lighting that comes around it at night? And where's the functioning of ICC, Internal Complaints Committee, counselors in campus, and buses after 7 p.m.? You talk about hostels, but what about the transportation of these women or the girls who come to these cities? And you know the state of affairs of Delhi right now. And then we come to the rural women, where we rarely see rural women specific schemes. They are put under and gender tagged under general schemes, which are about LPG refills and SHGs, home based work, micro credit through SSGs, and all. But there's very little that is very specific. And yeah, just wrapping up, we need to move beyond gender tagging, that this is just gender specific. We need to be more gender targeting. We need to go to the last mile budgets, because that is where we have been lacking since time immemorial. We have been allocating fund, but there's no last mile budgeting that has been happening to make these schemes accessible to these women. So yeah, that has been my time. Thank you so much. I would really love to have your feedback after this session. Connect me and just have a good message of how did you find about it.
Thank you, Miss Izine Fatima. Your take on gender responsive budgeting was very uh, crucial, because it is an important topic nowadays, as women are progressing in the field of education very rapidly. Also, being your background in this field, your analysis, it helped us to understand about the importance of what are the difficulties faced by the women in these spaces, and your policy recommendations were also truly powerful. Thank you so much, Mrs. E. Moving on, Assam, the land of red hills and blue bulls, is one of the important states of our Northeast India. From the educational aspect, the aim of the ministry is to curtail dropout rates and improve literacy. Miss Anusha Mahanta, I would like to warmly welcome you. She is going to incite us into discussions regarding her state, Assam. Anusha is from Indraprastha College of Women and is currently pursuing her undergraduate degree in political science honors. Anusha's key academic interests include political theory, gender studies, and social justice. She is also contributing effectively to student led and community oriented initiatives and is an active member of Petals, Ukyo, and Sankal. Without further delay, I request Ms. Anusha Mahanta to proceed with their speech.
Thank you, Atharv. I hope I am audible and visible. So, yes, greetings to everyone. Today I'll be talking about floods, schooling, and the right to education, basically rethinking budget priorities in Assam. So, in Assam, floods are not abrupt crisis as such, but they are a recurring governance challenge that directly disrupts children's education. Every monsoon, schools across multiple districts they cease to operate. Roads become inaccessible, and classrooms they are converted into relief shelters. In Karimganj district alone, recent floods impelled the closure of around 270 schools, with 93 of the schools modified into relief camps, which costed children weeks and sometimes even months of learning. Now, again, this compels us to address a very fundamental policy question. That is, how meaningful is the right to education when the education system itself cannot withstand predictable disruptions? According to humanitarian situation reports, the 2022 Assam floods actually affected over 5 million people, which actually included a substantial number of children as well. And thousands of schools, they were partially or fully damaged, and many were used as relief shelters. And even after flood waters receded, schools could not reopen immediately due to ruptured infrastructure, unsafe sanitation, and interrupted connectivity. Now, recent district level reports highlight that in flood affected areas such as the Barak Valley and parts of Lower Assam, for example, hundreds of schools were shut down during the peak flooding, which actually disrupted the instructional time for the entire academic cycle. The impact on children is cumulative because repeated school closures trigger learning loss, irregular attendance, and heightened dropout risks. This is particularly true among children in districts such as Karimganj and Hailakandi. Now, this again brings the discussion directly to the priorities reflected in the union budget. For example, the institutional framework of schooling in India, particularly through Samagra Shiksha, has amplified access, infrastructure, and enrollment across states. However, the problem is that budget allocation largely presume a stable, I would say, schooling condition. They do not sufficiently account for states like Assam, where climate induced disruptions are structural and recurring. In the present scenario, education financing remains largely reactive. That is, funds are mobilized, repairs, replacements, and temporary arrangements after the damage has already occurred. Now, here, what remains absent is anticipatory budgeting, that is, planning in advance for disruptions that are known to occur every year. In this case, Assam's floods. Again, there is no dedicated education specific disaster response mechanism that ensures learning continuity during floods or even a structured academic recovery once the schools reopen. The social consequences are again thoroughly documented. For example, I would say prolonged school closures increase children's vulnerability to child labor, early marriage, trafficking, and psychosocial distress. Also, flood related displacements further disrupts nutrition and healthcare access, which basically weakens a child's capacity to learn. Now, drawing on these very ground realities of Assam, I would like to propose four budget-based recommendations which can be, you know, um, can be considered by the government in the near future. So first, the union budget must include a dedicated disaster resilience element within national education schemes for flood-prone states. Now, this should prioritize flood-resistant school infrastructure, which comprises raised classrooms, durable construction materials, and also safe drinking water and sanitation facilities, or which was also highlighted by Ms. Fatima. Second is there must be education specific contingency funds that can be deployed immediately during floods to ensure immediate reopening of schools. Schools, replacement of learning resources, and continuity of teaching. Third, we have the budget should support structured learning recovery programs, including bridge courses, remedial instructions, or targeted teacher support to basically compensate for repeated instructional loss. And the fourth and the last point is very important. Um, that is, education planning must integrate a child's mental health and psychosocial support, which has already been covered extensively by Ms. Ratnapriya Mishra. So for children in Assam, floods should not determine educational outcomes as such. Rather, it should sort of help us in truly, sort of recognize, rather, a truly child centric union budget must recognize regional vulnerabilities and prioritize continuity of learning alongside SS. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Anusha Mahanta, for your speech and your thoughts. They have added great value to today's discussions, and flood is actually a grave concern for students in Assam. Your policy recommendations were also concise, and I hope that in near future the government implements some reforms in the northeastern region too. The way in which you articulated your points and structured your speech, it really provided us with valuable insights. Thank you. Moving on. Safe schools are not just built with walls, but with care, counseling, and emotional support. The true test of budget lies in whether it protects students' mental well being. I would like to warmly welcome Ms. Janvi Shashidhar. She is a law student and a company secretary aspirant and shares a focused interest in public policy, child rights, and corporate governance. She is also a proud founder of Arogya and is working at social service initiatives which are at intersection of child welfare, public health, and community development. She has also been a part of renowned NGOs, and she also shares her interests in sports like throwball. She is going to guide us on student well-being, mental health, and safe schools. I would like to request Ms. Janvi Shashidhar that without further ado, to brief us on the theme that you selected.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atharva. That was a great start. So, like he mentioned, let's imagine a classroom where every seat is filled, but many students are quietly overwhelmed. Isn't that a feeling that we all can relate to when there's that one student in the class who is genuinely listening, and then there are the others who are beating themselves over about how we are not concentrating in class? In India, over 7% of the adolescents live with a diagnosable mental health disorder. And I think we all, and mainly the experts, agree that this is an undercount because there is stigma and underreporting attached to this issue. Schools shape not only learning, but also emotional development. So, when we are ignoring mental health, academic outcomes, of course, suffer. There are dropout risk rates, and also the long term productivity basically declines. So, student mental health is not welfare spending, it is core educational infrastructure, as it is necessary as much as the actual infrastructure matters. So, the budget 26-27 acknowledges mental health as a priority. We will give them that, but it expands a national capacity through NIMANS 2.0 and strengthens access via the National Tele Mental Health Program. These initiatives are necessary and welcome. But however, the educational budget does not explicitly fund school level mental health support. There is no dedicated allocation for counselors or let's say mental emotional support teams in school. Even the CBSE's requirement of one counselor per 500 students, can we believe it? I would like to ask you to take a minute to understand that number. One counselor per 500 students. It remains a regulatory norm, but not even that is funded centrally by the policy commitment. The intention exists, of course, but the budget framework does not fully support it. On the ground, the gap is clear. India has only 0.75 psychiatrists per 1 lakh students, far below the WHO's benchmarks, and up to 92% of those with mental health orders are basically receive no formal care. They're not receiving it. Schools basically reflect these systematic gaps. An NCRT survey shows 11% of students experience anxiety, and while 43% report frequent mood swings. Yet, most schools lack trained professionals to identify or address the distress early, and teachers are expected to manage emotional crises without specialized training or institutional support. This is putting an unrealistic and unsustainable burden on the teachers. Moving on, the budget prioritizes institutions and digital platform, but misses schools as the primary intervention point. There is no funded national counselor framework, no outcome linked to indicators measuring the student well-being, and limited attention to regional and socio-economic disparities. Without these, I don't think the mental health investments risk remaining disconnected from the students' daily realities. So here I am proposing three focused reform that can close this gap. One, the dedicated school mental health funding. It is just to say that to create a specific budget line under school education to fund counselors and psychosocial support teams based on their environment. And then two, national counselor to student standard. Adopt a minimum ratio at least of one counselor per 300 and to 500 students backed by central funding and training support. Third one, monitoring with accountability. Link funding to measurable outcomes through regular school levels well-being surveys integrated into education monitoring systems. Budget 2026 advances mental health policy, but student well-being is still not treated as a core educational infrastructure. If India is serious about learning outcomes and long-term human capital, mental health support and must be institutionalized inside schools, not left to the expectations. Safe schools are emotionally safe schools, and budgets must reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Janvi Shashidhar. Your speech really guided us about the importance of inclusion of counselors and emotional support systems in the schools. Actually, mental health is really an important topic in this era, and we are so grateful to receive your policy analysis on such a sensitive topic. Thank you so much. Moving on, where a child studies should never decide how far they can go. Yet, the urban rural divide in our school infrastructure reminds us that equality in education still begins with the budget. I would like to warmly welcome Ms. Himanshi. She is pursuing literature and journalism studies at Lady Shri Ram College for Women at University of Delhi. She serves as the president of Women India Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Social Security and Reforms Council. She also holds keen interest in public policy, reforms, and women empowerment. She is going to incite us on the urban rural gap. I would like to request Ms. Himanshi to please address us with her perspective.
Thank you so much, Adhav, for the introduction. So, I'll be discussing the rural urban gap in our education system and how budget allocations are being directed to address it, and the role of the AI and technology in shaping and sometimes widening this divide. So, when we talk about India becoming a digital economy, about artificial intelligence and transforming education, we must pause and ask a simple but uncomfortable question that how can we build an AI ready generation when millions of our schools are still struggling with the basic facilities and the infrastructure, with electricity, internet connectivity, broken classrooms, and even not enough teachers? This thing matters because for a child in the urban, private, or the well funded government school, digital boards, Wi Fi, or laboratories are normal. But for a child in the rural India, education often still happens in the overcrowded classrooms where access to digital technology, tools, and the smart boards is still limited. And they even don't have the basic facilities to study. If we consider the recent reports that is being published around November, the data came that more than 1 lakh government schools in India run by the single teachers. That means over 33 lakh students in India are run by the and taught by the single teacher. That means a single teacher is handling and teaching multiple grades, subjects, and the administration work. So this is not just a staffing issue, but it is a budget priority issue. It reflects that where public money flows and where it doesn't. Now let's move toward the budget 2026 and what it actually prioritized. The education budget was raised to about 1.39 lakh crores, increase of roughly around 8% from the last year. And school education received around 83,000 crore, and the Samagra Shiksha was also allocated around 42,000 crore, which is only a small rise if compared to the last year budget. Now, alongside this, the news came about the 15,000 schools to receive the digital creator labs, which is being linked to AI and the digital technology. Now, if you look at this data, it really gives us a very good picture that the government is working on the AI, digital technology, and the rural development as well. But when we compare this with the ground reality, the picture is something very different. It shows the rural and the urban gap in a very clear way. Today, only about two-thirds of the Indian schools have computers, and just 63% of the schools have the internet access, meaning over one-third of the Indian schools still are offline in 2026. And if we see the data in the rural areas, there are fewer than 20% of the schools have this stable internet connectivity. So I'm just wondering, like, how is it possible in a schools like this, where only 20% of the schools have internet connectivity? We are talking a lot about digital economy, AI, and the development that is being coming in the future as well. So this clearly shows the mismatch about what is being proposed in budget and what is the ground reality as well. Now, moving forward, we should look at the previous year budget as well because this isn't something new. Last year budget also promised about the digital classrooms, trained teachers, modern infrastructure through the PM Shri schools, projected as the model school of excellence. But on the ground, many PM Shri schools doesn't even exist. They are more on the paper than in the real transformation. In several states, changes have been made with just small upgrades. And while school continues to struggle with the poor buildings, lack of internet connectivity, and the overcrowded classrooms, this shows that funds are either not being released or being delayed or just only partly used for the development. Now we must also thought about the national education policy in 2020. If we see that the NAP committed India to spend the 6% of the total GDP on the education, but even today, the education spending is somewhere around 4 to 4.5% of the total GDP. And the gap is not less, it's a huge and massive, and it represents that thousands of schools not being upgraded, lakhs of teachers not being trained, and millions of the schools students still learning with basic facilities. So, what is missing in budget 2026 is not vision, but our prioritization and accountability. We are investing in future technologies before fixing the foundational gaps. We are celebrating the AI classrooms while rural schools still struggle with the electricity and the internet connectivity. We are announcing the model schools while ordinary schools still remain underfunded. And this clearly shows a pattern that promises are being made, budgets are announced, but when it comes to reality, it's something very different. And this is where we as a change maker must ask the questions like when schools are given laptops, why do they have not reliable electricity given them to even turn them on? When digital labs are launched, are teachers trained to use them effectively? When online learning is promoted, what about the students who don't even have the smartphones, laptops, and live in the very low network areas? When PM Shri schools are showcased, why do so many rural government schools still lack the basic infrastructure? And when NAP promised 6% of the GDP for education, why are we still spending below that target? So when we talk about building an AI-driven India, are we the first building strong schools for every child, or it's just only just for a very few privileged sections of the society? So what actually needs to change is the first reform should prioritize funding for electricity, internet access, and the classrooms. Second, the targeted teacher recruitment reform is required because we know there are over 1 lakh schools that are being run by the single teachers. Third, every digital education investment must be paired with compulsory teacher training because we are moving towards AI, we are moving toward digital enhancement, but the teacher are not being trained with that. And if the teachers are not trained, I don't know how they're going to teach the students as well. To sum up with that, Budget 2026 shows that funds are being allocated and rural and urban gap is still somewhere that has not been addressed properly. We do made allocations, we do talk a lot about the rural development, but reality hits very different. So this is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss Himanshi, for such a fascinating speech. I think that even though education is being provided equally, like in the syllabus, there still remains a lack of infrastructure, be it in urban or rural areas. Your speech really helped us understand about the divide, and your policy measures were outstanding. Thank you so much. Moving on, investing in climate resilient schools is an investment in safer classrooms today and a sustainable society tomorrow, where infrastructure, preparedness, and education work in unison. Ms. Riya Pawar is a graduate with an MSc in Public Policy and Human Development from United Nations University, Maastricht. She is a proud founder of Urvi, which is an initiative to develop awareness about climate change, and she is currently working in myco farming. She is going to inspire us about climate resilience, sustainability, and schools. So, without further delay, I let's get immersed into the discussions, and I request Ms. Riya Pawar to take over.
Hello, am I audible and visible to you, all of you?
Yes, Riya, you are.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Atharva, for a very generous introduction. And I'm very honored to share the stage today with such great panelists who have emphasized on various issues and the things that we can work towards as a society with the help of the budget. But today I'll be talking more of about how we can sort of work on our budget and how we can build a climate resilient society with the help of education and systemic reforms that will help us. So first of all, we live in a modern society where we face a spectrum of issues. For example, we saw that a number of panelists highlighted various issues ranging from flood risks in Assam to mental health, infrastructure in schools. But what happens is all of us as a modern society face a spectrum of these risks, and we prioritize all of the risks in different ways. For instance, we see that all the panelists here are working on different sort of risks that they see as important. For instance, some seek mental health as important, some seek flood related risks as more important. But what determines how we rank these risks is the way they are constructed in our minds throughout our early adolescent phases and our social exposure to these risks, and that is what determines how we rank these risks essentially. So they are largely molded by our beliefs and strongly inculcated in us from a very early age. That is why certain people grow up thinking that certain social risks or certain environmental risks are more important than the others. And how does this link into our topic of education, budget, and climate resilience today? Is because education is a very basic form of factor that is heavily influencing the way we perceive environmental risks and the way the coming generations will be experiencing environmental risks in a sense. And that is why we primarily lack environmental changes at a fundamental level in this case, because I believe that education till date in India has not done a very good job at educating us and like familiarizing us with the emergency of environmental risks till this date. So, what happens quite often these days is what we see is a blame narrative for the global north or for the government um, or towards the entire system for climate related issues. But in reality, what we need to do is address that all of these environmental problems that exist today, and not just the environmental problems, but like all of the systemic problems related to climate resilience, are not just because of the government or not just because of the global north and them having an industrial revolution, but on the contrary, the spectrum of risks that we face today are largely due to our mindset that we share towards the environment as a society. And in reality, like if we look at it, all of the risks related to environment are really interlinked, but one of the fundamental factor that connects all of them is the way it is approached in education, because that is what largely shapes how our society in future will perceive these risks. So that is why budget and like environment is specifically important. For instance, in this year's budget we can see a prioritization of green campuses and green skill development that are at the forefront of the environmental budget this year. But what we can largely observe, and like I think there's no need to emphasize on this, is, well, when policies fail, they fail due to a spectrum of reasons. For instance, when we enunciate on building green campuses, we just don't need budgetary investments in that. But what we also need is an active involvement and participation from students that is not compulsive in nature, but they are voluntarily willing to contribute. When we talk about funding in skill development for green jobs, what if we successfully train people to pursue these green jobs, but then there are no career opportunities for them, or vice versa, that we create a lot of green jobs, but there are no students who are willingly wanting to pursue these careers passionately. So what we need by and large is a practical push and a very positive push, by working on the curriculum, by working on the way the curriculum is being communicated in the schools, to enforce a mindset among students that helps them change, and not just vague measures and not just vague budgetary allocations to environmental change, but like fundamental changes in our belief as a society. And I believe that I believe that inculcating these things will definitely help us in successfully implementing the policies, because as we can observe, what we need now is not more budgetary allocation or not more policies, because the policies that already exist to develop climate resilience are good enough. But what we need now is a renewed spirit and enthusiasm and proactiveness to implement these policies at a ground level. For instance, when during my experience in the Netherlands, what I observed is, at every university in Netherlands, there's an incubator program that is funding innovative startups in that particular university, and they are like giving chance to the most innovative ideas to tackle climate resilience. So one of the startup that I work at, microfarming, they are developing a fungi based technology. So it's sort of a mushroom that helps us filter water, which is like really magical. But if we look at it, we basically lack funding and like a push in these sort of realms in India. And I think that is really necessary to create fundamental changes, because if we are to again like come back to the holistic perspective of looking at it as a society, if we lack the mindset to fund opportunity, to like fund projects and opportunities like this, it will fail to create lucrative jobs and push more people to pursue a green career. And that is where we should see a change, and where we should aspire to see a change. Because if we reflect back on the technological revolution and the boom of IT sector in India, there were jobs being created, and then there was youth that were willing and ready to pursue these jobs. So that is how I think, in my opinion, we should approach climate resilience and environmental issues in India, by developing our mindset holistically as a society, not just as the government, or not just as educational institutions, but we need holistic changes in the level of our mindsets, not just our mindsets, but a mindset of the entire system. And that is where I would like to conclude with my thoughts. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Uh, Thank you so much, Ms. Ria, for your wonderful insights. Your policy insights told us that climate is nowadays it is becoming a sensitive topic, and the inclusion of the infrastructure along with disaster preparedness is a must in education, so that the children can help build a sustainable future. Thank you so much. uh, Moving on, vocational education is where policy meets practice, where budgetary intent is transformed into skills, classrooms connect with industry, and young people are equipped not just to learn, but to earn with dignity and purpose. I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Manan Singh, who is a founder of a youth led organization called Young Minds. He contributes as a lead to partnerships and programs and shares his professional background in public policy and development. He is also a certified youth educator. He is going to brief us on vocational education, is where policy meets practice, where budgetary intent is transformed into skills and classrooms connect with industry, and young people are equipped not just to learn but to earn with dignity and purpose. I request Mr. Manan Singh to take over the podium and take us into the depths of his policy discussions.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much, Athar, for that really wonderful introduction. It has been lovely to listen to each one of you here, and I think everyone who has come and spoken has given out really important points. And just adding to the conversation on vocational education, before I move forward, just wanted to confirm if I am clearly audible and visible. Thank you. So, I think my interest in vocational education emerges from a place where I was always interested in understanding that does only academic success defines success for an individual, right? And I was because we are all always, especially in Indian education system, always told about the academic track. And thankfully, while I was researching for my undergraduate thesis, which is on school colonial education policies in India, I was fortunately able to come across multiple alternate pathways which were proposed not only in Indian context but also does exist internationally. And I'll just in the time that has been allotted to me, I'll speak a bit about how vocational education is paving pathways both in internationally as well as suggestions that have been mandated in the past in India, and how they can be contextualized and implemented in India for greater success. But before we even move into that aspect, it is important to understand quickly why vocational education is important. Vocational education and upskilling is essentially important because each individual has a diverse interest and a diverse intent to approach and lead their professional and personal journeys. And keeping that in mind, we cannot enforce a one size fit all pedagogy and curriculum for a country as large as India. And the second aspect in it is that if we limit ourselves to science, commerce, and humanities, there are only very limited jobs that exist in this sector. So everyone in this country cannot just have a career or a job which is science related, tech related, for example, commerce related, or humanities or social sciences related. So we need to diversify our workforce. Vocational development and upskilling is important. If we look at countries like Switzerland, Germany, and a lot of other European and Nordic countries, these countries have a dual system where, interestingly for me also, Switzerland, roughly 80% of the students in Switzerland take the vocational pathway. And there are nearly 230 kinds of vocational jobs that exist in Switzerland, which has enabled them to have their unemployment ratio less than 3% for a very, very long time now. And that is why the Switzerland education system is considered to be one of the finest in the present time. But when I look back at India's context, uh, there is this very interesting Sargent Plan, or also known as the Post-War Educational Development Plan 1944, which was released by Mr. John Sargent, who was then he was leading education research and for the British Department at that point, where the Sargent report suggests that there need to be two pathways in the education system. And I'm not going into the details of the plan because it's a decently lengthy plan, but it highlights or recommends a technical high school and an academic high school, where the idea is not just for an individual to go up till class 12 and learn technical skills, but they were trying to propose a curriculum where even if a student has studied up till 8th, they are ready and they are fit to be part of the larger society to earn for themselves. And that idea also emerges from the Wardha committee, which was chaired by Gandhiji, and a lot of skill development was emphasized even in those reports. But the late 1930s to 1940, no, 45 is a period where we have, as a country, not an independent country yet, but still discussed a lot about vocational education, about skill development. But unfortunately, in these 80 years of our independence, have not been able to emphasize enough and implement those ideas. But now coming back onto what needs to be done, because we just can't keep talking about the problem. The one very important thing that actually needs to be done is to have a structured framework, because right now there are nearly 5 pillars of vocational education, which also Santosh Mehrotra ji in his research paper, you all can refer to that research, which is on technical and vocational education in India. One of the, yeah, sure. Thank you for notifying the time, Athar. It just take 30 seconds. Uh, so he mentions 5 pillars, but these 5 pillars are still very diversified and are not do not come together in a single structured framework. So to ensure that there is a systemic implementation and check of vocational education in India, that structured framework needs to come together. And the other very important recommendation that I would like to make is the industry partnerships. And I can't emphasize enough on that. I think a few other people have also spoken about it. But most countries that have been successful in implementing a vocational education program have been able to do it with support of private institutions and and institutions that are offering apprenticeship programs. It cannot be done in silos and only through public funds, but it needs to be a collaborative effort, right? And completely agree with the person who spoke right before me on the idea of the entire mindset change, because parents also need to support and accept the idea of sending their students into vocational education. And once again, Atharv, thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure hearing each and every person of here, and looking forward to further conversations and also working together as a cohort to take education forward. I see a lot of familiar faces here and also new ones. So thank you very much and looking forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manan Singh. Your valuable insights really made us think more diversely about your theme. Also, vocational education is certainly important aspect in the current time as it links students to those skills which an employer needs. So thank you for that, and thank you to each one of you who was present here and who gave your speech. Thank you to every speaker. I learned a lot about from each one of your speech, and your policy recommendations were really inspiring. So I would like to call upon Miss Shraddha, who is going to be the co-moderator for the next session. Shraddha, can you take over?
Okay. Thanks, Atharv. My name is Shraddha Pathak, and I will be co-moderating this session. Starting, I would like to talk about the theme. India's 6% of GDP investment in education isn't just a policy target. It's a blueprint for India's unbreakable human capital revolution. With this, I would like to introduce my speaker, Abhinandan Kaul, a dynamic voice, youth speaker, blogger, and actor entrepreneur. Uh, Atharv is a founder of CEO Exam Plus Noida and Young Sapiens, a platform committed to bring youth in attaining SDGs. He is also an executive committee member of Animal Law Cell at Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and Delhi University Students Union. Today, Athar will delve into this critical topic, analyzing how strategic roadmaps of budget allocations will help in achieving the NEP target. Please, Abhinandan, I would like you to take over.
Yeah, thank you, Shraddha, for the introduction. Am I visible and audible to each one of you? Shraddha, can you just confirm? Yeah, all right. So my name is Abhinandan Kaul, and I'm a first-year law student at the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. And right now, I'm also serving as the media president for the Delhi University Students Union, apart from some things that Shraddha had mentioned. So before I begin, I'd like to sincerely thank Sarkari and the We Citizens Foundation for convening this youth summit on children in the Union Budget 2026, because this is a very critical discussion, since we are a young nation, and the youth has a lot of energy. It's very essential to sort of imbibe the real skills, proper values within the youth, so that the youth energies are channelized in such a way that we can achieve the goal of becoming a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So I would like to start off with a quote from the Upanishads, which reads, "Knowledge is what liberates." So why did I start with this quote is because I want to talk a little bit about ancient India before we come to the modern part. So in classical Indian thought in ancient India, education was not just merely a form of instruction. It was seen as a component of statecraft. For example, Kautilya in the Arthashastra, he placed training and disciplined learning at the heart of governance. And institutions like Nalanda and Takshila, which many of us would know, they were not just accidental achievements. They were sort of products of sustained patronage, of sustained policy foresight. So knowledge was at that point of time seen as strategic capital. And even in modern economies, we use a different term, but for the same insight. And that term is human capital formation. So today, the question before us and the topic that I'll be speaking on is very precise and very measurable, and that is whether the current budgetary allocations in our nation is genuinely moving us towards the national education policies 6% target of spending of the GDP on education, and what does this trajectory imply for our nation's future in human capital formation, and with respect to all of the connected aspects. So as we know, this benchmark had been set up in 2020 that we should try to spend 6% of the GDP on education. And in the union budget of 2026 and 27, as one of the speakers earlier had also pointed out when the sessions had started, that the allocation has increased to about 1.39 lakh crore. There's a notable rise from last year, and school education, higher education, both have received incremental enhancements, including funding for digital infrastructure, AI skilling initiatives, and institutional strengthening. So, in nominal terms, the spending is definitely rising. However, when we measure it relative to the GDP, the expenditure on education, it continues to remain, in the band of approximately 2.5 to 3% at the union level, and when we take the states together, it's around 4 to 4.5%. So it's very, very short as compared to the 6% benchmark that we have envisioned under the NEP. And this distinction is very critical because absolute increases, as we can see, is coexisting with relative stagnation. So if the GDP expands faster than the education expenditure, the share does not structurally shift. And structural shifts are what human capital transformation actually requires. Now, when we talk about the 6% benchmark, it's not something that's symbolic, that it's just set up under the policy. It sort of emerged back in 1966. It was a recommendation of the Kothari Commission, and that commission argued that educational investment, it must be proportional to developmental ambition as well. And empirical evidence also supports it. As I said, it's not symbolic. So countries which have sustained their public education spending to around 5 to 6% of their GDP during their developmental transitions, countries like South Korea, Finland, Israel, and so on, they've experienced a rapid gain in productivity, in technological capability, and even in income levels. And why does this happen? This happens because education spending, it sort of directly influences things like labor productivity, innovation output, and social mobility, institutional quality, and even democratic participation, critical for a nation like India. So the World Bank also has, consistently estimated that each additional year of schooling, it increases individual earnings by around 8 to 10%. And at the macro level, higher educational attainment, it correlates strongly with long-term GDP growth rates. And for India, a nation which is aspiring towards, the developed nation status by 2047, this gap between 4% and 6%, it's not a very marginal gap. It represents tens and thousands of crores annually in potential human capital investment. Now, let's talk more about the demographic dividend and the demographic imperative. So As we all know, nearly 65% of India's population is below the years of 35 years of age, and the median age is 28. So over the next 2 decades, India will continue to add significantly to its working population. So this demography, it creates a possibility, and education will determine whether the possibility will translate into productivity or into a disaster. So it's whether a demographic dividend or a demographic disaster. So it's very, very imperative that we focus on this aspect of spending. And further, if you look at, say, the ASCR surveys, they continue to, show a very troubling picture. They show persistent deficits in foundational literacy and numeracy, and there's a substantial percentage of grade 5 students who struggle with reading grade 2 material. So that's a very major concern. It's not and it's not merely an academic concern, it's an economic one, right? And therefore we need more investment in stronger foundational learning. And at the same point of time, when we talk about higher education, research, and innovation, India currently has around 1,000 universities. It has 40,000 colleges. And despite all of this, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education is around 28 to 29%. But our aim is 50% by 2035. So again, investment is needed, right? And at the same point of time, if we look at our expenditure in research and development, it's around 0.7% of the GDP, which is significantly lower as compared to other global innovation leaders. So this is a major structural constraint that we have to look into. Then moving on, we also have to focus on the fact that education's returns, it goes beyond the education metrics. So if we have higher educational attainment, it will correlate with improved public health outcomes. It will correlate with lower, incidence of poverty. It will lead to greater female workforce participation. Yeah, pardon.
Yeah. Will you
Yeah,
be
I'll
able to
just
wrap it within a minute or
yeah,
so?
yeah, yeah. I'll just conclude. So yeah, so as I was saying, I mean, going beyond the economic metrics, there are a lot of other things like you'll have lower poverty, you'll have reduced crime rates, so you'll better law and order, you'll have stronger democratic engagement, as I mentioned earlier. So it's important to understand that if we educate a child, it transforms a household, and if we educate a generation, it will transform a nation. And in our ancient Indic thought, knowledge was understood as Shakti, as strength. And as we can see, modern economies like America and in countries like Europe, they validate this very thought. So, are we moving towards the 6%, spending? I believe that we are moving incrementally, but not decisively. So the allocations are rising in absolute terms. It's also important that they rise in imperative terms because we stand at a very rare civilizational juncture. We all are young, we all are ambitious, we all are globally visible, and hopefully by 2047, when our nation completes 100 years of independence, we become a Viksit Bharat, a developed nation, and imperative to that is increasing the relative spending on education as compared to the GDP. So thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing the thoughts of the moderator as well. Thank you.
Viksit Bharat. कौन become Shikshat Bharat? It was great hearing from you, Abhinandan. You had well researched views on this topic, very vocabulary enriched with the economic and the commerce and all finance terms. It was really great. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you
Moving
so much.
on, I like to move on the next team. That's Jharkhand. Jharkhand, where mineral wealth fuels dream and resilient spirit powers progress. A state with untapped potential that has allocated a massive budget to education, second to social welfare, prioritizing secondary and primary education. I would like to invite my next speaker, Monalisha Mandal, a dedicated BBA student at Arkajan University, a social activist who is proclaiming Beti Bachao in her own state. I would like her to take over and give us insights on her state's educational priorities and budget. Over to you, Monalisha. I think you are muted, Monalisha.
गुड आफ्टरनून ओके मैं आज उस सुरक्षा और आत्मविश्वास की बात करने आई हूँ जिसकी हकदार झारखंड की हर बेटी है। हम चाहते हैं कि शाम ढलने के बाद हमारे कदम डर से नहीं बल्कि घर पहुंचने के उत्साह से बढ़े। जब सड़कें रोशन होंगी और रास्ते सुरक्षित होंगे, तब हमारी पढ़ाई का खौफ नहीं बल्कि सफलता का शोर होगा। जोहार, मेरा नाम मोनालिसा मंडल है। मैं आज उन बेटियों की आवाज हूँ जिनके सपने सुविधाओं की कमी से दम तोड़ देते हैं। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ के नारे अच्छे हैं, पर अब हमें बेटी को बजट दो, बेटी को अधिकार दो की जरूरत है। NFHS, राष्ट्रीय परिवार स्वास्थ्य सर्वेक्षण 5 के आंकड़े बताते हैं कि झारखंड में करीब 32.2% लड़कियों की शादी 18 से पहले हो जाती है, क्योंकि सुरक्षित रास्ते और स्कूल ना होने पर माँ बाप शादी को ही आखिरी रास्ता मानते हैं। लेकिन हमें इस तस्वीर को बदलना है। हमारी झारखंड सरकार सावित्री बाई फूले किशोरी समृद्धि योजना और मैया सम्मान योजना के जरिए बेटियों को और बेहतर बनाना है, और बजट 2026 में कुछ और कड़े कदम उठाने हैं ताकि किसी भी माँ बाप को असुरक्षा की वजह से अपनी बेटी की पढ़ाई न रोकनी पड़े। इस साल के बजट में सरकार ने शिक्षा और महिला कल्याण पर जो ध्यान दिया है वह वाकई काबिले तारीफ है। सरकार अपनी तरफ से पूरी कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन बजट आ चुका है और योजनाएं भी लागू हो चुकी है। बस मेरा सुझाव यह है कि अगर आप इन योजनाओं के साथ साथ हम सुरक्षा और बुनियादी ढांचे पर थोड़ा और निवेश बढ़ा दें, तो इन योजनाओं का असर और भी गहरा होगा। इसी संदर्भ में बजट 2026 से मेरी कुछ खास उम्मीदें हैं। बजट 2026 से मेरी उम्मीदें: पहला, स्वच्छता और गरिमा। बजट में सिर्फ नई इमारतों के लिए पैसा नहीं बल्कि स्कूलों के लिए नियमित रख रखाव फंड होना चाहिए। ये फंड खास तौर पर वॉशरूम की सफाई, साफ पानी और सैनिटरी पैड मशीनों के लिए हो। जब तक स्कूलों में हाइजीन और सम्मान नहीं होगा, तब तक बेटियों का ड्रॉप आउट रेट कम नहीं होगा। दूसरा, सुरक्षा और सुलभ परिवहन। आज अपराध की खबरों से माँ बाप के दिल में इतना खौफ है कि बेटियों की पढ़ाई अक्सर घर की चौखट पर ही दम तोड़ देती है। बेटी पढ़ाओ का सपना तब तक अधूरा है जब तक सड़कें सुरक्षित नहीं होंगी। मेरी मांग है कि झारखंड के ग्रामीण इलाकों में पिंक बस सेवा शुरू हो, जो सिर्फ छात्राओं के लिए हो। जब सड़क पर सुरक्षा की गारंटी होगी, तभी माँ बाप का डर खत्म होगा और बेटियों की उड़ान शुरू होगी। तीसरा, आत्मरक्षा एक अनिवार्य विषय। हर सरकारी और प्राइवेट स्कूल के बजट में मार्शल आर्ट्स ट्रेनिंग के लिए अलग से बजट होना चाहिए। हमें सिर्फ बचाओ के नारे नहीं चाहिए, हमें लड़ने के काबिल बनना है। बेटियों के हाथ में सिर्फ कलम नहीं, अपनी रक्षा की ताकत भी होनी चाहिए। चौथा, उच्च शिक्षा के लिए प्रोत्साहन। BPL परिवारों और बेटियों को ग्रेजुएशन पूरी करने पर ग्रेजुएशन बोनस दिया जाए, ताकि आर्थिक तंगी उनकी पढ़ाई न रोक सके। जब उच्च शिक्षा सीधे रोजगार और स्टार्टअप से जुड़ेंगी, तभी झारखंड में बाल विवाह पर असली लगाम लगेगी। पांचवा, सुरक्षा का बजट, CCTV और लाइटिंग। सुरक्षा सिर्फ कागजों पर नहीं, सड़कों पर दिखनी चाहिए। हर वो रास्ता जो स्कूल या कॉलेज को जाता है, वहाँ स्ट्रीट लाइट्स और CCTV कैमरों के लिए भी अलग से बजट होना चाहिए। जब रास्ते रोशन होंगे, तभी अंधेरे में छिपे अपराधियों के हौसले पस्त होंगे और बेटियां निडर होकर घर से निकलेंगी। छठा, त्वरित सहायता प्रणाली। हर जिले में महिलाओं के लिए इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस सिस्टम को और भी मजबूत करने के लिए बजट में अलग से फंड होना चाहिए। हमें ऐसी व्यवस्था चाहिए कि किसी भी अनहोनी की स्थिति में पुलिस और मेडिकल सहायता मिनटों में पहुंचे, ताकि अपराधियों के मन में खौफ हो और पीड़ित को तुरंत न्याय और एक्शन मिल सके। अंत में मैं इस मंच से पूरे समाज को यही कहना चाहूंगी कि हमें बेचारी समझना बंद कर दीजिए। हम झारखंड की बेटियां कोई समस्या नहीं है, हम तो इस देश का सबसे बड़ा समाधान है। अक्सर समाज हमें बोझ समझकर हमारी उड़ान रोक देता है, लेकिन हम वो ताकत है जिसे अगर सही मौका मिले तो हम इतिहास बदल सकती है। हमें सिर्फ आपका साथ और एक सुरक्षित माहौल चाहिए। बदले में हम आपको एक सशक्त झारखंड और एक शक्तिशाली भारत देंगे। जोहार, जय झारखंड। धन्यवाद।
It was nice hearing from you, Mona Lisa. You really said great things, and definitely the women empowerment thing of yours, ki we don't need the Bichari tag, and we need budget, and we can empower ourselves and do wonders. I really loved your speech. Moving on, I would move on to the next theme, which is gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting isn't mere accounting, it's the currency of equity, turning promises, empowered futures for every girl. Introducing Shreya Patel, a distinguished journalist, researcher, and gold medalist from IMC, currently working at Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, a G20 state level champion. I would like to invite Shreya. Today, she will talk about gender responsive budgeting beyond Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, examining specific allocations for girl child scholarships, hygiene, infrastructure, safe transport, menstrual health, and gender sensitive facilities and safety protocols. Please welcome Shreya Pathak.
Thank you for the warm introduction, Shraddha. So, a good afternoon to all my fellow participants and panelists. Today, I want to talk about something that's not a woman's issue. Yes, I'm going to talk about gender responsive budgeting. So, when I say that every child deserves a future which is filled with hope, which is filled with education, which is filled with dignity, I'm talking about gender equality. I'm talking about gender responsive budgeting, which is not a woman's issue, it's a human's issue. And that's what our global gender gap report says. It says that closing the gender gap in education would actually add $28 trillion GDP to our global annual GDP by 2025. Okay, so a basic thing. Every girl deserves access to basic education, basic safety, basic safety transport, and basic healthcare. When I talk about basic, I'm using this word deliberately because there are 133 million girls who actually are denied this fundamental right of even access to basic education. There are around 12 million girls who are actually married before the age of 18, where they're not even aware of their own identity and they're married in a household where they have to handle everything. We're talking about a district in Rajasthan in Dholpur where over 3 million of women actually suffer from anemia and menstrual disorders because they're denied access to proper menstrual hygiene kits. So now coming to budget, I would divide my speech as I focus on why this theme matters, why education of girls is important, and now moving on to what this year's budget says and how it's different. When a finance minister tabled the budget in the parliament, she very well spoke about self-help maths. Yes, she maths. That is which will help women to become innovative entrepreneurs. We see gender budget headlines in newspapers and we get very excited that, okay, gender budget in the union budget has increased to 9.37% from 8.86% in the previous financial year 2024 to 2025. But what we are missing is the subheadlines, which says that over 90% of state cut budget has been cut from Delhi, which actually provided fee-funded transport to women and safety napkins and menstrual hygiene products. We miss the headlines which says that there are deduction in allocations of budget to National Mission Shakti or National Portion Mission, which actually worked for nutrition and healthcare of children. We actually miss sub-headlines which says that there are proper over just 50% of increase in missions like one-stop centers which actually come under the Nirbhaya mission, which actually works for the safety of women. We see just a 50% increase in over the last year. So what the budget is missing? I would talk about that. So when we talk about the budget, there are various blind spots in the union budget. The first being that we see that in the merit come scholarships have decreased from 7.34 crore to 0.06 crore. we see that the scholarships or the education that was accessible for SC, OBC, and economic backward classes girls, they have dropped. We see that while our finance minister and the budget says that there would be one hostel per district, which actually would increase the enrollment of girls in science and engineering, we actually miss that there is no proper mandate tracking system for actually ensuring that even the hostel uptake is increasing or not, whether we are actually proper implementing those safety protocols or not. We see that the budget has focused on urban participation less as compared to rural. They have provided and they have worked on schemes for rural areas, but given rapid urbanization, as the female labor participation rate is increasing, we see a very less focus on urban areas, which actually requires focus. What do we see? That there is no public mandate or there is no responsive tracking system to actually ensure that whether these schemes or budget that is being allocated is properly brought in implementation at grassroots levels or not. So when you talk about that, I will just give an example. What are the policies that actually would bring help in this budget? When you talk about budget, it's very easy to criticize and say that the government is not working, that the budget is not working. Well, the budget is working, the allocation is working, but the implementation is not. The proper tracking system is not. The proper decisive software, which I would say is not. So what we need? What if we actually have convergence of scheme? What if Samagra Shiksha, women child development, actually converging and properly working for safety protocols of women? What if National Commission for Protection of Child and State Commission for Protection of Child comes together and actually ensures that there is proper protection of children, there is proper safety transport that is ensured to them, there is proper menstrual hygiene kits that is invested? What if we have NGOs who are actually working for menstrual hygiene or working in the field of education, actually provide a small share of budget so that they are properly implementing those at the rural and grassroots levels? What if we actually move from those time saving hardware that has been introduced by budget? It is providing large welfare schemes, but we're missing on the existing schemes. We are not even tracking whether existing schemes like Nirbhaya, one-stop centers are properly working or not. So what if we have convergence of schemes? What we have prioritization of budget where we give proper emphasis on urban as well as rural areas. So for that, I believe there's reprioritization of budget that needs to be done. There should be proper mandate tracking system where we have models which actually track how the progress is there, what progress are needed, where the hurdles are coming, which are the middle centers that needs to be avoided for better implementation of these programs. So when we talk about budget, when we're talking about gender equality, we focus on large welfare schemes. We see Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, but we don't see that there are still girls who are actually not provide access to education, that is basic education and basic healthcare. So for that, I believe that budget should move on time-saving welfare schemes to actually software schemes, because as long as the budget treats women's issues and gender issues as soft, as something optional, then there would be systemic inequities, and for that removal of systemic inequities we need proper implementation. As I would like to end this with a quote that when we talk about social impact, bringing a change, bringing a gender change, it's just 1% practice and 99% implementation, I guess, and that's what goes forward. So as everyone said that maybe we would be able to achieve it by 2047. Why 2047? Why not 2089? Why not 2029? Why not 2030? And why only Viksit Bharat? Our Prime Minister says Viksit Bharat, but I would say it's Sikshit Bharat, it's a Surakshit Bharat, and it's overall a Bharat that inculcates all that needs to be achieved, not just a Viksit Bharat, but a Surakshit and a Sikshit and a more confident, I would say, Atmanirbhar Bharat, not only for people, for women who actually held their heads up high and move forward in every field as they're doing. And for that, we need a proper support from the budget, which we are getting. But obviously, there are gaps at implementation, which would definitely be addressed if we have proper addressal systems and proper local systems working together. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shreya. It was great listening from you. You provided some tangible solutions that we can, inculcate in our policies. And I really loved the quote you said, why Viksit Bharat, not Shikshit Bharat and Surakshit Bharat. Surakshit Bharat and Shikshit Bharat is the need of the hour. And with that only we can go for Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much. Continuing the session, I would move on to the next theme, which is strategic budgets for education unlocks human potential, charting India's path to a GDP powered knowledge economy. Introducing Ashi Chaturvedi, my next speaker, who is a third year English honors student with political science subsidiary, active in colleges, literature organization, passionate about public policy, international relations, corporate governance, and she's an informed youth with engagement through critical discourse. Today, she tackles budget share of education and its long-term impact, analyzing current allocation of GDP uh, towards NEP. So let's cheer for Rashi. Please, over to you, Ashi. Is Ashi you?
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. So thank you, Shraddha, for having me here. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity, and I'm honored to be here on this platform, sharing my thoughts with such bright and young minds. So yeah, I'll start my speech. So good afternoon, respected panel members and my fellow young citizens. When we hear the word budget, many of us think it is just about numbers, taxes, and government spending. But for the youth of this country, the budget is much more than that. It decides the quality of our education, the opportunities for employment, the support for innovation, and ultimately the future we are preparing to step into. With one of the largest youth populations in the world, our future growth depends not just on economic expansion, but on how effectively we invest in education. The National Education Policy 2020 has laid down an ambitious yet crucial goal of allocating 6% of India's GDP towards education, which is truly a very big goal. This target is not just about increasing expenditure, it represents a vision of building sustainable human capital, promoting innovation, and ensuring equitable access to quality education across the country. In the Union Budget 2026 presented this year by Nirmala Sitaraman, the government has allocated roughly rupees 1.2 lakh crore towards the education sector, an increase of over 6% compared to the previous year's figure. Many major schemes such as Samagra Shiksha, midday meal schemes under PM Poshan and PM Shri schools received higher funding. Out of this, the Department of School Education and Literacy alone received rupees 78,572 crore towards the education sector. Towards an education sector, the highest ever allocation for school education, signaling a strong emphasis on foundational learning. The higher education departments also saw continued support, with institutions like IITs, NITs, and central universities receiving enhanced funding for infrastructure, research, and skill programs. These efforts reflect the government's intention to build capacity for innovation and competitiveness. Education investment has far-reaching impacts. Funding early childhood education strengthens basic literacy and numeracy. The foundation for lifelong learning, strengthening higher education and research, boosts innovation, entrepreneurship, and global competitiveness. But challenge remains on both sides of funding, the quantum and its effective utilization. Merely increasing numbers isn't enough if funds are not deployed efficiently. Infrastructure deficit, teacher shortages, and uneven implementation across states often dilute the impact of these allocations. Now, transparent monitoring systems, better planning, and accountability mechanisms are crucial to ensure that budgetary provisions become real improvements in the classroom and beyond. Now, achieving the vision of the NEP in the future will depend on sustained political will, well-planned financial strategies, and inclusive spending priorities. Education investment must be recognized not as just expenses, but as long-term contribution to youth empowerment and national development. Now, I would like to conclude this with adding my point that education remains the foundation upon which India's future is built.
While recent budgetary allocations show progress, achieving the vision of national education policy requires sustained financial commitment and effective implementation along. If India seeks to turn its youthful population into its greatest strength, it must view education not as a choice in spending, but as a priority investment in nation building. The classrooms we strengthen today will shape the leaders, innovators, and policymakers of tomorrow. A budget that invests in education ultimately invests in a stronger, more inclusive, and globally competitive India. Yeah, thank you for. Yeah, I'd like to conclude my speech for this.
That was great speech, Ashi. The roadmap of your GDP allocations for achieving NEP was really great, and thank you so much for the wonderful speech. Moving on to the next theme is state Maharashtra. Maharashtra, where industrial dynamism fuels a timeless pursuit of knowledge and equitable progress. Maharashtra is a leader in education with strong investments in school infrastructure, but there is still the rural urban divide that exists and we need to overcome that for inclusive growth. I'll introduce my next speaker, Kadambari Patil. Kadambari Patil is a third year political science student at Ferguson College, Pune, skilled in policy advocacy, political communication, and field research. Today, she examines Maharashtra's educational landscape, budget priorities, and strategic pathways to empower future generation, the youth of tomorrow's. Over to you, Kadambari.
I hope I'm audible and visible clearly. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. First of all, I would like to be grateful for this platform that Sarkari School has provided. It's really great to listen to all the youth here. And today I'll be speaking for Maharashtra, what Union Budget 2026 has given, and specifically how it will affect education, school, and children of Maharashtra. So, starting with it, so let's start with an example. So, we see in a government school in rural Maharashtra, a classroom may have a smart board, a midday meal, and full enrollment on paper. Yet, in that same classroom, we see that attendance is often irregular. Teachers are overburdened, and many children still struggle to read at their grade level. So, this gap between policy intent and child reality is not a failure of spending alone. We see that it is a failure of how we prioritize and implement our education budgets. So, today I speak about Maharashtra's children, school, and education through the lens of budgetary logic and outcomes. So, because for our children, access without learning is not an opportunity. Maharashtra is often projected as an educationally progressive state. Yet, when we look closely at the live realities of children in our schools, a clear gap emerges, like between what budget has promised and what actually children are experiencing in their classrooms. So in government schools across Vidarbha and Marathwada, so these two regions are bit backward regions in Maharashtra. We see that enrollment numbers may look stable on paper, but attendance is uneven. Teachers are dedicated, yet they are stretched thin into administrative responsibilities. Many children come to school carrying the effects of malnutrition, seasonal migration, and early learning gaps, and that remains unaddressed year by year. But when we see at the urban Maharashtra, it presents a different but equally complex picture. Like the place from where I come, that is Pune, it is regarded as the Oxford of East. Thousands of students from backward regions of Maharashtra, including Vidarbha and Marathwada and tribal districts, come here to seek better educational opportunities. But for many, we see that these students' access does not translate into their confidence and continuity. Like we see that first generation learners, when they enter higher secondary schools and colleges in Pune, they often struggle with weak foundational skills, a sudden shift from their vernacular education to English medium instruction, and also limited academic mentoring. And that goes without saying that they also face financial and housing insecurity when living away from their home. So, similarly, we see that in urban schools across Mumbai, Pune, or Thane, children may be present in classrooms every day, but they may continue to struggle with grade appropriate learning outcomes. So, this just overall tells us that access without academic support and well-being does not amount to anything. So I would like to quote some state-specific data and child realities. So Maharashtra's literacy rate is around 83%, which is above the national average. However, this aggregate figure hides deep internal disparities. We see that dropout rates rise sharply after the upper primary stage, especially among rural girls, children of migrant workers, and tribal children in districts such as Nandurbar and Gadchiroli. So these two are tribal and backward regions in Maharashtra. Also, when it comes to health and well-being, it shapes their educational outcomes. Anemia, undernutrition remain common problems among school-age children, which directly affects their attention and cognitive development. So, at the same time, mental health concern among adolescents, as I mentioned by earlier speakers, that it including their academic stress and anxiety they feel. So, it is increasing, and while counseling support within schools remain limited. So these are not isolated challenges, I feel. They are closely linked to how education budgets are planned, allocated, and implemented, and through it can be improved. So what is Union Budget 2026, and what it means for Maharashtra, what it is giving for Maharashtra? So the budget 2026 marks an important shift from how education is viewed, not just a welfare spending, but also long-term investment in human capital. So we see that overall education stand at around 1.39 lakh crore, with school education continuing to receive the largest share through Samagra Shiksha. So this remains the backbone for teacher salaries, infrastructure, digital learning, and inclusion. Uh, we see that budget 2026 places special emphasis on AI-enabled classrooms, smart labs, digital learning infrastructure, and the establishment of girls' hostel in every district, alongside stronger alignment between education skills and opportunity. For Maharashtra, we see that these priorities are particularly relevant. It is that state has over 1.1 lakh schools and one of the largest populations in the country. So the proposal for girls hostel directly address this problem of distance, safety, and affordability that often push children out of the system. So investment in digital and AI-enabled learning also have stronger potential in Maharashtra due to better electricity access, teacher availability, and connectivity. However, without target planning, there is real risk that the tribal districts like Gadchiroli and Nandurbar, they may fall further behind urban centers like Mumbai and Pune. Recently, we saw that Supreme Court of India recognized mental health, uh, uh, menstrual hygiene as a part of fundamental right to life under Article 21. So for children, this means that learning cannot be separated from their well-being, from their health well-being. We see that the broader capital expenditure push of nearly 12.2 lakh crore in budget 2026, that also matters. Better roads, transport, and urban infrastructure reduce barriers, especially in remote and peri-urban areas where school attendance is closely tied to mobility and safety. Yeah, so there are still few gaps that I would like to address here. Despite multiple schemes and increased allocation, there are three gaps that remains clear. First, education spending continues to prioritize infrastructure over outcomes. Smart boards, digital labs are there, but without adequately trained or prepared teacher, it means it just means a it just risks us to symbolic investment, nothing much more than that. Second, their district level inequality persists. Urban schools adopt innovation quickly, while rural and tribal still lag behind under similar budget frameworks. Third is child well being. As earlier mentioned, that mental health, nutrition, and safety continues to receive fragmented attention throughout. Uh, these gaps reflect that not lack of policy, but a misalignment with policy intent and classroom realities. So I would like to conclude it by giving a few policy recommendations and suggestions that based on Maharashtra's context, there are four practical recommendations that can be worked upon. First, outcome linked budgeting, where part of education is funding is tied to learning outcomes and retention. Second, that can be done is district specific education plans for tribal, drought prone, and higher migration regions. Third, school based mental health support with at least one trained counselor per education block. Just not for the namesake, but actual its implementation should be there. Fourth, treating teacher capacity as a core investment with sustained funding for training and reduced non-teaching workloads. So these measures are fiscally realistic and can be worked upon, and it also aligns with the intent of Union Budget 2026. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadambari. That was a wonderful speech. I really liked how it was rooted in the ground realities. And the point that you said that, the paper data on the paper and in the ground is always different. And your solutions were very good, and of course it shows that you have been through it and it was very personalized, so I really love that. Moving forward, let's continue the session. I would move to the next theme, which is gender responsive budgeting, transforming fiscal lines, uh, ensuring every girl counts in the ledger of progress. I would request my next speaker, Dipali Kashyap, who is a third year BA LLB student at Symbiosis Law School, Pune. She's a published researcher, event organizer, and a passionate legal advocate championing human rights and socioeconomic challenges and corporate governance. Today, she will speak about the topic gender responsive budgeting, how, scholarships, hygiene infrastructure, safe transport, menstrual health is important, and budget should consider these things. So I'll give it to you, Dipali.
First of all, a very thanks for this wonderful introduction. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, fellow youth, delegates, and my friends. When we discuss about the union budget, we often treat it as a document full of figures. But when it comes to a girl child in India, the budget decides something deeply personal. It decides whether she can continue her education, whether her school has a usable toilet, whether she can travel safely, and whether her dignity is recognized by the system. That is why today I will be speaking about gender responsive budgeting and how the Union Budget 2026 moves beyond Beti Bachao to address the real and everyday needs of the girls. What gender responsive budgeting actually mean? It does not mean that we would be recognizing girls a separate budget for women, but we would be analyzing how a single penny spent by the government and asking that who will be benefiting from that single penny. In India, this is formally reflected through the gender budget statement 13 of the Union Budget 2026 that was introduced by the government, where ministries report spending that fully or partially benefits women and girls in India. This mechanism allows us to track whether gender concerns are embedded across sectors like education, health, transport, and safety. Overall gender budget statement of 2026 allocations benefiting women and girls amount to approximately 5 lakh crore rupees, which is about 9.3% of the total union budget. That is the highest share recorded so far and marks a steady increase compared to previous years. This signals that gender is no longer treated as a welfare issue, but it is also considered as a development priority today. However, the effectiveness of this spending depends on how clearly it addresses the specific needs of the girls. Girl education is not only remain to the schools. Education remains the strongest pillar of gender responsive budgeting. In budget 2026, the Ministry of Education received about 1.39 lakh crore rupees, a key announcement with direct relevance for girls in the proposal to establish at least one girls' hostel in every district. This is significant because data from multiple education surveys shows that distance, safety concern, and lack of accommodations are among the main reasons girls drop out after secondary educations. Hostels are not just infrastructures, they directly improve enrollment, retention, and transition to higher education, especially for rural and marginalized people. While individual girl child scholarships are often embedded within border schemes, infrastructure like hostels ensures that financial supports actually translates into access. The most important thing that I would be covering is the menstrual health and hygiene. Recently, few days back, menstrual hygiene and menstrual health was covered as a fundamental right by the Supreme Court of India. So, guidelines issued by the Supreme Court should be embedded in the budget also to align with the changing trends. Menstrual health is one of the most invisible yet critical issues affecting girl education. Although the Union Budget 2026 does not list menstrual hygiene as a standalone line item, allocations for sanitation, drinking water, and health infrastructure are included under gender responsive expenditure reported by the Education and Health Ministries. This matters because studies consistently shows the lack of functional toilets and hygiene facilities leads to absenteeism and dropouts among the girl students. Budgetary support for sanitation and health infrastructure therefore plays a direct role in keeping girls in school, even if it is not always labeled explicitly. Then comes to the safe transport and mobility. Education does not begin at the classroom door. It begins with the journey from home to school and school to home. While Budget 2026 does not amount a new national safe transport scheme for girls, gender responsive allocations continue to support student mobility through education and section social sectors programs. These include transport assistance and cycle distribution initiatives implemented by states with central government. Such interventions have been shown to reduce dropout rates and improve attendance among girls, particularly in rural areas. Safe mobility is a basic requirement for participation, not an optional benefit. So, in order to conclude, I would be highlighting the gaps that remain. Despite positive trends, there are clear challenges in the budget that remains to the challenge to achieve a gender free, that there is no bias among the genders. Previous budget analyzes how the gender budget allocations are not fully utilized, pointing to implementation gaps. Several girl specific needs such as menstrual health, safe public transport, and safety audits remain underreported within budget documents. Gender responsive budgeting must move beyond tracking allocation and focus more on outcomes. We must ask now just how much was spent, but what changed in life of a girl because of it. In order to conclude, I would share a very renowned saying by the Amartya Sen: a society that neglects the education and dignity of its women undermines its own future. Budget 2026 shows that India is moving forward, but moving forward is not enough. Gender responsive budgeting must translate into safe schools, functional hostels, clean toilets, secure transport, and real protection for girls. We as a youth ask ourselves that every penny should benefit and where it is going, we should analyze it by ourselves. Thank you.
Wonderful speech, Dipali. I really loved your suggestions and the need which you said that it's very important for us to make policies that uh, empowers girls everywhere. So I really loved your well-researched speech and your data facts. I hope you have a good day. Moving on, I would like to hand this session to my next co-moderator, which is Anam, who is Anam Kushi. So over to you, Anam.
Hey, thanks, Shradha. And hello, everyone. I'm Anam Khurshid, and I'll be the co moderator for the upcoming session. And just to reiterate, I will raise my hand hinting towards the fact that 5 minutes are already over and we expect you to wrap up. Right. So, Delhi NCR is the grand stage of Indian diplomacy and the epicenter of national discourse. It is a region where history is etched into every stone, yet it pulses with the high stakes energy of modern governance. As a seat of power, it provides an unparalleled vintage point for observing the shift from colonial legacy to a sovereign, assertive future. In this melting pot of ideas, the intellectual climate is as vibrant as its heritage, demanding sharp minds that can navigate the complexities of global shifts while remaining rooted in the local pulse of the capital. In this light, I would like to introduce Sarthak Sharma, a dedicated scholar of political science honors at Atmaram Sanatan Dharma College, University of Delhi. Sarthak is a keen analyst of the global stage with core interests that span international politics, public policy, and the critical discourse of decolonization. His intellectual journey is defined by active engagement as a prominent figure in DU debating circuit and a member of the English Debating Society. He has mastered the art of nuanced persuasion. Sarthak's leadership is equally evident in his work behind the scenes, having headed the content team for Political Science Association at ARSD. He is a thinker who doesn't just study policy, he deconstructs it, seeking to understand how historical narratives shape our modern world and how youth voices can redefine the future of diplomacy. Sarthak, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Anam, for that introduction. Am I perfectly visible and audible to everyone in the meeting right now?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Starting at the self count of 3, 2, and 1. A very warm good afternoon to the august gathering which has convened under Sarkari School to not only discuss, but to analyze and critically examine the space and priority children occupy in the budget 2026. And it is my absolute honor to present the state development and concerns over children in the budget of National Capital Territory of Delhi by closely analyzing and examining the budgetary allocation and policy prioritization of namely 4 areas on which we will be understanding the case. First would be health, second education, third mental health, and lastly drug and substance abuse. Now when we start with health, so Delhi has performed remarkably well to reduce the infant deaths per 1,000 live births by 63% and decline in stunting in children under the age of 5 years to 30.9%. Now the two policies which have been instrumental to achieve this feat has been Mother Absolute Affection Program, MA, under which the breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth is prioritized, which reduces the chances of infant death by 20%. Then we have Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram, which promises to cover all the infants and the newborns with 1 year of drugs, diagnostics, and combating out-of-pocket budget and improving institutional delivery. But what are the key concerns with the teenagers in Delhi? Number one, there has been instances of sleep deprivation, obesity, and rise in myopia due to high screen time. Now, according to a study by Sir Gangaram Hospital, 1 in 5 teenagers in Delhi is sleep deprived. Close to 40% of the children in the age group of 10 to 14 years are obese in the capital, and 12.4% of the children between the ages 6 and 16 years are already myopic. What should be the way forward in terms of policy? First, we need to prioritize fiscal prioritization of fitness infrastructure within the schools of Delhi with mandatory post of health and fitness coach appointing to the selection committee at state level. We need to initiate mass awareness campaigns with assistance and coordination with parents, teachers, civil society to curtail the rise in screen time and to even harness the social media platforms with hashtag like hashtag child for sight or hashtag Khelega India, Badega India. Now, moving ahead with the second core area of study, that is education. Now, Delhi is renowned for its quality, accessibility, and affordability in terms of education, which draws students from all across the country. And if I talk about the gross enrollment ratio in primary education in Delhi, it stands at 109%, which is very high compared to 95% at the all India level. Now, the characteristic feature of educational landscape in Delhi which comes at a very personal experience is the convening of zonal, district, and state level competition, which includes debating, singing, poetry, etc. So, out of the budgetary allocation which goes to education stands at 19,000 crores, which is 19% of our budget in totality. But there is a concern here. it was revealed by the RTI in 2024 that only 50% of the budget which was actually allocated for education was being utilized. And out of the 48 crore rupees which was allocated for sports event and competition, only 18 crores of that was being utilized. And rising fees in private institution is another concern in Delhi, as private schools directly cater to 40% of our children. So what should be the way forward? Number one, we need to make sure that the underutilization of budgetary allocation is mitigated with institutional checks and balances by independent society, civil society groups, and parents-led bodies. We need to have stricter implementation of Delhi school education, transparency and fixation and regulation of fees act 2025, which is planned to be implemented from this year 2026 to 27, both in letter and spirit, with mandatory school level fee regulation committees. Now, when I talk about the mental health issues in the capital, it has to be found that nearly 60% of all these children which were surveyed in Delhi, in central Delhi, showed signs of depression due to various factors. Now, Delhi does has Ayushman Arogya Mandirs for localized primary care and initial mental health screening, but we must also make sure that all the schools in Delhi are tied to these select Arogya Mandirs for routine mental health checkup. We need to make sure that there are mandatory posts of counselors within the school premises during the school hours in the capital. And lastly, concluding with the drugs and substance abuse problem in the capital, 2019 report highlighted that 5 lakh children between the ages 10 and 17 are already involved in drug and substance abuse and consumption in the form of tobacco or alcohol, etc. And there is continuing absence of updated city level data to assess this issue further. What should be the way forward? The Delhi government has very well established the Suryodaya Kendras to cater to rehabilitation centers, counseling, guidance, raising awareness, etc. But these Suryodaya Kendras exist only on paper. We need to make sure that each district in Delhi has the Suryodaya Kendras which cater to the children majority, and the Prahari portal which is being established by National Commission for Children Protection of Child Rights is also achieving the act policy outcomes which it is envisaged in the capital of the nation. Lastly, I would just like to conclude that in Delhi there must be a policy driven multi-sectoral approach to address the health, education, mental well-being, and safety of children in the capital, with coordinated, evidence-based strategy across all of these sectors with apt budgetary allocations. Very happy to present in front of you all. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Sarthak. Combining a sharp Oriental edge with a deep commitment to decolonial thought, Sarthak represents the next generation of political thinkers poised to articulate India's role in rapidly evolving global order with clarity, courage, and conviction. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. Gender responsive budgeting is the essential transition from symbolic slogans to systemic empowerment. While initiatives like Beti Bachao set the stage for cultural shift, the real work lies in the granular details of fiscal allocation. By prioritizing hard infrastructure such as hygiene facility, safe transport, and menstrual health, alongside soft initiatives like scholarship, we move beyond protection and towards true agency. It is a fiscal philosophy that recognizes a girl's education is only as secure as the safety of her commute and the dignity of her health. It is a privilege to introduce Manshi Kumari, a dedicated scholar of political science at the University of Delhi. Manshi brings a unique, multidimensional perspective to her work, blending the analytical focus of institutional research with the creative empathy of debate and theatre. Her commitment to social change is not merely theoretical, she's an active force in the upliftment of women through her sincere involvement with the Sarvani NGO. Manshi is a thinker who values the power of the thoughtful question, believing that meaningful progress is a quiet, steady build. Rooted in local civic engagement and driven by philosophy of collaboration and empathy, she approaches policy not just as number on a page, but as a lived experience for women and girls across the country. Manshi, please take the stage.
Thank you so much, Anam, for the amazing introduction. Before that, am I clearly audible and visible to you all? Hello.
Oh, yes, you are.
Thank you so much. So, a very warm and pleasant good afternoon to everyone present over here. And thank you, Team Sarkari School, for this amazing, amazing opportunity. And before we talk about crores and columns, I would like to start with a very simple and thought provoking statement that if a budget can build highways,
Can it also build courage? If it can fund rockets, can it also fund a girl's safe walk home? Because somewhere right now, a girl like you, a girl like me, is calculating way more than inflation and deflation. She's calculating daylight, distance, and fear. And that is where a budget stops being just a paperwork and starts becoming personal. The topic on which I'd be presenting my views today is gender responsive budgeting beyond Beti Bachao, examining specific allocations for girl child scholarships, hygiene infrastructure, safe transport, menstrual health, gender sensitive facilities, and safety protocols. A line that our Honorable Finance Minister said, and I quote, that a budget is not merely about accounting, it is about intent, inclusion, and impact. We all have grown up hearing Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Very powerful words indeed. Necessary also. But Budget 2026 asks us to move forward and ask that after we save her, educate her, how do we support her in everyday life? On this very thing, कुछ पंक्तियां हैं जो मेरे दिमाग में आती हैं कि वो बेटी नारे में नहीं, नीतियों में दिखनी चाहिए. उसे सुरक्षा भाषणों में नहीं, बसों, स्कूलों और सड़कों पर मिलनी चाहिए. जब बजट संवेदनशील हो जाता है, तब बराबरी कागज से निकलकर जमीन तक उतरती है. A budget is not just a balance sheet. It is a mirror of who we choose to protect, prioritize, and prepare for future. Budget 2026 strengthens gender responsive thinking by slowly shifting our focus from just the symbolic protection to the very material protection of the material conditions that we go through in everyday lives. Talking about the girl child scholarships first. Budget 2026 strengthens education spending with a sharper gender lens. The budget now is almost accounting for 1/10 of the union budget, which is significantly dedicated to the gender sensitization. But what truly sets this budget apart is its honesty. It admits that money alone doesn't keep girls in college. That's where the announcement of girls' hostel at district level becomes powerful because a scholarship says that yes, you are capable, but a hostel slowly mutters that you're safe and you belong here. And together, they are far more radical than any of these could alone be. As Finance Minister noted while presenting the budget, that our focus is not only access but continuity. And continuity, especially for girls, is built much with wall is built as much with walls and locks as with fees and forms. Now thinking about menstrual hygiene and health. For decades, our budget spoke very loudly of schools and whispered almost very apologetically about toilets. Classrooms existed, of course, but dignity, it could never actually follow. But Budget 2026 continues crucial shift towards dignity-driven infrastructure, clean, functional, gender-sensitive sanitation in schools and public institutions. Because dignity is not just charity, it's basic infrastructure. जब एक लड़की स्कूल में नहीं करती है because of her period, it's not just welfare success, it's actually equality showing up right there in time. Then coming to the idea of safe transportation, that is the invisible line between opportunity and withdrawal. A budget may seem fund education generously, but if the road back home feels unsafe after sunset, ambition quietly learns to negotiate with fear. Gender responsive budgeting nudges ministries to think beyond vehicles and routes towards lighting, timing, surveillance, and design. As the Prime Minister has repetitively emphasized in policy forums, that development must be something that women can access without fear. Budget 2026 reflects this thinking by embedding safety into urban and transport planning instead of isolating this all as separate women's issue. Planning instead of isolating is what we are moving forward to. And let's not overlook the gender sensitive facilities and safety protocol from campuses to public offices. These may dominate headlines, but they quietly transform lives. Budget 2026 strengthens integrated schemes combining protection, legal aid, and institutional support. Because empowerment doesn't always arrive in applause. Sometimes it arrives as a helpline that answers, a help desk that listens, and a gate that actually works. So when critics now ask, what's new? The answer is very simple. The budget 2026 doesn't shout women, it plans for them smoothly and structurally. It understands that equality is not achieved through one scheme, one slogan, or one ministry. It is achieved when every policy pauses and asks, how are we differently supporting women in everyday life? I'll end where I exactly began, not with numbers, but with her intent. If budgets are blueprints for the future, then a gender responsive budget is that one ensures that women are not just beneficiaries of growth, but the architects of it. And Budget 2026, in its steady, structural way, takes a clear step towards the future. Now I like to end with a few lines that says कि किताबें मिल जाएं ये काफी नहीं होता सपनों को ठहरने के लिए भी जगह चाहिए होती है हौसला तो हम सब उड़ाना जानते हैं पर लड़कियों को सुरक्षित जमीन चाहिए होती है अगर बजट भविष्य की इमारत है तो बराबरी उसकी नींव होनी चाहिए और जब महिलाएं केवल लाभार्थी नहीं निर्माता बन जाएंगी तभी विकास सच में खड़ा हो सकता है जय हिंद जय भारत थैंक यू सो मच
Hey, thank you so much, Manshi. With a deep seated belief in the power of steady learning and consistent action, Manshi is the ideal advocate to lead us through the complexities of gendered policy, reminding us that the most profound changes often begin with the courage to ask the right questions. Thank you so much, Manshi. Now, Bihar is the ever enduring historical cradle of Indian civilization and a land synonymous with intellectual revolution. The ancient halls of Nalanda and the birthplace of concept of zero, Bihar has a legacy of producing thinkers who challenge the status quo. It is a state defined by its profound depth of knowledge, resilience, and a storied tradition of civil service and academic excellence. It is my very privilege to introduce Ankit Kumar Paswan, a scholar whose academic journey is a masterclass in interdisciplinary expertise. Currently pursuing an MA in economics at the Madras School of Economics, Ankit possesses a rare triple thread background. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Physics from St. Joseph's University, providing him with a rigorous quantitative foundation, which he has expertly paired with a diploma in sustainable science from IGNOU. Ankit is a personification of modern analysis, someone who understands the hard numbers of physics, the complex systems of sustainability, and the driving forces of economic policy. His diverse toolkit allows him to approach global challenges with a unique multidimensional perspective that only a few can match. Ankit, you're up. Please switch on your camera. Ankit, you're not audible. Yeah. Can't hear you.
Is that fine?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. So yeah, I come from Bihar, a state where education is deeply valued by families, but where many children still struggle to receive quality education. My remarks today are based on what I have observed on ground, supported by official government data. So let's start. Uh, According to Niti Aayog's report, Sustainable Development India Index 23-24, Bihar is the worst performing state among all the Indian states, reflecting a deep challenging in education delivery at ground level. Bihar is a state where education is proven a powerful tool to improve people's life, especially for low and medium income families. And people send their votes to public school, but the problem of studying in public school is that the quality of education that is being delivered there. Infrastructural management. Teachers are often engaged in non-teaching activities like campaigning, awareness program, data collection, and so on. One teacher is often responsible for multiple classes at the same time. But facilities like functional toilets, electricity, safe drinking waters are either missing or not
available. Uh, these conditions directly affect the ability to learn, concentrate, and stay motivated. This is not just an individual problem. It reflects how education is delivered at ground level in Bihar. Now, let us look at what the data tells us. According to Census 2011, Bihar's overall literacy rate is 63.82%, which is way below the national average, which is 74.04%. The situation for girls in Bihar is way worse, with female literacy rate at 53.33% compared to male average, which is more or less the same for as national average, which is 73.39%. This large gender gap shows foundational education outcome remaining weak, especially for girls. Uh, let us look at enrollment data and literacy rate. At the same time, the enrollment data shows that access to schooling is not the main issue. Bihar has over 43 primary schools, enrolling more than 1.12 crore children at the primary level, supported by around 1.41 lakh teachers, with a student to teacher ratio of 79.5, which means that for every 80 students, there is one teacher. Um, in classes 1 to 5 alone, enrollment exceeds more than 1.39 crore. This clearly shows that children are entering in schools in large number, but the learning outcome are not improving at the same pace. Let us look at what is the center scheme and allocation of funding for central scheme. Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan is allotted 43,100 crore this year, which was increased from last year budget, which was 41,250 crores. This emphasizes that this year's union budget focus on human development and importance of education for long-term growth. Okay, I'll try to wrap up early. Uh, Bihar budget 26-27 also allocates 18,000.351 crore to education in Bihar. So I'll try to suggest three uh, on the basis of analysis. I'll try to suggest three suggestions. The first one would be funding for primary education infrastructure should be more need based rather than uh, 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 rather than uh, allocating for every equally allocation for every school. Just give me 20 seconds. Sorry. Teachers recruitment and training should be treated as core infrastructure. Budget monitoring should be more towards outcome based indicators. So I'll conclude. In conclusion, Bihar has made progress in expanding access to schooling, but access alone is not enough. The real challenge lies in improving the quality of primary educational infrastructure and delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. You're more than just a student of economics. He's a bridge builder between the technical and the social, poised to lead with data-driven insights and a steadfast commitment to sustainable progress. Thank you so much, Ankit. Now, Jammu and Kashmir is often cited as the paradise on earth, but its true identity and beauty lies in the intellectual depth of its people. It is a land of profound heritage and breathtaking landscapes that naturally fosters a deep appreciation for the environment and social harmony. From its serene valleys to its scholarly traditions, Jammu and Kashmir produces individuals who possess both a poetic perspective on life and a very grounded commitment to progress. Therefore, it's my honor to introduce Mehek Olak, a distinguished public policy researcher whose work stands at the vital intersection of sociology and systemic change. With a postgraduate degree in sociology and a proven track record as a research coordinator and team leader, Mehek brings an expert analytical lens to complex social issues. Her dedication extends far beyond the professional sphere. She is a committed volunteer for women and children's development and is currently making a global strides as member of the Spring 2026 FXB Climate Advocates cohort. Balancing high level advocacy with her current role supporting international academic excellence for a US based firm, Mehek exemplifies the modern multifaceted researcher. Mehek, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Anam. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. I hope I'm audible and visible. Yeah, so first of all, I am truly grateful for this opportunity to represent Jammu and Kashmir, a place where I was born and brought up and whose educational realities I have closely witnessed. And I would like to begin by saying that a child's future should not depend on whether they are born in a metro city or in a mountain village. Yet, in many parts of Jammu and Kashmir, education is still, shaped by distance, weather, connectivity, and of course, limited resources. So, to understand this better, we must look at how national priorities are reflected in the budget. So the union budget is more than just a financial statement. It reflects the national priorities as well. So when we look at it from the perspective of children in Jammu and Kashmir, the real question is not that how much is allocated, but how effectively those resources reach the last child. So on ground, Jammu and Kashmir is a region of diversity, but also it comes with several structural challenges. So in districts like Kishtwar, Kupwara, Doda, Punch, and Bandipura, children are often traveling long distances to reach schools. And so it also comes with harsh winters and poor connectivity that, of course, disrupt their learning as well. So in some areas, one teacher manages multiple grades. For some girls, the absence of nearby secondary school leads to early dropouts. So also, I would like to add that recent data also reflect these challenges. So at the primary level, dropout rates are around 1.6% and about 3.2% at the upper primary level. However, at the secondary stage, the dropout rates rises to over 13%. So of course, enrollment is a very big concern. And official figures show that 119 schools have zero students and more than 16,000 schools have fewer than 50 students. So this reflects a very major issue of access, trust, and of course, migration to the private schools. So this is why implementation matters as much as allocation. And so the budget 2026, of course, continues important child focused schemes like Samagra Shiksha, PM Poshan, and of course, the support for girls' hostel. These, of course, are very important steps. But for Jammu and Kashmir, the key issue is effective and locally adapted implementation. So, with this context in mind, I would like to present 5 policy recommendations. First, I'd like to start with targeted incentives for teachers in remote and border areas so that special allowances, housing, and career incentives can help attract and retain qualified teachers where they are the most needed. Second is the effective implementation of girls' hostel and transport support. While the budget has announced girls' hostels, the focus must be on proper location, accessibility, and awareness so that girls who need them the most can actually benefit from it. And then the third would be bridging the digital divide through community learning hubs. So many areas still face unstable internet and lack of devices. So solar powered community labs at the block or panchayat level can really provide offline content, digital libraries, and recorded lessons, of course. Fourth would be grassroots awareness and panchayat level accountability, which I believe is one of the most important one of all, because low enrollment cannot be solved by budgets alone. So panchayats should be empowered and held accountable to ensure that every child is enrolled and attending school and supported by community awareness campaigns as well. And fifth is strengthening the higher education governance and trust because many students leave the union territory currently after school because they lack confidence in the local higher education. And so improving transparency, infrastructure, and merit-based opportunities can really help retain the local talent. And taken together, all of these recommendations are not only about more spending, but they are also about smarter and more context sensitive spending. And with this, I'd like to conclude that ultimately, if the union budget aims to be truly inclusive, it must recognize that equality does not always mean uniformity. And for the children of Jammu and Kashmir, they do not just need schools, they need accessible schools, supported teachers, safe environments, community trust, and a strong higher education pathways. And with this, I'd like to conclude, and I'd like to just say thank you, everyone, for your time and for listening so patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehak. Mehak combines the rigorous discipline of a seasoned researcher with the passionate heart of an advocate, making her a formidable force in shaping a more equitable and sustainable future. Thank you so much, Mehak. You were a delight to hear. Okay. Um, the health of school-going children is the silent engine of national development. Budgetary outlays for schemes like PM Poshan are not merely expenditures, they are investments in foundational infrastructure. Nutritional security is the bedrock upon which physical health and cognitive learning outcomes are built. We analyze these budgets, we are looking at the fuel for a child's brain and the strength of their future. A child cannot learn if they are hungry, and they cannot thrive if their health is neglected, making the link between school kitchen and the classroom the most vital connection in our educational system. In this slide, it's a pleasure to introduce Orfa Masood, who brings a vital clinical perspective to the policy table. Based in Delhi and currently in the final year of her dental studies, she possesses a deep understanding of the physiological foundations of well being. However, her expertise extends far beyond the clinic. As a teaching intern within the Sarkari school system, she has witnessed firsthand the intersection of health, nutrition, and education. A passionate advocate for youth driven policy, she focuses her analytical lens on how budgetary decisions directly manifest in the lives of children. By highlighting the critical link between nutritional security and cognitive outcomes, she challenges us to view healthcare not as a separate sector but as the very soil in which academic success is rooted. Her unique background allows her to speak with authority on both the biological and systemic factors that shape the next generation. Orfa, you're up.
Thank you so much, Aman. I like to start by quoting: a school can have smart classrooms and digital boards, but if a child enters the classroom hungry or unwell, learning stops before it even begins. Respected organizers, esteemed speakers, and fellow participants, as a student from Delhi, I see both opportunity and contraindications up close. We speak of modern schools, digital learning, and national education reforms. Yet, even in urban settings, children's ability to learn is still shaped by something far more basic: their health and nutrition. This is why children's health must be treated as foundational infrastructure for education, not as a peripheral welfare measure. Union Budget 2026 highlights India's focus on human capital development and social sector investment. Within this framework, schemes such as PM Poshan plays a crucial role. The midday meal is not merely a nutrition scheme. It directly influences attendance, cognitive development, and learning outcomes. For many children, including those for low income and migrant families in cities like Delhi, it remains the most dependable source of daily nutrition. While Budget 2026 continues to support PM Poshan, the real challenge lies in the quality, consistency, and delivery effect. How effectively nutrition support translates into better learning outcome. This highlights the need to move from input based allocation to outcome oriented budgeting, where improvement in child health and education performance guides policy evaluation. Children do not experience health and education as separate systems. Budget 2026 presents an opportunity to strengthen policy convergence between education and health department. Integrated school health programs, including regular health screening, mental well-being support, and nutrition education, can significantly improve children's capacity to learn. This approach aligns closely with the National Education Policy 2020, which emphasizes holistic child development. Frontline workers are central to this ecosystem. Teachers, Anganwadi workers, and school staff translate budgetary intent into lived reality for children. Continued investment in their training, capacity building, and working condition is essential for effective implementation and sustained human capital growth. In conclusion, Union Budget 2026 is not just a financial document, it is a statement about national priorities. Treating children's health as core in educational infrastructure is both a moral responsibility and a strategic policy choice. For urban classrooms in Delhi to schools across the country, child-centric and outcome-driven budgeting is essential to the building an equitable and resilient India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Orfa. Bridging the world of healthcare and public policy remind us that the health of our children is the truest metric of our nation's budget. Um, Thank you so much. So here we are again. Bihar is the land where the first republic was founded and where the light of knowledge once radiated from Nalanda to the far corners of the world. It is a state that has historically prioritized the power of the mind and the importance of social justice. Today, Bihar is a land of immense human potential and a demographic dividend that holds the key to India's future. It is a privilege to introduce Shivani Singh, a formidable force for the future of education and legal advocacy. A third year law student at Amity University, Patna, Shivani has skillfully combined her legal training and passionate focus on education policy and children's rights. Unlike many who analyze policy from a distance, Shivani is deeply immersed in the ground realities of government schools in Bihar. She brings a unique field to forum approach, meticulously examining how budget priorities and policy designs translate into the classroom. Her work is a bridge between the constitutional promise of education and its on ground implementation. As she joins this youth summit, she brings a perspective that is profoundly evidence based, child centric, and solution oriented, ensuring that the legal and fiscal framework of our time truly serves the most vulnerable. Shivani, you're up.
Thank you so much, Anam, for this wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivani. I am from Bihar. I am here to speak and raise the voice regarding the budget of Bihar. So, I'm going to explain how I experience in Bihar. So, in Bihar, I have seen children went to school 3 to 5 kilometers just to reach schools. Some leaves school early because of their families. Many government schools lack of teachers, not good infrastructures. They have limited access to the books. These children are only enrolled in schools. In Bihar, every village has schools, buildings, and everything, but not get proper education. So there must be monetary policy should be implemented. And what these issues matters. So Bihar faces serious challenges. 40% of children drop out, like especially girls from the secondary schools because of safety concerns, early marriages, and household responsibilities, and 41% children under chronic malnutrition. And what budget provides 2026? The main concern and the positive outcomes of this budget is announcement of establishment of hostels in every district, and samagra shiksha, it is for the education of the children, and the mission Poshan 2.0 for the nutrition, and mission Vatsalya for the child protections. And the major concern about is mental health should be talk in the budget, but it was not discussed, because counseling is for the children is to overcome their exam stress and providing sanitations. And recently the Supreme Court discussed about in the case Dr. Jaya versus Government of India 2026 about menstrual is a fundamental right. So government should must focus on Bihar, like children populated district like Purnia, Saharsa, and Sitamarhi, and must focus on skill development, like providing infrastructures and digital learning for the child, and also safe transport to the schools for like girls child for the safety concerns, and must regulate monitoring policy, because attendance was there but child not get proper education. They are not able to talk, and they are not able to solve basic maths from the grade 3. They should learn basic mathematics. And so these are my concerns regarding there must be talk about the mental health. That's all, and I'm going to conclude with that investing in children is not a charity. It should be a smart governance and sound economic better. And it is also a when it become real success, because it classrooms, playgrounds, and like anganwadis and homes they could do better. That's all, and thank you.
Right, thank you, Shivani. You embody the spirit of modern legal scholar, the one who uses the law not just as a tool for interpretation, but as a vehicle for impact. Thank you so much. I would now like to thank all the speakers. You all were amazing. I will pass the torch to Rahul for the next cohort of speakers. All the best.
Uh, Thank you, Anam, for taking the session with such a grace. And good afternoon, everyone. I am Rahul Kumar, and I will be joining as your co-moderator for the next session. Before moving on, I would like to say that the session is going very awesome. We are getting very distinct views about the topics, and you guys are doing superb and great. But I have just one remark to give to you guys, that to please respect the time allotted to you, as we believe in the equal opportunity and providing equal time for every speaker. Please make sure that you conclude your content in the time that has been provided to you, so that everybody gets an ample amount of time to speak up. When I raise my hand, just take it as an indication that you have to conclude your content in the last. You have just 1 minute to conclude your content, and that's it for now. I would like to move on the flow, and we'll continue with the session again. Uh, Moving on, the changing dynamics of our school and its curriculum has clearly affected the mental health of our students. The introduction of digitization of curriculum have advanced the process of learning to an extent, but has also burdened our students. Today, students are not in a continuous struggle of balancing their social life and study together. Burdened with academic pressure, performance-driven pedagogy, and digital overload, students often get into the trap of being an all-rounder and thus get exposed to the mental problems such as stress, trauma, which causes harm to them in long run. To give a broad opinion on this topic, I would like to invite Vani Bhatt. Vani has her graduation in BA Political Science from Jesus and Mary College, Delhi. She is currently pursuing her master's in political science from Jamia Millia University. She is a public policy enthusiast and therefore keeps participating, volunteering in this sector. Over to you, Vani.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, of course, I want to thank Sarkari School for organizing this summit. It's great to be able to hear from such different perspectives and at the same time from different states as well. So that's wonderful. And obviously, we all have now been well established with the fact that mental health is definitely one of the concerns that we are actively dealing with. And when we talk about budget is definitely something that sets a tone for the year and lets us kind of gives us an insight as to what is going to happen at least in the coming year. And so that's why we are discussing budget this time. And mental health is definitely something that is quite a concern that is increasing day by day. One of the NCRT surveys that was done in 2022 did highlight that there is a big group of kids. 40% of children are dealing with mood swings. There's 11% of students that are reported anxiety. Again, one of the things that we have understood by now through this discussion is that when we talk about reported, anxiety related reports that the students have given, there is a big chunk of students that are underdiagnosed. They themselves do not know what they are going through, and that's why mental health definitely is a very important topic. Now, with the budget that we have, we do know that when it comes to education, government has brought out some really great initiatives and goals. We are talking about having a content lab. We are letting children explore this genre of video gaming, and we are talking about STEM labs. We have this hostel for girls, which is again great. This is going to help girls go ahead and think about at least higher education. We have university townships that are coming up, so we are getting rid of the brain drain that was happening basically, and we are trying to push forward in our service sector. That's what Viksit Bharat 2047 is all about, is, enhancing ourselves in every sector, not just in one area. But what's happening is that mental health is something that we are still not talking about, sadly, in our budget this time also. The least we got in a way was that we are getting a national mental health and trauma center in Ranchi and Tezpur, which is again great. But you have to also understand that in the second largest population in the world, we only now will have three centers that focus on mental health, which is not great. Then we also come to the fact that we are still not talking about mental health for students. So we need to understand that while we want our children to excel in STEM and go ahead and understand AI and robotics, we're not really taking into account that what happens when there is a student that's stressed, they feel back, with all these new things that are coming ahead, or too much isolation that is going to come up with online classes and online involvement, which did increase after COVID-19. So what's going to happen when a child is stressed? What help are we giving them? We are talking about students who are spending 14-15 years of their life in this one place, and that is the first place that you can understand what a child is going through. And when you are not able to provide them with help in that one place, it only gets amplified until a child reaches a burnout stage very early on in their life. So mental health is very important. So when we are talking about allocation, we are talking about financial ways in which we can keep an eye on this issue. So what can we do? We definitely need funding. That is very important. We don't really have a lot of funding that is being provided or allocated. We have concepts like Manodarpan initiative. We have Telemanas, which is a great initiative, because in India we have a lot of divide. We have rural schools, we have schools that are in conflict affected areas, we have disaster affected areas, and so in all these places providing counselors, it is a very different picture. I can imagine providing counselors and having a counseling room and counseling sessions in urban areas, but it's not possible in rural areas. So providing funding and having continuous funding for Telemanas, which is sadly being taken down. It has gone from 120 crore to recently 50 crore, which is a big drop. So there has to be funding, there has to be tracking of the funding, because I could provide you with funds, but I need to know if you're doing it. So we have the concept of UDICE. So having schools provide that they have actually taken out, they hired counselors, they have provided students, this many students have these many counselors. That needs to be done. There has to be a very transparent system. We need to have infrastructure. So as I said, tele booth, it could be great. We can have counseling rooms, so that we cannot have counseling anywhere and everywhere. We need to make sure that a child is able to approach counselors, so teachers can be trained at least to pinpoint that which child needs counseling, so they can redirect them to help, because not every child might have the courage to go up to counselors or call out for help. So teachers can be trained to pinpoint which child needs help. And and also extra funding can be given to areas, as I mentioned, conflict affected areas, disaster affected areas, or like rural areas, or places where children need extra help. We can provide them with extra funding. So yes, these are some of the ways that we can at least start the goal that we have to acknowledge that children do need help, so it's less of a stigma and more of a normalized issue that a child can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani, for your such a great, insightful views on mental health, and making us aware in such a great depth. And we are definitely moving on with an add-on in our knowledge with this. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, education in India sits at the heart of our federal structure, where the vision of the center meets the realities of state. As we navigate ambitious reforms like National Education Policy 2020, the real questions before us is not just what we aim to achieve, but how different levels of government work together to make those goals meaningful in every child in every classroom. To explore this critical theme, we are privileged to hear from Anviti Jaiswal. Anviti is pursuing the Bachelor's in Economics honors from Kamla Nehru University. She is active members of Book Club, the Incubation Center, and the Consumer Club of her college. She also holds an experience working with the NGO. The stage is all yours, Anviti.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the warm introduction. Firstly, I would like to thank Sarkari School for the opportunity to speak. The session has been very insightful. So I would just like to start by explaining in simple words that federalism in education is the division of power, responsibility, and funding among different levels of government, federal, state, and local. And every year we tune in to hear the finance minister's speech to cheer for new allocations. And this year we heard of 1.2 lakh crore for education, and we are glad. But as an economics student, I understand that an allocation in New Delhi does not guarantee a classroom in Nagaland or a textbook in Tamil Nadu. So India operates on a unique model of fiscal federalism, which is the study of how revenues and expenditures are allocated by the government to different levels of the government. So education is on the concurrent list of our constitution. This means that while the center envisions a policy like the NEP 2020, the states must execute it. And today I'm not here to talk about how much money is allocated, but the leakage that happens when the center writes a check, but the state is unable to cash it. Let us look at the mechanism. Most major education budgets like the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan are centrally sponsored scheme. So the funding is split between 60-40. The center pays 60% and the state must pay 40%. Here lies the bottleneck. In the 2026 scenario, many states are facing heavy budget deficit. So even if the center gives the 60%, the state cannot release the 40% and the total 100% gets stuck in the pipeline. We saw this with teacher salaries last year. The money existed on the paper in the union budget, but the teachers were not getting paid on ground. So my critique for budget 2026 is that we need a flexi fund mechanism. A rigid one nation, one scheme theme that does not work in a country like India, because a state like Kerala has different needs than a state like Bihar. And the National Education Policy 2020 is a visionary document. It proposes things like cluster schools and digital infrastructure. But recently, we have seen some political friction from some states that are rejecting the PM Shri education policy, and they are proposing their own policies. So when the center ties funds to specific compliances like branding requirements or a rigid curriculum framework, the states start to push back, and as a result the student suffers. The union budget needs to incentivize and not penalize. We need performance linked grants similar to the 15th Finance Commission recommendations. If a state improves its literacy rate or reduces the dropout rate, give them unconditional grants so that the process is not micromanaged, but the outcome is also rewarded. Additionally, if I talk about inequality, rich states with high GSDP can top up central funds easily. They have smart classrooms. But the poorer states, which actually have the highest youth population, are struggling to even meet the basic 40% matching grant. So this creates a dangerous divergence, and the union budget must account for fiscal equalization. Because we cannot treat unequal states equally, the allocation formula for education needs to be weighed more heavily towards state with low fiscal capacity but higher student populations. Otherwise, the gap between the aspiring North and the educated South will only widen. To conclude, the success of the 2026 education budget will not be determined in the parliament but in the state assemblies. My recommendation is the formation of an interstate education council so that the fiscal coordination is there and it resolves funding delays before the academic year begins. We need to move from centralized planning to a true cooperative federalism, because a child in a village does not care which government pays for the blackboard, state or center. They just want to learn. Thank you.
Anviti, we are truly grateful to you for offering such a clear and thoughtful perspective on the role of federalism in education. Thank you for enriching the summit with your ideas and for reminding us to the vital core role young leaders play in shaping the future of education in India. We wish you every success in your future endeavors. Moving on. The union budget is more than an annual financial statement. It is a reflection of nation's priorities and its commitment to the future. We will, where we look at the budget through the lens of children, it becomes powerful indicator of how seriously we invest into nutrition, education, health, protection, and overall well-being of the next generation. To lead us into this important discussion, we have with us Ritesh Gude. Ritesh integrates his background in engineering and finance to drive meaningful social impact through CSR and government-led initiatives. He has extensive experience in coordinating with central and state implementations teams for the World Bank RAMP project in Maharashtra. He advocates for evidence-based policy that prioritizes long-term development and well-being of children across India. Ritesh, the stage is all yours.
Am I audible and visible?
You are.
Yeah. So, respected panel and fellow delegates, we often characterize children as the future of our nation. Yet, our facile policies frequently treat them as a social cost rather than a strategic capital. As a computer science student currently working on a World Bank funded RAM project in Maharashtra, have seen that economic growth is not just about industrial output. It's about the quality of human capital that we nurture today. My submission for the Union Budget 2026 focuses on shifting from welfare based spending to human surplus investment model. In Maharashtra, while we lead the nation in digital infrastructure, the last mile child in the rural and tribal belt remains digitally dismantled. A budget that provides smart classrooms without vernacular AI driven content is like providing a car without fuel. I urge for a dedicated allocation for vernacular tech development. We must ensure that a child in Gadchiroli or Ratnagiri can learn Python or public policy in Marathi, bridging the gap between the state level implementation and the national goals. Drawing from my experience with National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, I propose a radically budgetary intervention, the pre-vocational awareness fund. The union budget should provide tax incentives for MSMEs that establish weekend exploratory labs for the secondary school students. By integrating vocational exposure in the school level budget, we move away from the remedial skilling at age 20 towards aspirational skilling at the age of 14. This creates the ownership mindset that is necessary for the 5 trillion economy that we are building for our India. Coming to the very next and most integral part of our economy, health. Health is the foundation of the cognitive return of investment. Data shows that the child nutrition directly impacts long-term economic productivity. Maharashtra's agricultural strength in millet should be leveraged. I recommend a budgetary mandate from local sourcing in PM Poshan scheme. Funding direct procurement for the FPOs for the school meals solves two problems at once. It addresses child stunting and provides a guaranteed market for our farmers. In conclusion, the budget 2026 must adopt child-centric budget tagging across all the ministries, ensuring there is transparency how on every rupee is spent of infrastructure and the technology that impacts the next generation. We are not drafting a budget, we are writing the destiny of our India's youth. Let us ensure that we look back at 2026 and we see it as a year we stopped spending on children and we started investing on the architecture of future. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to represent Maharashtra and putting my opinions forward.
We sincerely appreciate the clarity and depth with which you address the theme representing the state of Maharashtra. Your analysis on child-related budgetary allocations and this implication for policy implementation added significant value to this discussion. Thank you for contributing meaningfully to this summit and for enriching our understanding for children-centric public finance. Now we will move on. Gender budgeting is a fiscal accountability mechanism with the gender lens to public financial management. Has been embraced by several countries to analyze the gender components in public spending across all sectors and evaluate their outcomes. It moves beyond gender neutral policies to address specific needs like safe sanitation, girls' scholarship, and curricular reforms. India adopted gender budgeting as a compulsory exercise in all sectors and departments in 2005. Our next speaker will assist us in understanding India's vision with more clarity. Please welcome Ms. Nidal Fatima, a second-year BA LLB student from Jamia Hamdard University, Delhi. With a strong commitment to understanding law and justice, she aspires to build a meaningful legal career that creates positive social impact. Driven, resilient, and purpose-oriented, she represents the voice of new generation determined to shape change through law. Over to you, Nidal.
Thank you for your warm welcome. I would like to thank your organization for giving me a chance to represent the topic. So, starting with a gender responsible budgeting, what do you mean by that? Gender responsible budgeting has been initiated by the Beti Bachao, which was a time, there was a time when we put our immense energy into educating and counseling people, that saving girls and sending them for the primary education. It's a step towards the gender budgeting. It was a necessary beginning, but today the conversation must go further. We are now moving at the basics. Although the current gender ratio of the state where I live in Delhi was 868% per thousand male, which was far better than national average of 940, but it's still better than 2001, where there was 81% per 100 males. We need to focus on this ratio. Society will progress with when girls will get educated, financially independent, confident, and are free to make their own decision. From classroom towards the leadership, from protection towards the empowerment, from pitying towards financial independence. Gender responsible budgeting is the way of allocating, transferring public money, our money spent works toward reducing the gender gaps instead of inwardly perpetuating them. We are talking about something that is the fellowship initiatives like the Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. GRB integrates a gender lens across all the sectors. As we know, the empowerment go beyond the slogans. Families still viewing the difference in investing the time and the resources in their daughter and the sons. Families, as we all know, in the tribal or rural areas are hesitating to spend their money in their girls rather than boys. Daughters still less of a priority that is investing in the son's education. Private university do cost a fortune. A public university in India often have higher competition and are limited to very few seats. Problem is that the scholarship schemes do not account for the multiple layers of the socio-economical barriers, that is cost, income disparities, and those who are in real need of them. The union budget of this year provides a significant thrust to the gender responsible budgeting. The share of the gender budget is total UB has increased from 9.37 in this year, from 8.6 in the last year, reflecting the government deepened commitment towards the gender responsible governance. The new budget talks about opening every girl hostel in the every district. This prevent the dropouts, improve safety, and also support the higher education. Also, there has been taken a step for the sanitation, that is strengthen the Anganwadi and the hygiene infrastructure. For the women healthcare, Ayush health and expansion. But there is something still lacking in this. That is, the gender budget is only 8%. We need to take a pause. We need to question, we need to raise the question. The youth has to raise that where is the money is going? If this is not being invested in this development, then in what? The youth has to take the power in their hands. They have to be aware. They have to this like this meeting we are conducting. We are raising the awareness for that. The 1.3 and 1.6 of the GDP is still far below than the UN and the benchmark. Ministry of Women and Children Development get less than 1% of the national budget. So, recent budget shows the reduction in the critical programs like the Mission Shakti, PM Poshan, and the fellowship and the scholarship budget has been decreased. What is the solution for this? The scholarship must be more accessible and marginalized. Girls to make sure they are stay enrolled in higher education. But not only, we need to specialize mentorship program and the literacy initiatives, guidance to the rights, so they reach the level of enrollment. In conclusion, true empowerment of girls will come when across to education, wield the right and not the privilege. Education, we have to say, education protection is not a privilege, it's the right for every gender and highly for the girls because they are being deprived for many years. As we continue to shape and refine our policies, let's love guided by the commitment to equality, a commitment that their education and the future will not be afterthought, but a priority and a necessity in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidal, for such an informative and extensive views on the topic. It has definitely have helped us with an add-on into our knowledge with this. And we wish you the very best of luck for your future endeavors. Moving on with the summit. Like stated previously, Bihar education goal is a vision for the long run. The major projects which would be taken up in financial year 26-27 in the education sectors are setting up a model school in each block under the Sat Nishay 3 programs, opening a degree college in each block, the state, and the construction of a new education city in Bihar. To offer more a dynamic perspective, I'd like to warmly welcome our next speaker. Uh, our next speaker is Kailash Kumar, who hails from the Supal district. He has his graduation in geography and from Sahid Bhagat Singh Evening College, University of Delhi. In his graduation years, he actively have participated in youth parliament debates, reflecting his keen interest in public affairs and democratic discourse. So he currently is based in New Delhi and is preparing for the civil services examination while also working for as an educator, teaching students through the Urban Pro platform. The stage is all yours, Kailash.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Kailash Kumar from Syed Bhagat Singh Evening College. I am from Supaul district, Bihar. As we all know that Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget for financial year 26-27, and the aim of the budget was transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance. And the theme of the budget was Yuva Shakti Driven Bharat. But before highlighting the budget priorities, I want to present the child-centric issue of Bihar because here we gather to discuss the Children in Union Budget 2026. Specifically, I will present the child-centric issue of Bihar as I am representing my state Bihar. If we talk about Bihar, Bihar is home to about 47 million children. That is almost half of the state population and 11% of India's population. But harsh reality is, despite this despite this demographic potential, government is unable to reap them into a potential asset, productive asset, because there is weak implementation of program schemes that led to deprivation of millions of children on various parameters. Again, if we look into the health parameters, in every 8 minutes, a newborn baby dies, and in every 5 minutes, an infant dies. If we look into the National Family Health Service for every second child are stunted. Again, if we look into the educational parameters, millions of children are deprived from education, whose age is between 6 to 12. Why? Because they are suffer from child trafficking and exploitation. If you look into the social parameters, in Bihar, child marriage is one of the most corrupt practices. Close to 3 million girls in Bihar prone to this corrupt practices. If we look into the technological aspect, there is still a digital divide. There is lack of technological integration in school. Schools are not running via smart classes. Now we will look into the budget priorities. If we if we want to analyze government is focusing on children or not, we have to look we have to analyze the trend where what is the share of children budget in union budget. If we analyze the past trend, there is a sharp decline from 2014 to 15. That is 4.5% to 2.3% in 24 to 25. But there is a contrast that government is now focusing on child budget in financial year 26 to 27. There is a sharp increase in allocation related to children, that is 2.29 to 2.47% of total union budget. Government is also increasing expenditure in health and infra, focusing on nutrition via Poshan Abhiyan 3 and the midday meal scheme. Government is also focusing on establishment of residential hostel in every district for girls, which help them to save an affordable house. If we look into the but despite of this government efforts, there is still a implementation gap. So government need to work on the every Sarkari school that will caters education to millions of students. Government should engage with NGO, researchers, other stakeholders that will contribute to addressing child-centric issue. That is that is from all my side.
Thank you, Kailas. You actually talked about some very important issues like digitization of the classroom and digital divide, and has enhanced our knowledge into this. Your speech was very, extensive and and was very deep with entailed with data as well. So thank you very much for your performance here, and we wish you best of luck for your future endeavors. Now, moving forward, when we talk about budgets, we often think of numbers, tables, and policy documents. But for children's, budget decides something much more real, whether they are well nourished, educated, healthy, protected, and heard. The Union Budget 2026 is therefore not just a financial plan, it's a statement of our priorities for the next generation. At a youth summit like this, it is important that we look beyond the national announcement and ask how these decisions play out where life actually happens within our states and communities. A state level lens help us to understand who benefits, who is the left behind, and how effectively resources meant for the children are being used. Let us now invite our next speaker, Manya Jaswal, to share her state level perspective and insight on the state Uttarakhand. Manya Jaswal is pursuing her graduations from Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi, as an event coordinator of NSS unit and associate of an NGO. She has led and coordinated community outreach initiatives with student volunteers embodying Uttarakhand's value and resilience, service, and collective responsibility. The stage is all your, Manya. Thank you.
Okay. I thank the organizers for providing this platform to deliberate on an issue that lies at the foundation of national development, the well being of our children. I am Manya Jaiswal, representing the state of Uttarakhand, and I rise to present a child centric assessment of the Union Budget 2026. Budgets are not merely statements of intent, they are moral documents that reveal who a nation chooses to prioritize. The government has described the Union Budget 2026 as Yuva Shakti Budget, signaling an intent to invest in India's demographic future. If this vision is to be meaningful, children, who form the base of youth power, must be central to fiscal design. In Tihiri Garhwal, I observed a government school that is officially functional, yet seasonal migration and difficult terrain significantly reduce attendance. The allocation exists, the scheme exists, yet child's access remains fragile. This gap between budgetary provision and lived outcome frames my assessment. Child related allocation in budget 2026 stand at approximately rupee 1.32 lakh crore, about 2.5% of total union expenditure. While this indicates incremental growth, the core question is not merely the quantum of funds, but how contextually they are deployed. According to NFHS 5, nearly 27% of children in Uttarakhand are stunted, and anemia remains prevalent, particularly in districts such as Chamoli, Bageshwar, and Uttakashi. While literacy levels are relatively high, dropout rate increase at secondary level due to distance, limited infrastructure, and migration. Additionally, adolescent mental health concerns, shaped by academic stress and disaster vulnerability, remains fiscally under-recognized. The budget does strengthen certain interventions, increased allocation to Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0, and PM Poshan reinforced nutrition security. Funding under Samagra Siksha and support for Eklavya Model Residential School expand educational access, particularly in districts like Pithoragarh. Mission Vatsalya support child protection system in migration affected regions such as Haridwar and Udham Singh Nagar. However, three structural gap remains. First, allocation do not sufficiently account for geographic cost differentiation. Delivering services in hill districts such as Rudraprayag or Chamoli requires higher logistical expenditure. Yet, funding norms remains largely uniform. Equal allocation in unequal terrain produces unequal outcomes. Second, child and adolescents' mental health lacks a clearly demarcated outcome linked fiscal commitment across education and health sector. Third, while enrollment is financed, retention and learning quality at the secondary level remains weakly linked to budget performance indicators. A recent example from Chamoli district demonstrates this challenge. After a disaster-induced displacement, schools reopened, yet rigid fund structures delayed socio-psycho and remedial interventions. The limitation was not policy absence, but insufficient fiscal flexibility. Accordingly, I propose three practical directions. First, introduce mountain sensitive fiscal weightage within child related scheme. Second, adopt district level outcome linked budgeting, tying allocations to measurable improvements in nutrition and retention. Third, school based mental health services with defined funding and accountability mechanism. In conclusion, the Union Budget 2026, described as the Yuva Shakti budget, makes an important beginning. But youth empowerment cannot be built without secure childhoods. For Uttarakhand, equity will emerge not from uniform allocation but from context responsive fiscal design. As Nelson Mandela observed, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Let this budget ensure that every child from Haridwar to high altitude Chamoli has the opportunity not merely to enroll but to learn and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Manya, for clearly unpacking the union budget from a state lens and helping us to understand what it truly means to be the children on the ground. You have connected policy budgets with the lived realities. So thank you very much for being this part, for the part of this summit, youth summit. With this, I come to the end of my part of this session. Thank you very much for participating and sharing your distinct views on this topic. And thank you for bearing with me. With here, I will now call Krishti Sen to move forward with the session. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for that, Rahul. My name is Krishti Sen, and I'm very glad and honored to be a part of this very stimulating discussion today on children in union budget as a moderator for the next session. So, without wasting any more time, I'll just get straight into it. The Union Budget 2026 has put mental health on the front lines of the policy agenda, with government announcing an expansion of national mental health infrastructures. However, whether this push can meaningfully address a crisis on ground remains ambiguous. To bring a more thoughtful and informed perspective to this dialogue, I would like to invite our next speaker, Sakshi Gupta. She's a BA Political Science student from Atma Ram Sanatan Dharma College, Delhi University. She's an active member of Republica, the Hindi Debating Society Vedanta, and has displayed a keen interest in public speaking, debating, and social services. Please join me in welcoming Sakshi Gupta. Sakshi, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Krishti, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Sakshi, you're audible.
Thank you. All right. So I'll be speaking on the theme Inclusive Education for Divyangjan, reviewing the provisions for special educators, assistive technology, and accessible infrastructure for children with disabilities. So when we examine the union budget, we often focus on figures and schemes. But for children with disabilities, the budget determines something far more fundamental, whether they can enter a classroom, understand what is being taught, and participate with dignity. Inclusive education for Divyangjan is not a matter of welfare. It's a question of rights and equal opportunity. Union Budget 2026 emphasizes on youth empowerment through education, but child-centric allocations need scrutiny for disability-specific gaps. When we look at the current provisions, Budget 2026 highlights Yuva Shakti initiatives like Education to Employment Committee, STEM infrastructure, yet lacks explicit mention of special educators or assistive tech for Divyangjan. Existing schemes like Samagra Shiksha allocate funds for inclusive education, but implementation lacks. Only 20% of schools are fully accessible, and evidence from past shows us underutilization. Less than 50% of inclusive education for disadvantaged people at secondary stage funds spent annually. In the budget speech, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the government livelihood opportunities through industry training to each Divyang group. She announced two schemes, Sahara Yojana. The former one, aimed under Divyangjan Sahara Yojana, the government proposes to support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India to scale up the production of assistive devices, invest in R&D, and integrate artificial intelligence. This, in fact, is a very good initiative. But when we look at the union budget, overall, what we find is that it offers limited direct relief for persons with disabilities, with most support rooted through employment rather than income or social security measures. Key gaps we find is number one, shortage of special educators. The shortage exceeds 1 million nationwide. There's only one educator, 100 Divyang students, while the recommended ratio is 1:10. Secondly, there's limited procurement of technology. And also the infrastructure gap. Just 30% of schools have ramps, tactile paths, adapted toilets, violating the RPWD Act 2016 mandates. And these all gaps together widen dropout rates. 40% of Divyangjan children
Excuse me,
Sakshi?
Sakshi.
Excuse me, Sakshi, are you there? Um, I think her network must have been a bit weak today. Sakshi, are you there? Um, okay, so we'll wait for Sakshi to come back. Uh, for now, I think we can move on with the next speaker. Okay, so the union budget for Madhya Pradesh has laid special emphasis on poor youth, farmers, and women, embodying the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. There are also hopes that Bhopal may get one of the five proposed university townships, potentially boosting education and investment. Hence, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next participant speaker, Ms. Trisha Jain, representing the state of Madhya Pradesh. A student from Indore, she has consistently demonstrated academic excellence alongside a strong commitment to extracurricular endeavors. She has actively participated in debates and modeled United Nations as she prepares to commence her BBA LLB this July. Ms. Jain remains deeply committed to learning and meaningful youth participation. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Prisha Jain. Prisha, the stage is all yours.
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to represent my state, Madhya Pradesh. Today, I want to talk about something that directly affects me and millions like me. We, the children of India, and how the Union Budget 26-27 plans to secure our future. As India marches towards becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047, Children will be the architects of that vision. The Union Budget 26-27 highlights education as a key driver for India's long-term growth and human capital development. The government recognizes that investing in us today investing in means that investing in India's tomorrow. This budget makes a bold statement about our future. The Education Ministry has allocated 1.39 lakh crore, which is an increase of 8.27% from last year. Let me highlight three major initiatives that will directly impact millions of students. The first is quality education through Samagra Siksha, a comprehensive education program. This ensures equality improvements, supports disadvantaged groups, and addresses regional disparities. Every child, regardless of backgrounds, deserve equal education, and the budget recognizes that. Second is the nutrition through PM Poshan. This provides nutritional support to over 11 crore children. We all know that we cannot learn empty stomachs. This scheme ensures that hunger never stands between us and our education. Third is the excellence through PM Shri schools. This serves as a model institution showcasing the National Education Policy 2020. These schools will set benchmarks which will benefit all of us. The budget also introduces exciting initiatives that prepares us for the future. Yes, I'm talking about the AVGC Content Creator Labs, which will be established in around 15,000 schools and over 400 colleges, fostering digital creativity in audiovisual content, gaming, and comics. The exciting part is that many young people are interested in creative sectors but are constrained by lack of structure and scalable skill future. This is exactly what the budget addresses. For my fellow girl students, one girl, one district hostel will be established in every district for higher education in STEM institutions. This ensures that distance and safety concerns, never stops us from fostering any of the future in STEM and institutions. These allocation addresses what we need most: strengthening foundational learning, promoting digital integration, reducing dropouts, improving teacher quality, and bridging student regional disparities. But we know that budget alone doesn't addresses everything. What does is implementation. We must ensure every rupee reaches every student. As young citizens, we have a responsibility too, to make the most out of it, to make the most of these opportunities, to study hard, to innovate, and to dream big. We are not just the future, we are the present that deserves the attention today. With proper education, nutrition, and opportunities, we will transform India into a developed nation, also known as Viksit Bharat, which everyone envisions. The generation is ready. We are eager to learn, to create, and to lead. This budget gives us tools, and now it's our turn to build the India of our dreams. Thank you, everyone, for patiently listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Prisha. I really enjoyed your input on the fact that, the use of more creative tools like audio visuals or comic books, because not everybody can really learn to their fullest ability through conventional methods. So thank you so much for that. We all really appreciate it. Moving on. So the education sector in Bihar got the lion's share in the union budget for the financial year 2026 to 2027. The budget allocates tremendous resources to focus on schooling, teacher support, infrastructure, and learning quality. To explore this discourse in further detail, our next speaker is Bhumika Sinha, a second year undergraduate student of political science at Ramjas College, Delhi University, and a proud representative of her home state, Bihar. Deeply engaged with the issues of geopolitics, public policy, and research, she has worked with multiple think tanks, NGOs, and student societies. She actively contributes to conversations on societal welfare and development, driven by a passion for policy-oriented change. Well, so Bhumika, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Krishti. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, Bhumika, you're both audible and visible.
Thank you. I'll start. सो हमारा संविधान हर बच्चे को शिक्षा का अधिकार देता है, लेकिन अधिकार तभी सार्थक होता है जब उसकी पहुंच समान रूप से हो. Growing up in the state of Bihar, I have witnessed the statistics of school enrollments and school dropouts at the same time. The Right to Education Act of 2009 guarantees free and compulsory education to children aged 6 to 14 years. However, the critical question lies here. Are these provisions of RTE outlining free and compulsory education truly being realized and accessed on the ground level? Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Bhumika Sinha. Today, we came across various perspectives on Bihar in this meeting, and I will represent my research on Bihar, focusing on the provisions of Union Budget 2026 for the children of India. Bihar has achieved significant victories in the field of literacy, such as in case of primary and secondary education. The data hikes from 36.68% in 1991 to 61.35%. However, its literacy rate remains amongst the lowest in India as well. Bihar has recorded a significant hike in school dropout rates. If we look into the secondary school level dropout rate, it stands at 19.5%, and the primary school level dropout is around 3.8%. Recently, we also came across the announcement of Union Budget 2026. I'll give an exact figure of what has been allocated to the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Around 28,183.06 crores has been allocated to the department or to the Ministry of Women and Child Development. In the health and nutrition sector, Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 has been allotted with 19,635 crores. The Samagra Siksha Abhiyan has been allocated with 42,100 crores, which is a good sign. In the Department of School Education and Literacy, the allocation for the Atal Tinkering Labs is 3,200 crores this year. Now I will be focusing and highlighting on the existing schemes in the state. The government of Bihar has brought significant child-centric state-sponsored schemes like the Mukhyamantri Kanya Suraksha Yojana, which provides 2,000 rupees fixed deposit to children from BPL families. The Parvarish Yojana, providing financial assistance of around 1,000 per month to the children who are orphans, destitutes, or have parents suffering from critical illness. The Mukhyamantri Kanya Utthan Yojana is another schemes provided by the Bihar government. There are other incentives as well. The girl child being provided with around 2,000 rupees on her birth, around 1,000 on first vaccination, to 10,000 on the passing intermediate exams, 25,000 on completing the graduation degree as well. Other centrally sponsored schemes include Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan Abhiyan, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, PM Poshan midday meal schemes, with Mission Vatsyalaya child protection services, etc. Now, after reviewing all this optimistic side of the coin, there is a need to analyze the bigger picture, the challenges and loopholes that persists in this system. For example, in Bihar, the hiring of underqualified staffs is still in progress. They lack necessary training. They do not have enough expertise on the subjects. The absenteeism of teachers is very high. They are frequently engaged in administrative tasks like census, election duties, managing midday meal schemes. Apart from this, Bihar also faces inadequate health infrastructures. The Anganwadi centers, they do not have proper infrastructure. They lack electricity. There are irregular monitoring, which makes it unattractive for the children to proceed in their education sector as well.
There is delay in payments and proper working conditions for the workers, the asha workers in Bihar. They are not paid on time. This is one of the another loophole that we must address. And the last challenge is that I would like to highlight is on the reduction in the number of government schools. The data mentions how the number of government schools fell from 88.7% to 81.17 of the total schools. It's high time for certain transformations and real implementations for the better future. I would like to quickly put forward some recommendations. Improving the buildings and infrastructures on the ground level, providing enough classrooms, clean washrooms, and making accessible to get to the nearby schools, setting up committees appointed by the central authority to routinely survey and evaluate on the process of infrastructural development. The initiatives should be taken to build smart classrooms, raising the bar on educator support and training in order to get students more involved in the learning process. They should be trained to provide innovative and interactive teaching methods. Partnership between the commercial and public sector may also accelerate the goal of development via education. I will conclude by quoting: to truly uphold the spirit of RTE, we must see it not as the end, but as the beginning of a child's right to thrive in and through education. Bihar is often seen as an underdeveloped, landlocked state, as a passive recipient in modernity, and engulfed in the vicious cycle of poverty. Although we have also witnessed certain growth in the state in the last decade. The union budget also aims to provide inclusive development for the children. The budget holds promise for the children. However, realizing that promise in Bihar demands targeted funding, robust implementation, evaluation, and more awareness for the better future of the children in the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Bhumika. You build a very clear pipeline from what Bihar's education system is doing well, what needs some changes, and your future recommendations. Thank you for that very much. Is Sakshi Gupta here?
Yes, Krishti, I hope I am audible.
Yeah, Sakshi, is your network stable now?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay, so you can, I think you got cut off at previously, so you can continue your speech now.
Thank you, Krishti. And sorry I got disconnected. I hope this time the network stays with me. So I'll directly jump to the current provisions on my theme, that's on Divyangjan students. So Budget 2026 highlights Yuva Shakti initiatives like Education to Employment Committee, STEM infrastructure, yet lacks explicit mention of special educators or assistive tech for Divyangjan. Existing schemes like Samagra Shiksha allocate funds for inclusive education, but implementation lags, with only 20% of schools fully accessible. And evidence from past shows us underutilization. Less than 50% of inclusive education for disabled at secondary stage funds are spent annually. In the budget speech, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the government would ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry relevant and customized training specific to each Divyang group. And for this, she introduced two schemes. She announced two schemes: one, Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana, and other, Divyang Sahara Yojana. The former one aims to provide industry relevant customized training, while under Divyangjan Sahara Yojana, the government proposes to support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India to scale up the production of assistive devices, invest in R&D, and integrate artificial intelligence. And this is a very good initiative. But overall, when we look at Union Budget 2026, it offers very limited direct relief for persons with disabilities, with most support rooted through employment linked schemes rather than education or social security measures. So, the key gaps that we find is number one, shortage of special educators. There's shortage, and this shortage exceeds 1 million nationwide. There's only one educator for 100 Divyangjan students, while the proposed ratio is 1 is to 10. Then there is limited procurement of assistive technology, and then infrastructure gap. Just 30% of schools have ramps, tactile paths, adapted toilets, violating the RPWD Act 2016 mandates. And these all gaps together widen the dropout rates. 40% of Divyangjan children are out of school by class 8. Now, in order to tackle all these issues, first and foremost, we need to fast track the training of special educators and provide incentives for rural postings. Alongside this, inclusive education must be strengthened within the mainstream classrooms through Nishtha based training for general teachers. Then, to reduce the learning barriers, we should scale AI enabled assistive devices under the Divyang Sahara Yojana, including e braille readers and smart hearing aids. Additionally, the Prashant app should be integrated across all government schools for early identification and timely intervention. We also need to ring fence 10% of Samagra Siksha allocation to retrofit schools with ramps, tactile pathways, accessible toilets. Alongside, we need to introduce dashboards to track children with special need enrollment and dropouts can improve policy targeting. And linking this data with PM Daksh and Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana, this together will support the post-school skilling in sectors like AVGC and IT, ensuring long-term inclusion. Taken together, these measures have the potential to increase children with special need enrollment by up to 25%, significantly reducing the dropout rates that there. And this will ensure compliance with the rights of persons with disabilities, that is RPW Act 2016. And more importantly, this will shift the focus, the inclusive education from welfare-based approach to rights-based, outcome-oriented framework. And then India will be able to build an equitable future where no child is left behind. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Sakshi. I really do believe, and I think most of us do, that true policy governance lies in proper representation and inclusivity. Thank you so much for your very thought-provoking speech. Moving on, it is well known that inadequate nutrition during the first 1,000 days of life has lasting impacts on physical and cognitive development. Research has indicated that if these early years are not supported by or embedded in a stimulating and enriching physical and psychosocial environment, the chances of the child's brain developing to its fullest potential is considerably and often irreversibly reduced. Naturally, the Union government has launched Portion 2.0, including some of its previous schemes, including childhood care and education. To shed more light on this matter, I would like to introduce my next speaker. Afreen Ali, who is an educator at the Guru Senior Secondary School, is deeply passionate about working with school-going children and fostering positive, inclusive classroom environments. With a keen interest in child development and social awareness, she believes that consistent small changes can create meaningful and lasting impact in society. Afreen, the stage is all yours. Afreen, are you there? Afreen, can you hear us?
I think the video is stuck.
Okay. Problem. I think then we can move on with the next speaker.
Christy, continue.
Am I audible now? Is Shiri Fatima here?
Yes, I am here. Am I audible?
Yes, Shiri, I called you. I think there must have been some problem. No worries. Okay. West Bengal has launched several key initiatives to support child welfare.
Excuse me, I just wanted to know whether I'm audible or not.
Uh, yes, Afreen, we actually contacted you a few times. I think your network was a bit weak, so we could not really reach out to you.
Okay, so I just want to
Uh,
know, should I continue or is there anyone who else will be speaking right now?
here's what we can do. We can let Shiri complete her speech first, then we can come back to you. Is that all right with you?
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. Um, okay. So West Bengal has launched several initiatives like Konyashi Prokalpo and Shishu Alay, which mainly focuses on reducing child trafficking and education and health. So our next speaker represents the state of West Bengal. Shri Fatima is a postgraduate student pursuing population studies in the International Institute for Population Sciences alongside a master's degree in geography at the Ranchi University. Her academic and research interests lie in public health, digital health systems, gender studies, and social equity. Shrini, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And today's theme is gender responsive budgeting. So, respected organizers, fellow speakers, and friends, when we talk about gender and education, we often use big words like empowerment and equality. But in West Bengal, for many girls, education is about very basic realities. I have met girls who want to become teacher or nurse, but because school becomes harder for them in ways boys rarely experience. Lack of toilets, discomfort during periods, safety concerns while traveling, household work, and early marriage quietly push them out of classrooms. These are not just social problems, they are government and budget problems. West Bengal has made progress. Female literacy has improved, and schemes like Kanyashri have helped many girls stay in school and delay early marriage. Families are increasingly supportive of girls' education, but the gender gap becomes clearer at the secondary level, especially in districts like Murshidabad, Birbhum, and Purulia. Poverty, social norm, and safety issues still lead to higher dropout rates among adolescent girls. This shows that enrollment is not enough. Retention and dignity matters more. Menstruation is one of the most ignored reasons why girls miss schools. Recently, the Supreme Court recognized menstruation as part of the fundamental right to life and dignity and directed that free sanitary pads, proper toilets, and water facilities must be provided in all schools. This is a historic step because it makes menstrual health a responsibility of the state, not a private burden on girls. For West Bengal, this means menstrual hygiene must be treated as core school infrastructure, just like classrooms and teachers. Yet, many schools still lack a regular pad supply, proper disposal systems, or awareness programs. This gap between policy and reality shows where budgeting and implementation falls short. We often believe scholarships and cash transfers are enough. They are important, but not sufficient. Girls also need safe toilets, privacy, counseling, safe transport, and a supportive school environment. Right now, funding for girls is spread across education, health, and women and child development departments with little coordination. Gender budgeting exists on paper, but we rarely track whether girls feel safe in school or completely secondary education. If West Bengal truly wants to close gender gaps, menstrual hygiene facilities, counselors, and safe transport should be treated as essential infrastructure, not optional welfare, but also the schemes which talks in numbers and also which benefits them. Schools should be audited for gender sensitive facilities, and districts with higher dropout rate should be received targeted funding, and education and health departments must work together so that adolescent girls' health and education are addressed together. In the end, I would like to say that gender responsive budgeting is not about adding another scheme. It is about recognizing that girls' dignity, safety, and health are central to education. When a girl can attend school without fear, manage her period with dignity, and dream of a future beyond early marriage, the whole state benefits. Investing in girls is not charity. It is one of the smartest decisions West Bengal can make for its economy, society, and democracy. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you so much for that, Shiri. You raised a very important point about, the need for proper menstrual facilities in washrooms to really promote equality. Thank you so much for that. Is Afreen here?
Yes, I'm here. I hope I am
Yeah,
audible and visible.
yes, Afreen, your network is stable right now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Afreen, you
Shall I
can,
start?
yeah, sure. The stage is all
Okay.
yours.
So, hello everyone. Greetings to all my fellow educators, policy makers, and the young leaders who are joining us from across the country. I am Afreen Ali, and as an educator, I spend my days looking into the eyes of the future of our country, our children. But sometimes this future looks tired, and sometimes it looks hungry. And no matter how good our textbooks are and how engaging our classroom is, a hungry child cannot focus, cannot learn, and cannot dream big. My theme today, Health Among School Going Children, is an analysis of how government spending, particularly for schemes like PM Poshan, helps students stay healthy and learn better in the school. I would also like to share what else can be done to improve this scheme. So, PM Poshan, which is earlier known as the midday meal, is a lifeline that ensures that no child has to choose between hunger and education. In the Union Budget 26-27, a sum of 12,750 crore has been decided for this scheme, which was earlier used to be 12,500 crores. Even though we are growing in budget, but somewhat we are degrading in health. Report shows that nearly half of the school-going children in India are estimated to be anemic. This means they lack the iron and energy that helps them to stay awake in the lesson. This clearly tells us that our approach should shift from filling the stomachs to truly nourishing the lives. As highlighted by the National Education Policy 2020, the morning hours are the most critical for the cognitive development of the kids and the most productive time for learning. Yet many children come to school empty stomach. Therefore, I suggest that the government must need a transition from a single meal to a dual nutrition policy model. We need a mandatory morning breakfast. Tamil Nadu government has set an example of being the first state to provide breakfast in the school. Along with this, I propose a simple but powerful idea that a mandatory fruit breaks should be there in the school and the fresh fruit should be provided just after the morning assembly or somewhere in the between to ensure that the micronutrient deficiencies are addressed. And the small changes like these, when supported by the budget allocations, can create a lifelong impact. To conclude, PM Poshan is a lifeline, but it should not be the only line. We are providing one hot cooked meal at a time, but do you think is it enough? And if children are our priority, then why we are not looking after another things? Why this scheme is not treated as the core infrastructure or just as a side welfare? Let's give these children a breakfast that wakes up their brains and a lunch that fuels their body. Even when the stomachs are filled, the hearts are healthy, and the mind is active, then only we can say that we are building a truly Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Afreen. Your argument was very well researched, well put, concise, and succinct. Uh, I really do believe that nutrition can go, a proper nutrition for a child's development can go a really long way. Thank you so much for that. Okay,
Well,
moving on. Educational disparity between rural and urban sectors is one of the most persistent challenges in India's education scene. The data from the National Sample Survey Office and University Grants Commission reveal that rural students are 24% less likely to complete secondary education than urban students. These can stem from lack of financial resources, lack of qualified teachers, socioeconomic differences, and such. To guide us through this discourse, I would like to invite our next speaker, Devranjan Sinha. Devranjan is a UGC NET qualified postgraduate student of English literature and an emerging scholar in comparative literature and critical theory. His academic interests span from Hindu philosophy, post-colonial and feminist thought, and transcultural perspectives, with a strong focus on dialogues between Indian and Western literary theory. Devranjan, the stage is all yours. Devrajan, are you here?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, Devrajan, you are.
And am I visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Okay. My name is Devendran Sinha. I'm from West Bengal. And at the outset, I would like to thank Sarkari School for organizing this youth summit. Platforms like this bridge the gap between policy documents and lived realities, which we very don't get to hear from much all the time. Today, I'm going to talk about the urban-rural gap, a theme that I felt deeply connected to, as I have read in both urban and rural educational institutions. Now, when we talk about education in India, the urban-rural gap isn't just about statistics, it's a daily experience. While urban students increasingly access smart classrooms and digital resources, many rural students still struggle with basic infrastructure such as functionable toilets, electricity, digital resources, and laboratories. Here we see that the gap is not just merely social, it is structural. Where money is allocated and how it is implemented decides whether a child's future is either expanded or restricted by geography. In the Union Budget 2026, education continues to be positioned as a priority sector with emphasis on digital education, school infrastructure, and policies such as the Samagra Shiksha and PM Shri schools. However, this kind of investment mostly follows a model school approach, where selected schools, mostly outside urban or semi-urban areas, receive concentrated funding. Now, this raises a question: are we really abolishing inequality or just creating islands of excellence bordered by negligence? Think about it. On the ground, especially in rural areas, implementation remains uneven. Many schools continue to face teacher shortages, shared classrooms, limited digital infrastructure, and unreliable internet connectivity. In some cases, buildings exist, but libraries lack books and laboratories lack equipment. Well, I would like to say that the intent of the current budget is progressive. It seems ambitious too, to be honest, but the gaps in implementation dilutes its impact. The budget of 2026 does include ambitious initiatives such as the proposal to set up around 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs in government schools, the expansion of BharatNet broadband to rural secondary schools, and the Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme with an outlay of over rupees 5,500 crore. However, ambition alone does not guarantee equity. Laboratories without trained mentors and broadband without devices or stable electricity for that fact, or digital textbooks without proper classroom implementation risks at becoming more symbolic rather than being transformative or useful. I would like to point the fact that even today, less than one-third of the rural secondary schools have functional broadband connectivity. This shows that the gap lies not in policy vision, but in capacity and continuity. I would like to conclude my speech with three recommendations. First, infrastructure systems should shift their focus from whatsoever they're following as of now. They should shift it and follow a need-based rural prioritization in which they would ensure that schools that are lacking basic facilities are addressed first before advanced upgrades. Secondary, investment in human infrastructure, teacher training, lab coordinators, and digital mentors must accompany physical infrastructure. And third, the monitoring system should tilt their focus from enumerating expenditure to measuring learning outcomes and student participation. In the end, I would like to say that bridging the gap between the urban and the rural is not just a welfare measure. It is an investment in India's collective future. Well, that was my time. Thank you all for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for that, Dipranjan. I really like the statement you made that ambition alone does not guarantee equity. That was a really thought-provoking line and really shows that it is only the proper vision that can reconcile between the rural and urban gap. Okay, next. So like I have said previously, that it is only inclusivity that really bridges this gap that we have in education. So to further argue on that movement, I would like to invite our next speaker. Dishant brings a unique perspective by combining public policy analysis with hands-on experience in school-based social initiatives. He will be leading our discussion on inclusive education for Divyangjan, specifically looking at how we budget for assistive technology and accessible infrastructure for students with disabilities. Dishant, we all thoroughly look forward to your analysis.
Thank you, Christy. Very good afternoon to everyone. Before I begin with my topic, I would like to make sure that I'm completely audible and visible.
Uh, yes, you're completely audible, Dishant.
Okay, perfect. So I'll begin. I am Dishant Veg. I am present before you with an opportunity to speak on inclusive education for Divyangjan. Now, before we delve into the title, I think we need to first establish the boundaries of the topic. Now, when we say disability, I think there is a certain image that comes in everyone's mind, or most of us, that is an individual who is physically incapable of performing certain tasks which are regular without assistance. But the law defines disability as a long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in the interaction with environmental barriers hinders their full and equal participation in society. Similarly, education cannot be restricted to academics alone. Education means acquisition of knowledge, development of skills, values, and attitudes through formal, non-formal, and informal means. For today's discussion, I will focus on children below 18 years of age who are currently enrolled in our schools. Now, India has over 2% of its population as persons with disabilities, and more than 2 million of them are children. Now, I would like to remind everyone that a society functions efficiently only when its members are able to grow and contribute. However, when a substantial section of society is deprived of such opportunities, the collective potential of that society is weakened. Now, among children with disabilities, only around 61% attend schools, while the rest have either dropped out or never enrolled. Dropout rates among children with disabilities are significantly higher than other students, which shows that access to schooling alone does not ensure sustained participation or learning. Further, discussions across community platforms indicate that even those who attend school, many children with disabilities experience neglect or invisibility. While several Divyangjan attempt to secure dignity through informal or gig-based work, education remains central to personal agency, skill development, and freedom of occupational choice. Without equitable access to education, these possibilities remain highly limited. Now, let's let's observe how our government prioritizes the education of Divyangjan through budget allocation. Now, the budget approaches inclusion primarily through scholarships, accessibility measures, and limited inclusion within the education framework. First, the scholarship for students with disabilities supports educational continuity, with the allocation increasing from 135 crores to 150 crores in budget 2026, indicating direct financial support. Second, the scheme for implementation of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 focuses on barrier-free access in public institutions, which includes school with an allocation of rupees 115 crore. Third, within the Ministry of Education, disability inclusion is addressed through Samagra Shiksha, which includes provision for children with special needs, such as identification, aids and appliances, and limited teacher training. However, these interventions remain embedded within the general framework without distinct allocation or outcome indicators specific to children with disabilities. The Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme includes education as a component of rehabilitation, though it operates through NGOs and outside the formal school system. Now, all of this shows that student-centric benefits for Divyangjan are spread across multiple schemes. These interventions are direct in addressing financial and accessibility barriers. However, institutional integration of disability within the education system remains highly limited. Policies such as NEP 2020 recognizes that certain regions have a higher concentration of children with disabilities and therefore require region-specific responses, including special education zones. Yet, these policy intentions have not translated into clearly articulated budgetary mechanisms focused exclusively on education for children with disabilities. Similarly, while expert bodies have been tasked with assessing the impact of next generation technologies such as artificial intelligence on education, disability should also, it is imperative that disability should be considered as a pillar in these assessments. Now, inclusive education for Divyangjan must be understood not as accommodation but as capacity creation. Budget 2026 demonstrates direct support through scholarship accessibility initiatives and rehabilitation linked provisions. However, what remains absent is a dedicated institutional framework that places education for children with disabilities at the center of the system design. It is treated as an add on. As India moves towards future-ready education system, disability must be explicitly integrated into curriculum design, teacher preparation, infrastructure standards, and educational technology frameworks. Inclusion must shift from being implicitly layered within broader schemes to being an explicit guiding principle. Ensuring full and equal access to education for children with disabilities is not a constitutional responsibility, but for building a resilient, productive, and just society. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Dishant. I really like the statement that you made about the fact that, often when we talk about disabled children's education in India, it's almost treated like an add-on rather than a priority. That's very nice. So thank you so much for highlighting those critical gaps in accessibility. Um, so it was really, really, truly enriching to hear all these opinions from so many talented people. I really got to know, and I think all of us got to know so many varied perspectives on very critical issues. So my time is up. I would like to hand over the moderation now to my fellow moderator, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our previous speakers for setting such a high bar with those inspiring insights. I'm Maria Khan. I'm going to be a co moderator for the next part of the session. To keep this momentum going, I'm honored to introduce Sanskriti Singh. Sanskriti is a distinguished political science scholar and national level debater who was recently honored with the National Social Icon Award 2024. Her work spans across academic research and active civic engagement, representing India's youth voice on global policy stages. Sanskriti, we are eager to hear your perspective on the intersection of youth leadership and national policy.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes.
Thank you so much for a great introduction. Namaste, everyone, respected members of Sarkari School, the policy research team, distinguished educators, and all my fellow youth leaders, and everyone present and watching me. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. And starting with today's topic, that whenever a union budget is presented, it does more than an allocation of resources. It signals continuity, intent, and the political priorities. And when we evaluate a budget through the lens of children, we are essentially asking that how serious is the nation in investing in its future? From future, I mean the youth and its children. As we discuss children in the Union Budget 2026, it is an important aspect that we have a balance to recognize what has already been achieved, to honestly acknowledge what is still inadequate, and to clearly articulate that what must now be given priority to. What has already been done? To begin with, it is very important to acknowledge that over the years, children not only have been entirely absent from India's budgeting framework, we have seen a continued allocation for school education, early childhood care, nutrition, expenses of midday meals, ICDS, enrollment focus initiatives, increased emphasis on digital education and access, policy recognizing the education, health, and nutrition all are interconnected. For a state where I come from, Bihar, these interventions have mattered. They have brought children into schools, provided basic nutritional support, and created institutional framework that merely existed before. This progress must be recognized because policy credibility comes from continuity and not being in denial. However, acknowledging the fact that progress does not mean ignoring the realities. I must be here speaking from Bihar, but more importantly, I'm here speaking for Bihar. That access has improved faster than the outcome. If I say in Bihar today, children are enrolled in schools, but learning never is like consistent. The levels remain uneven. Nutrition schemes exist, but quality, diversity, monitoring are inconsistent. Digital education is also encouraged, but connectivity and infrastructures always is limiting the impacts. Health programs are present, but mental well-being remains largely unaddressed. Child protection mechanisms exist, but implementation is often reactive than preventive. It does not, for me, it does not honestly reflect policy failures. It reflects that policy is incomplete, and Bihar being the largest child population state makes these gaps more visible than anywhere else. So for me, the real question was, while I was actually studying for this, that am I going to talk? That before union budget, and maybe next we are discussing 2026, 2027, where children are mentioned, but how seriously the outcomes are pursued, that should be our main focus. Because what we already have is school enrollment schemes, digital initiatives, we have everything. But when I particularly talk about my state, greater investment in the teacher's capacity, motivation, accountability, strong focus on the foundational literacy and numeracy, education models designed for rural and semi urban realities, not just urban benchmarks. Because to me, it's very important to understand that when we are setting that suppose a child is there in Delhi and we are setting that urban benchmark that these are the facilities that should be there in Bihar, we need to realize that there are certain unsaid factors that will not actually help in just passing the policy or just in implementing the policy just to say that the policy has been implemented. But we need to check the root causes. If the root causes are not being ticked out, that okay, this has been done and this is what actually needs attention to, always will have some policy failures in those kinds of areas where connectivity is an issue, where the foundation is missing. For Bihar, education is not about the choices, it's about mobility, dignity, and I would say the least, it is mandatory for the survival. So what we already have mostly in Bihar, when I talk about for the children, is that the midday meals and the ICDS coverages. What must, from my perspective, should be strengthened is nutritional quality, diversity, language integration, special focus on girls, nutrition, which shapes the future generations, better monitoring to ensure funds reach the plate, not the ledgers. I hope you are getting. So, a child who is fed inequality today cannot compete tomorrow, no matter how ambitious, how economic our goals are. And especially when we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, youth, children are the architects of it. So with this, I would like to say the main aspiration today we should be budgeting for is that education system should be focused on completion, early exposure to skills, careers, opportunities, guidance systems should be built that helps children imagine futures beyond immediate constraints, storage, links between the education and the employability. And Bihar is not where India's policy struggles. To me, it is where it is actually tested because of its scale, youth population, and reliance on public schemes. Any child centric policy, if that is working in Bihar, will work anywhere in India. Investment in Bihar will yield the highest social and economic returns. Platforms like these, where I'm talking, Sarkari School, matter the most as they create informed citizens who do not merely accept the budget or just reads it, but it questions them, to interpret them, and to humanize them. And as young voices as we are, our role stays not only to reading and discussing, but to bridge the data with lived experiences, keep children at the center of governance and conversations, and ensure accountability goes beyond mere announcement. So, to conclude, I would say that with all of this reflection, I truly believe a truly progressive union budget is the one that recognizes what has been done, confronts what has not worked out, and has the courage to do better. So let Union Budget 2026 be remembered not just as a continuation, but as the course correction, especially for the children in Bihar and including all the other states whose future carry the weight of the India's tomorrow. Thank you all for listening. Jai Hind.
That was a powerful contribution and very well put. Samskriti,
Thank you so
thank you.
much. Thank you.
Shruti's work with the JMC education program has given her a front row seat to the realities of government classrooms. Today, she will be tackling the urban rural gap, examining how the budget allocations for electricity, internet, and laboratories can bridge or widen the disparity between rural and urban schools. Shruti, please share your findings with us. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone present over here. शिक्षा केवल स्कूल जाने का नाम नहीं है। शिक्षा वो है जो बच्चों को सोचने, समझने और सवाल करने की ताकत दे। I would like to thank Sarkari School and the policy advocacy and research team for creating a space where youth voices can engage critically with the Union Budget 26-27, especially through a child-centric lens. I'm also grateful to be listening to fellow young speakers today, each analyzing the Union Budget 26 from various perspectives and lenses. My lens, however, comes not from policy papers alone, but from a classroom that does not look like one. Well, I am a student at Jesus Mary College, located in Chanakyapuri, one of Delhi's most well connected and administratively important areas. Through JNSEP, which is Jesus and Mary College Education Program, we teach children from Bapu Dham and Anand Niketan areas. Now, these are not remote villages, these are the urban slum clusters which are located next to some of the most posh localities in the capital. And yet, what we observed was deeply disturbing. Children who were studying in classes 5th, 7th, and even 8th were unable to read simple English sentences or even recognize alphabets confidently, solve basic arithmetic problems, or recall multiplication tables, which is expected at a primary level. These children are enrolled in government schools. They do attend classes and they are counted in the enrollment data, but they are not learning. And that's when it struck me, are we mistaking schooling for just education? Because if a child goes to school for years and still cannot read, write, or calculate, then going to school becomes dangerously close to not going at all. Union Budget 26-27 presents a vision of Viksit Bharat, which is powered by Yuva Shakti, focusing on aspirations and capacity building. But when we examine this urban rural gap, we see that the capacity being built is very uneven and sometimes hollow. The budget makes strong commitments to infrastructure like AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools, digital classrooms, AI enabled learning, and PM Shri schools. But this brings me to my first concern, infrastructure versus implementation. And even before that, if a children in the urban, mind my word, I'm not even here mentioning about the rural, I'm talking about the urban government school. If a child in an urban government school cannot read fluently, what exactly will these labs teach them to create? Which brings me to the next topic, that is PM Shri schools. They're envisioned as exemplary institutions, but we risk creating islands of excellence. If a few schools are upgraded while neighboring primary schools lack functional toilets, libraries, or trained teachers, we are not closing the urban rural gap. We are formalizing inequality within the same education system which we want to thrive. The budget also highlights AI and emerging technologies as force multipliers. But here's the hard fact, technology cannot multiply zero. If a child cannot read their own language, an AI lab becomes an expensive storage room of no use. And if this is the learning crisis in urban India, near diplomatic enclaves and elite colleges like my college, I leave it to you to imagine what the situation might be in rural and tribal areas. To truly move one step ahead, I am going to propose three critical shifts which is needed in our budgetary lens. First, it is going to be quality over counting. We must move beyond enrollment ratios to learning outcome metrics. Budgetary incentives should reward measurable improvement in foundational literacy and numeracy, not just mere attendance of children in the school. Second, last mile digital equity. Initiatives like the proposed National Destination Digital Knowledge Grid should support offline, capable digital libraries for schools with inconsistent internet, especially in rural and remote regions. Third, a concept that I would like to share over here is Siksha Mitras. Just as the budget speaks of the corporate mitras for MSMEs, we need trained youth volunteers, civil society members, and college groups like us to act as learning mentors, bridging the gap between overburdened teachers and first generation learners. अगर नींव मजबूत नहीं होगी तो विकास केवल एक नारा बनकर रह जाएगा. I'm not at all here to dismiss the government's intent. I'm here to remind that access is the first step, definitely, but learning is the final destination that we must not forget. And if the Budget 26 truly aims for a Viksit Bharat, then that future must begin not in a policy document, but inside classrooms where children are actually learning firsthand. Thank you for this platform. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much for those insights. It is crucial to keep those realities in mind as we move forward. Next, we have Yatharth Singh, a final year law student at the University of Delhi. With a background in corporate litigation and an impressive 70 plus certifications in finance, Yatharth brings a sharp interdisciplinary lens to our panel. He will be addressing vocational education and youth employability, examining how budget support for apprenticeships and industry linkages can bridge the gap between education and the professional world. Yatharth, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of our respected participants, guest speakers, and fellow students. All right, so before I begin, I must say that our hosts have been doing a commendable job as the event has been a long one indeed. So I'll try my best not to take much of your time and add something to our discussion with my topic vocational education and youth employability. So budgets are often approached as fiscal statements, collection of numbers, allocation and priorities of expenditure in welfare schemes. But Union Budget 2026, however, feels to be a different reading all in all, as it's presented in fact as a document of institutional design, particularly towards the domain of human resource formation. When the Honorable Finance Minister states that the objective is to transform aspirations into achievement and potential into performance, the emphasis is not rhetorical. It reflects a recognition in an economy increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence and technological disruptions. Formal education by itself might not longer means productivity or employability. That's been a huge problem that is faced by our crowds today. It is in the context that the budget identifies what it's called as quote unquote second kartavya. That means the responsibility of the state to systematically build the productive capacity of its youth. Skill development is therefore repositioned not as a welfare initiative but as a central growth strategy. A persistent structural issue in India has been the disconnect between the education and the employment. I mean to say that while enrollment and degree attainment have expanded, labor market alignment has remained uneven. While our budget 2026, however, addresses this gap through the proposal to establish a high powered educational to employment and enterprise standing committee, its focus on the services sector potentially be significant as services remain India's primary engine of growth, plus ambition anchoring this intervention is clearly quantified. India aims to capture 10% of the global services market by 2047. This target reframes skilling as a tool of global competitiveness rather than domestic placement alone. It implies continuous skill renewal, alignment with emerging technologies such as AI, and benchmarking against international productivity standards. The budget further signals a shift from isolated training schemes to embedded skilling ecosystem. Just like the Summers 2.0 program exemplifies this approach by integrating industry participation directly into skill development, particularly in textile manufacturing. The policy logic is efficiency driven. When training occurs within a production environment, the transition from learning to employment becomes seamless. Equally important is the budget's engagement with the orange economy, animation, gaming, and comics. The announcement of content creator labs in 15,000 schools expands vocational education into digital and creative domains to let the youth know that the creativity is not just a way of expression but a way to earn their livelihood as well. The labor market projection here is precise. The sector is expected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. This transforms creative education from an aspirational pursuit into a forecast driven employment pipeline, indicating that future labor demand is being anticipated rather than retroactively addressed. The introduction of corporate methods, decentralized professional expertise, enabling small enterprise and financial institutions beyond metropolitan centers to access guidance from compliance, scaling, and formalizing, not just keeping the scope to CACS and CMAs. This decentralization is reinforced through targeted capacity building initiatives, including the training of 1 lakh caregivers and 10,000 tourist guides. The latter through collaboration with IIMs. The emphasis here is not training volume but on specialized credential linked employability, particularly in the regionally dispersed labor markets. An allocation of 12.2 lakh crore towards the infrastructure, when viewed alongside the creation of university, township, and industrial hubs, reflects a deliberate spatial strategy. By locating learning institutions adjacent to centers of production, the budget reduces skill mismatch and embeds the educational directly with the economic ecosystem. In conclusion, Union Budget 2026 shifts the youth narrative from demographic scale to measurable institutional capabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yatharth, for those invaluable insights. It is essential to keep these diverse perspectives in mind as we move forward. Next, I am pleased to introduce Sabrine. Currently pursuing her master's in public administration at Miranda House, Sabrine has an exceptional track record in public service, having cleared multiple defense examinations, including the UPSC, CDS, and Intelligence Bureau. Notably, she also secured an All India rank of 118 in AFCAT 2 2024. Today, she will be speaking on child protection, where she will evaluate budget allocations for child safety, foster care, and the rehabilitation of children in difficult circumstances. Sabrine, we look forward to your contribution.
Good evening, everyone. Before I begin, let me ask you one simple question. If a child is not safe today, can we really talk about a strong nation tomorrow? There is a famous saying by Nelson Mandela: there can be no nearer elevation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. With this thought, today I would like to speak on child protection and how the Union Budget 2026 evaluates and supports the child safety, foster care, and the rehabilitation of children living in difficult circumstances. Child protection is not just a social responsibility, it is a national priority. Children who grow up safe, supported, and cared for are more likely to become healthy, confident, and responsible citizens. In simple words, the future of a nation is shaped in the childhood of its people. Coming to the Union Budget 2026-27, the government has increased the overall allocation for child welfare to approximately rupees 1.32 lakh crore, up from around 1.16 lakh crore in the previous year. This is nearly a 14% increase, which clearly shown a positive intent to invest more in children. However, when we consider India's large child population and serious challenges like poverty, abuse, neglect, traffickings, and lack of access to services, many experts feel that this increase through welcome is not enough to bring transformative change. One of the most important initiatives supported through this budget is Mission Vatsalya. This mission focuses directly on child protection and safety, especially for children who are orphaned, abandoned, trafficked, or in conflict with the new law. It supports child care institutions, foster care and adoption services, emergency outreach, and the Childline 1098 helpline. Funds are also used for child trafficking and monitoring system, ensuring that vulnerable children are not lost in the system. On the ground mission, Vatsalya has helped thousands of children by providing shelter, education, healthcare, counseling, and legal support. An important shift encouraged by this budget is towards family based care. Instead of keeping children in long term institutions, greater focus is given to foster care, where children grow up in a more loving and emotionally stable environment. Under Mission Vatsalya, funds are used to identity and train foster families, provide financial assistance, and offer counseling support. Rehabilitation also includes education, mental health care, skill development, and finally, reintegration into society, helping children rebuild their lives after trauma. The budget also supports institutions like the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, which monitors children right violation and ensures proper implementation of child protection laws. Although allocation to such bodies have seen only limited growth, they are linked with the gender responsive budgeting, recognizing that child safety is closely connected with the maternal health and caregiver support and social security. This Despite these positive steps, several challenges remain. The share of child related expenditure in the total budget is still relatively low. Areas like early childhood care, nutrition, mental health services, and protection mechanism need stronger focus. More importantly, funds must be efficiently utilized and reach children in remote, urban, poor, conflicted areas. In conclusion, the Union Budget 2026 has taken encouraging steps towards strengthening child safety, foster care, and rehabilitation. But protecting children is not only about numbers in a budget. It requires strong implementation, trained professions, acting monitoring, and continuous commitment. I would like to end with a very powerful thought. Every child is saved is a future secured. If India truly wants to build a strong and compassionate nation, it must ensure that every child grows up safe, supported, and with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you for those enlightening insights, Sabrine. That was very well put. Next, we have Anisha Arora. The urban-rural gap in education is one of the most significant hurdles to achieving true national equity. It is a divide measured not just in kilometers, but in megabits of connectivity, volts of electricity, and the presence of functional laboratories. While urban centers often enjoy the fruits of digital revolution, the rural heartland requires targeted budget support to transform government schools into centers of excellence. By scaling PM Shri type initiatives and prioritizing basic dignity like hygiene facilities and libraries, we ensure that a child's zip code no longer dictates the quality of their future. It is a distinct honor to introduce Anisha Arora, who has consistently bridged the gap between grassroots reality and global policy. An economics honors student at Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi, she brings a formidable background in parliamentary and policy research as well as consulting. Her journey is marketed by high level representation, from voicing youth representatives at the Harvard College Project for Asian and International Relations to mentoring the next generation through Model United Nations. Notably, she stood as a representative for Jharkhand at the World Food India 2023 Forum. Her work is defined by a singular, powerful mission to ensure that the governments and education are not just theoretical concepts, but lived realities. She is a researcher who understands that the most effective policies are those formed by civic engagement and deep empathy for the undeserved. The floor is yours, Anisha.
Thank you so much for the introduction. If you could just give me a quick thumbs up if I'm perfectly audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So a very good evening to all the distinguished guest speakers, policymakers, and partners in progress. So there is a profound architectural truth which says that we shape our buildings and thereafter they shape us. But in the domain of public policy, it is not just an observation, rather it's a mandate. So when we talk about the urban rural gap in our schools, we're not just discussing about bricks, mortar, or fiber optic cables. We are rather discussing about the geography of the opportunity. So by that I mean, if I am to draw an analogy for you, let's say there's a child studying in a metropolitan high rise who has got access to laboratories to test their theories and a library to widen their horizons. But then on the other hand, there's a child in a rural outspot which only has got or who has only got a chalkboard and a leaking roof. So in that sense, we have not just built different schools, but rather we have designed different destinies. So in 2026, our mission is to ensure that a student's postal code no longer determines their potential. And thus, it is very important to emphasize that it is high time that we transition from quality of access, from the quantity of access to quality of the educational experience. So as per the United Nations 2026 Sustainable Development Progress Report, the infrastructure gap can actually be viewed through several of its metrics. For instance, the gender level by the UNICEF report states that in rural districts, the presence of functional and a private toilet facilitates female participation in rural secondary schools. And it has been able to retain female students by about 11%. So that being said, sanitation is actually the silent guardian of girls' education. Similarly, there is this International Telecommunication Union, which defines meaningful connectivity as 10 Mbps per student. So currently, a rural gap stands at approximately at a 40% deficit as compared to the urban centers. Then the State of Education report by UNESCO highlights that without laboratories, science remains a literary subject rather than a practical one for about 60% of the rural youth. And again, the Human Capital Index report by the United Nations warns that digital poverty in the rural areas is the single greatest threat to national GDP growth in the current century. While talking about the Union Budget 2026-27, well, it is said to have been allocated a historic rupees 1.39 lakh crores to education, which highlights an 8.2% increase than the usual. About rupees 7,500 crores have been allocated to PM Shri, and thus the government is actually betting on exemplar schools to act as lighthouses for rural India. So these are not just buildings, rather these are green schools with solar grids and smart labs. Funding for the Atal Tinkering Labs has also seen a massive push to approximately rupees 3,200 crore, signaling an intent to bring robotics and AI from the streets of Bangalore to the villages of Bihar. Then again, the PM Poshan scheme, which is the midday meal scheme, that funding stands at around 12,750 crores, ensuring that millions of school children and the school remains the primary source of nutrition. However, talking about the ground reality is something that most of the policy advocates focus on. So the truth is what the data would denote. So according to the latest Rajya Sabha data, dated 26th of February, India has seen the closure or rather the merger of approximately 18,700 government schools in just the last 5 years. So policymakers often label it as rationalization, but for a rural child, it is seen as a distance barrier that often ends their education journey. In rural India, a classroom is often a multi-grade space, which means that one room serves grade 1 through 5 simultaneously. The UDIS Plus 2024-25 report, which is the government issued report, it reports that 91.2% of schools have got electricity, but the advocacy truth is that only 74% of the rural primary schools have a functional connection which is capable of supporting heavy appliances like projectors. In addition to that, the urban private schools enjoy a student to classroom ratio, which is like a very important metric to indicate how much of the student are being catered by a particular teacher and classroom. The urban private schools have got a ratio of 24:1, but in rural pockets like northern Bihar or eastern UP, the ratio is as high as 1:55. Then sanitation, again, as said earlier, is the single biggest factor for female retention in rural secondary education. So that being said, we have reached a 97.5 saturation in building toilets, but the report says that there has been a maintenance lag. So just as a conclusion, to mention as to how this budgetary allocation can actually be addressed or rather utilized better to bridge the gap, we need to transition from construction to continuity, which means that though the budget currently excels at capital expenditure, which is building of toilets and labs, but there needs to be a shift towards revenue expenditure. By that I mean, for instance, the government can actually allocate 15% of the Samagra Shiksha infrastructure specifically for a recurring maintenance corpus at the school level. And the government can also come up with models like the hub and spoke model, where, for instance, right now we have got 52% of rural schools having fewer than 60 students, and thus building lab in almost every school is pretty much impossible. So by the hub and spoke model, I mean that the 75,000 crores which has been allocated for PM Shri, this can actually be turned into 14,500 schools into resource. So should be probably funding the education that brings students from small spoke schools to the PM Shri school hubs for, let's say, a specified days in a week, which would also enhance their practice and digital literacy. So, on a neutral light, though the budget of 2026 is a powerful engine, but an engine is only as good as the track it runs on. So, by focusing on maintenance, mobility, and mentorship, we can ensure that these tracks lead to every village in India, not just the ones on the map. So, let us build a nation where the rural urban gap is a footnote in the history and not a barrier in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anisha, for that well researched outlook. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Priyanjal Chaudhary, a dedicated scholar currently pursuing her BCom honors at Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi. Priyanjal has already begun carving out a significant niche for herself, backed by a strong foundation in sales and youth engagement initiatives. She isn't just a student of commerce, she's a proactive catalyst for change, deeply invested in leadership, social impact, and community driven projects. Her ability to bridge the gap between business acumen and social responsibility makes her a standout voice in any professional or civic forum. The floor is yours, Priyanjal.
Greetings of the day, everybody. So, I'd like to start by talking when we talk about the Union Budget 2026 to a child-centric lens, one area that defines a child's future more than any other is school education. Education is where a child's potential is shaped, opportunities are unlocked, and inequality can either be deepened or reversed. Today, I will reflect on how Budget 2026 treats education, where gaps remain, and what our shared priorities should be going forward. So, first of all, why school education matters. For millions of children across India, especially in government schools, education is not merely about attending classes, it is about dignity, safety, nutrition, and survival. In my extended review of state and national data, learning outcomes remain deeply uneven, with over 50% of students in grade 3 to 5 unable to read at grade level, according to the recent report. These are not just statistics, they reflect lost confidence, lost opportunities, and in many cases, lost childhood dreams. School education is also foundational to long term well being. Children who fail to learn early are more likely to drop out, early marriage rates rise, and economic mobility shrinks. So, what Budget 2026 actually says? In Budget 2026, education continues to command a substantial share of social sector spending, with major schemes like Samagra Shiksha, National Education Policy, linked initiatives, and flagship PM Poshan program receiving allocations. The intent to expand digital learning infrastructure and teacher training is positive sign, and the emphasis on foundational learning supports NEP 2020 priorities. However, the budget treats several of these programs as line items rather than core infrastructure. For example, funding for school counselors, inclusive classrooms, and adaptive learning tools are still scattered or underfunded. While the total education share remains steady, the quality linked investments that directly impact learning outcomes have not seen a commensurate increase. The gap between budget promise and on ground reality is visible when we examine teacher vacancy, school faculties, and learning assessments. Despite allocations, vacancies in government schools remain high, especially in rural socio-economically disadvantaged districts. Libraries, labs, and accessible toilets, all essential for a dignified learning experience, are still unavailable in a significant fraction of schools. Moreover, digital connectivity initiatives are not yet translated into adaptive learning support for students who have fallen behind, especially post pandemic. Key blind spots in the budget that I noticed are mental health and well being infrastructure. Schools still lack infrastructure, counselors, and safety officers. Children facing learning stress, identity challenges, or trauma have no systematic support. Secondly, teacher professional development. While teacher training is budgeted, in service ongoing mentorship and digital upskilling are under prioritized. Thirdly, outcomes linked accountability. Current allocations do not tie spending to clear, measurable improvements in literacy, numeracy, or even retention rates. To bridge these gaps, I propose make counselors and well-being a core funded position in every secondary school. Secondly, increase budget lines for adaptive learning and teacher professional development linked to measurable learning progress indicators because equal expenditure should lead to equal learning. Introduce a child learning outcome dashboard. published annually, tracking key indicators at district and block levels to ensure fiscal accountability. To conclude, I'd like to say Education in Budget 2026 allocates resources. What we now need is strategic prioritization that makes every rupee count towards real learning and not just imports. If state and the center align spending with measurable goals, foundational learning, well-being, infrastructure, and teacher support, we can turn budgetary intent into more equitable educational future for our children. Thank you. This was Priyanka Chaudhary signing off.
Thank you, Priyanjal, for that thought provoking speech. With that, I would like to conclude this session and hand over the floor to Akshat for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Respected speakers, moderators, esteemed organizers, dear volunteers, and our lovely participants, a very good afternoon to everyone present here. It is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this inspiring and meaningful youth summit. Today has truly been a celebration of ideas, dialogues, and the power of youth coming together with a shared vision to learn, to reflect, and most importantly, to create change. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to all our speakers. Your knowledge, experiences, and honest insights have guided us, challenged our perspectives, and inspired us to think deeper and act with responsibility. The ideas shared today will continue to influence us long after this summit ends. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our moderators. Your lovely comments, balanced guidance, and ability to steer meaningful discussions ensured that every conversation remained engaging, insightful, and impactful. You played a vital role in bringing out the best from every session. My deep appreciation goes to the organizing team. Behind this successful summit lies immense dedication, careful planning, and countless hours of hard work, from shaping the vision to executing every detail. Your teamwork made this summit truly memorable. A special thanks to our volunteers and support team. Your energy, coordination, and commitment behind the scenes ensure that everything ran smoothly. Your efforts often go unseen, but they are deeply valued and appreciated. To all the participants, thank you for your enthusiasm, curiosity, and active engagement. The real spirit of this summit comes from your voices, ideas, and your determination to make a difference. You're not just attendees, you are the leaders and change makers of tomorrow. As we conclude, let us remember that this is not the end, but the beginning. May today's discussion turn into actions, ideas into initiatives, and inspiration into meaningful change in our communities and beyond. Once again, thank you to everyone who contributed to making this Youth Summit a meaningful and inspiring success. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient. And we are good to go, and we'll end the meet here. Thank you.